Welcome to City Hall and good evening, Wichita. We'll call this meeting to order at this time. With us this evening is Reverend Ben Staley of Chapel Hill United Methodist Church to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both.
Let's pray together. Lord, in this season of Thanksgiving, we're thankful for all that you've given to us, family and friends and neighbors who give of themselves and support one another. We're thankful that in our community we have people who serve us through the schools, colleges, churches, hospitals, community leaders with servant hearts. You've blessed us with resources for this day, this time, and for the future. We know, Lord, that to whom much is given, much shall be required. So help us to share what you've given us with wisdom and kindness, to be good stewards and generous in our giving and also in our demands. Keep us in a place that God will bless as we strive to follow Christ's example of sacrifice and love, in whose name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Pastor. Really appreciate you giving our invocation this evening. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting dated November 5th, 2024.
Are there any changes or corrections to the November 5th meeting? I see none. I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 5th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Sorry, I'm recognizing that Vice Mayor Maggie Ballard is joining us virtually today, so her voice is what just came through. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Awards and proclamations.
May I please invite Councilmember Becky Tuttle to the front and the recipients and organizations that will be receiving the Best Tasting Award.
Good evening. My name is Jim Jackson. I'm here to represent the Kansas Section American Waterworks Association. At the end of August each year, we have our annual conference. And one of the things we kind of do different in our conference is we have different competitions. We want to recognize the utility employees that have been doing work throughout the year. So one of the events, we have a backhoe rodeo. Test operator skills, on a backhoe. We have a meter madness, see how fast people can assemble a meter and make sure it works, once it's done. We do that with hydrants also, hydrant hysteria. We also have a thing called top ops. So we have the water operators. It's kind of like a high Q competition, and they answer the questions, and we award a winner that way. All our different awards, they're chosen, won that award at the section level, but every one of them, they're able to go on to our national conference. This next year, it'll be in Denver. One of the awards it's always been one of my favorites is the Water Taste Test Award. With the Water Taste Test Award, it's not just, one or two people, it's usually a whole team of people that work to make that water what it is. With that, there's a select panel. Just pick different people throughout. Usually we have some of our dignitaries from AWWA from the national level that come in. There are some of them. So usually it's people that not normally drinking the water in Kansas. But with that, they're gone through and they keep selecting, they score, and at the end we make that determination of who had the highest score, and they are the winners. And this year it was the city of Wichita, and I'd like to present them with their award tonight. Thank you, Jim.
My name is Michael Jacobs. I'm the Water Production Senior Division Manager, and with me are representatives of the water production staff. The Water Production Division is responsible for all raw water, water treatment, and water quality delivered to our customers. We work with a treatment plant that was originally constructed in the 1940s, a well field that was originally developed in the 50s, Cheney Reservoir, which was developed in the 60s. These facilities have changed over the decades, both physically and how we operate them. We operate these facilities 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We have a philosophy. We can't change everything right now, but we can make something better today. It's not one big thing that results in high quality water. It's many, many small things, and paying attention and trying to improve, trying new things. It's my distinct honor to accept this award from the American Water Works Association on behalf of the City of Wichita and the water production staff in recognition of the work that they do to benefit our customers. Thank you very much.
Again, congratulations to the City of Wichita's Water Department and for their hard work. That is one of the core functions of local government, public safety and public works, which includes our water, sewer departments, and really appreciative of them. At this time, I'm going to use my point of privilege to recognize our Mayor's Youth Council. So at this time, may I please ask the Mayor's Youth Council to come forward. This is an organization that has been in existence since Mayor Carl Brewer, and I'm really grateful that these young people in our community, the next leaders of our community, are serving as part of the Mayor's Youth Council. So I would just like all of them to just say their first and last name and which school they represent. And again, thank you for being a participant of the Mayor's Youth Council 2024, starting with the mayor herself.
Hello, I'm the current youth mayor for our 2024-2025 session. My name is Amaya Williams, and I am a senior at East High School, and I would love to introduce all the lovely people that help represent your community.
Hello everyone, my name is V. Nguyen, and I'm representing Wichita High School East, and I'm the Public Information Officer.
Hello everyone, my name is Charlie Higgins, and I'm a senior from Cape and Mount Carmel.
Hi, my name is Isabella Alvise, and I'm representing Wichita Collegiate School.
Hi, my name is Max Timsaw. I'm a sophomore at Wichita Collegiate School, and I'm the Special Events Coordinator.
Hi, my name is Mason Bailey. I'm a senior at Northwest High School.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Timsaw, and I represent Wichita Collegiate High School, where I'm a junior, and I'm also the Clerk of Council.
Hi, my name is Sadakshi Sivaram, and I'm a junior at Wichita Collegiate School, and I am our environment chair for this year.
I'm Alonzo Dozell. I'm a senior at Wichita Northwest High School, and I am the youth manager.
Hi, my name is Erin Liu. I'm a senior at Wichita East High School, and I am this year's vice mayor.
Thank you again to our Mayor's Youth Council, and please give them a round of applause. This is the fourth evening meeting of the year, and because these young people are in school during our city council meetings, which are held on Tuesdays at 9 a.m., we wanted to pay special recognition to these young people who, again, are serving our community and are the next council members and mayors of our community. So thank you to the Mayor's Youth Council. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to give a special shout out to the mayor of the Youth Council. She serves on my district advisory board, and she is a representative of the best district in the city of Wichita, District 3. So I appreciate all that you guys do and all the work that you're putting in at a young age. I'm not going to tell you what I was doing at your age. It was not being responsible like you guys, I can assure you that. So I look forward to great things happening, and again, special shout out to the mayor. So thank you guys.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one correction. She worked in the best district last summer, District 1. Now she's over there in District 3.
Thank you, council members. We will now move to public agenda, where there are 5 spots for 5 minutes each. City Clerk, can you please call the first individual?
Mary Dean, Kansas Justice Advocate Incorporated.
Good evening, Mayor Wu and City Council members. My name is Mary Dean, and I come to you with a deep commitment to our community and a vision for a more equitable and inclusive future for all residents of Wichita. I would like to make a suggestion for something to each of you, and that is to do a workshop for reparations for Wichita's leadership. The workshop would be for Mayor Lily Wu, the Wichita City Council, and key community stakeholders to engage in a transformative learning opportunity led by Robin Rue Simmons of First Repair. Using Wichita's own history, policies, and recent initiatives as the foundation, this workshop would eliminate, you know what I mean, how the city can advance equity by understanding and implementing the establishment of a commission to study reparations in Wichita. The city of Wichita has taken significant steps toward fostering equity and inclusion in recent years. These efforts include the passage of the Non-Discriminatory Ordinance, NDO 51-654, which provides protections against discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, race, ethnicity, and key identities. The James Chung the final report published on October 22, 2021 has further contextualized the stark disparities that exist within the city, highlighting economic, social, and racial inequalities. Finally, the establishment of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board signals a commitment to ensuring that policies and programs reflect the values of equity and justice to all residents. However, these initiatives, while meaningful, must be seen not as endpoints, but as starting points. They provide a lens through which Wichita's leadership can begin to understand reparations as a path to address not only present inequalities, but also the enduring legacy of past harms rooted in historical racism, segregation, and systemic exclusion of Black communities from wealth, opportunity, and power. The non-discriminatory ordinance, NDO, a policy foundation. The passage of NDO 51-654 demonstrates Wichita's recognition that policies can perpetuate harm if they fail to address discrimination. However, for Black residents, discrimination has not only been personal, but also structural. Redlining, discriminatory lending practices, and the inequitable access to public resources were persuasive in Wichita as they were in cities across the nation. The James Chung Report. The James Chung final report provides critical data about racial disparities in Wichita. For example, the report highlights gaps in economic opportunity, health outcomes, and educational access for Black residents. These gaps are not coincidental. They are the result of historical exclusions and systemic inequalities. The Advisory Board. The creation of Wichita's Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights Advisory Board provides a mechanism for marginalized communities to have a voice in city policies. This board has the potential to become a driving force in shaping a local reparations program by partnering with experts, engaging residents, and reparations as a path forward for Wichita. I have taken up on myself to create folders for each of you, Mayor Wu and City Council members, with information. Because of the time restraints, I don't have the opportunity to address further. I hope you will take the time to review the documents and respond within a reasonable time frame. Thank you, Mary Dean. Who do I give these to give? Can I just walk up?
City budget, performance measures, and transparency.
Good evening, City Council members. Twila Puritty, I live in District 1. I'm here to talk about budget and transparency in budgeting. I know it feels like you just finished a budget, right? But I also understand it's going to be coming up again really soon. So I wanted to share some of my comments. These may not all be true. I mean, yes, they're all true. They may not all be new to you. First of all, the current measures that are published in the city budget document are benchmarks. They're not true performance measures. And there's benchmarking, if you look it up, and I've spent some time Googling this, but benchmarking compares, particularly if you do it at a city level, city management level, it compares the city's performance to other similar entities to identify areas of improvement. And frankly, I'm not even sure that our benchmarks were selected for that purpose. I don't know that. I don't know how the city settled even on the benchmarks that they did. What drove that process? Now, performance standards evaluate the quality and effectiveness of government services by measuring inputs, outputs, efficiencies, and outcomes, and you understand SMART goals and so forth. So I implore you, as the council, to insist on the implementation of performance measures instead of benchmarking. The processes and the philosophy, I guess, of everything that's bringing us to a budget crisis or budget deficit, they're not going to be the same tools that are going to get you out of that and into a financially productive and profitable city. So please consider that and dig into that more if you can. And then on the topic of transparency, and also it kind of goes along with measurements, but when it comes to transparency, to my knowledge, there's not transparency on what the city spends on defending and settling lawsuits. Now, there was a job or a contract listed, and it was specific for legal services related to city excessive force claims. There was a contract for a law firm, and it was awarded to the McDonald Tinker law firm. So that tells me you have a contract for a law firm to handle these specific claims. But where's the measurement on how many of those there are? Where's the measurement on how much did you spend on defending or settling? And this is just one class of claims, right? This was specific to excessive force. So I would like for you to dig into measurements, ask for what we're spending, and or at least make it public. What is the city spending on these lawsuits? Publish it in the budget. And there's another side to this. It's asset forfeiture income. I didn't see that in the budget. How much income is coming into our city from assets of our citizens? There are states who have outlawed that, and I don't know if the city can on its own, but at least there should be some transparency on that. That's what I'm asking for today, that you consider those. So I want to encourage you to be brave, be unselfish, think about what's best for the citizens, and be transparent. A lot of you mentioned transparency in your speeches when you were elected to city council, and I would encourage bravery and encouraging the city to be transparent. Thanks for your time.
Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
Dr. Walt Chappell, Wichita Citizens Review Board, and the FOP contract recommendations.
Madam Mayor, hi. Council, each of you I've known for a number of years, not as well, perhaps JV, but thank you for serving. I'm here to talk about a very important issue that I'm sure all of you are concerned about as well, and that's our Citizen Review Board. Now, in the year 2000, the state legislature paid the Police Foundation in Washington, D.C. to do an analysis of all the state, including Wichita, to find out what kind of racial profiling might be existing in our state. They paid $250,000 to an outside firm, and sure enough, they found that blacks in Wichita and other parts of our state are twice as likely to be profiled and stopped, 3 times more likely to be arrested, be searched, or have a physical altercation at the time of the stop. That was the year 2000. In 2005, we had a bill finally passed with the help of Senator Donald Betts, and about 200 people from Wichita that took buses from St. Mark's Methodist Church up to the state capitol. We filled that Supreme Court room. The legislature finally passed a bill. It is now a criminal statute, 22-4606 through 4611. Since 2005, we've had 6 studies in Wichita. Stop studies, analysis that I've done, Dr. Burrs has done, police department's done, they still verify, as of this last April, the same statistic. And yet 800 complaints of racial profiling, none have been sustained. No one has been held accountable. And you have a review board that's basically dysfunctional. Now, why is that? Maybe the people that are appointed don't show up. Secondly, we've had 5 vacancies, 4 still vacant, 1 from the city manager. We have Mike, and we have Dalton, and we have the 4th one is Maggie Ballard. Why are these openings still there since April? Now, since last year, for a whole year, the board has not even been able to hold executive session, which means no case is being reviewed. Cases that were ready to be reported on back in October, a year ago, still haven't been able to provide any information to the person that brought the complaint. The reports are done. Thank you to Dr. Kevin Henderson, your appointee, Councilman. That report was ready in October of last year. We still don't have that report out. Now, I and others have been around this block for a long time. We're trying our best to make a difference. But we need your help. We have to do this together. We have to have appointees who actually show up, and when they come, ask questions. Don't just sit there and look at the papers and don't do anything other than just be present. They need to be able to say, all right, how do we hold the police department to be transparent and accountable? Now, we actually found time for the chief to show up this Thursday. We have tried for a year and a half to get our new chief to come and talk about specific items. What has he planned to do to reduce the disproportionate stops of blacks in this community and Hispanics? What will he do to make sure that we have more accountability? We've not been able to even discuss the Jensen Hughes report. We've not been able to look at the status of the FOP contract, which is coming up in December. It's all being done behind closed doors. I don't know how much you as council members know about it, but Articles 13 and 14 of that contract need to be rescinded. It doesn't have anything to do with the employees being able to decide their own discipline and their own termination. Kansas is an at-will state, and I think you need to look at that very carefully before you approve it. Now, I don't have much more time to share with you my concerns, but hopefully you get the point. We've got to work together. We need your appointees. We need people who will show up and actually do the job when they're there and not just sit like a lump on the log and say, well, okay, I'm here, but I don't know. I don't see anything, don't want to do anything. That doesn't work. We have to have some way for the citizens of this city to work together. So I thank you for your time. I appreciate it very much. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to respond to any phone call or comments right now.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. Not a question, but a comment. My appointee, I received his resignation on Thursday, November 14th, and I've already submitted another appointee to go through a background check process. So 5 days. It's been 5 days of vacancy for my position.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Councilmember,
So hopefully the others will also be appointed. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Walt. Just a point of clarification, my appointee resigned in August, not April, and I have had 2 people apply. I have reached out to both of them for additional interviews, and neither one of them has responded to me. So if there are anybody listening that would like to serve on this board that lives within my district, please shoot me an email. That is currently the only position I have open out of all my boards and appointees, and I sure would love to plug that hole. So just making it known to everybody, and I appreciate it. Thanks, Walt.
Thank you, Michael.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. Not a question, just a point of clarification. I recognize there's some reorganization with the Citizen Review Board, and that's frustrating for some. But you kind of alluded to it being a little ineffective, and that I just want to push back. It was a Citizen Review Board that found the text message issue that we had. So being able to address that, fix that, and get Jensen Hughes in came from the Citizen Review Board that you're saying is a little ineffective. And that's just, I just question that and just wanted to clarify for those watching that it was the Citizen Review Board that found that issue and it led to us addressing that. So when we say that it's ineffective, I would push back on that.
Well, thank you, sir. And what you will also recall is that this board was formed in 2017. Before that period of time, since 2005, it had been the Racial Profiling Advisory Board. We had people from like D.C. Moses. Terry Moses came. We had Captain Lenore. Many times officers would be there every month. In 2017, after George Floyd's murder in very unfortunate circumstances, the board was taken over by the city manager. In that period of time from 2017 till now, only one report has been issued. And that particular case on text message was basically a fluke. At that point, Odell Harris noticed there was something about a text message. He wanted to know more about it. If he hadn't pulled that and actually had a review, we wouldn't know a thing about that, and neither would the rest of the citizens of Wichita. At the present time, no one is able to come forward. We don't even let the person who filed the complaint come and speak for themselves. All the information is coming from the officers, and that's third hand. They didn't investigate. The person giving a review to the board doesn't know anything about what actually happened. So we need the person there that filed the complaint. That's in the Jensen Hughes report. It's in the ordinance. It states in the ordinance that we're supposed to have the person who filed the complaint come forward. They're not even invited.
Well, I
So
think
that's why I'm concerned about the effectiveness.
Yeah, but I think you made my point. It was the Citizen Review Board, and like you said, maybe an offhand chance, but one of the members found that. Also, another point of clarification, 2017 was Michael Brown in Ferguson, and 2020 was George Floyd.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Both tragedies, very much so. Thank you. Any other questions, ma'am? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
Sybil Strum, Robert Layton, City Council, Zoning and Planning, taking her house without permission.
Yes, my name is Sybil Strum. I reside at 326 North Walnut. I was outraged that Robert Layton and the Central and the Metropolitan Planning went against me. I was at 2919 North Richmond when this all went in effect. This is my house back then. It was a nice house. It was a house for children to play. And I got my house taken illegally. And I want you all to know that was wrong. And there are other houses in my neighborhood that need to be taken, but they don't consider it that way. I'm a little nervous. I'm very upset. I think he's a con artist. He cons people. Because I was fixing up the house, but I didn't have all this money to do it. And they took my Victorian tub, they took all my stuff. My neighbor was talking to somebody. We didn't even get to know who he was. He came in my house, took pictures without permission. I called Dave Unruh about it. I said, Dave, what am I supposed to do? He says, file a report on it. So I did. I don't think anybody has the right to tell someone to live the way they want. As long as they're paying their taxes, as long as they're being honest. I don't like that. You know, I almost want to leave Wichita because of this, because I am not kidding. My house was a safe haven for children that are in drug-infested houses, alcoholic houses, and the police sometimes would bring them over to me and say, hey, Sybil, will you take this kid in? I don't want to take him to juvenile hall. I don't understand why I didn't get any notice. And then when I got a notice, I was blackmailed. You better do what we want or we're going to make you homeless again. So I ended up homeless. My kid was homeless. And I don't think that's right. Instead of taking the 1910 house, they should have renovated it. And I had a grant, a historical grant, but they're making me pay for the mortgage. And I don't think that's right neither, because it was a 1910 historical landmark. Mr. Spears owned it, and it had an underground basement. And I'm also angry with Bowers Plumbing. These people need to know you cannot push people around. And that's what they did. They pushed me around. They made me emotionally drained, mentally drained, and physically drained. I actually went to Brandon Johnston, and I'm sorry, City Council, Brandon Johnston. I went to him and I said, I don't understand this. So please, please help me. Help me get restitution for the way I was treated. I've been there for the community. I've worked at schools like Franklin Elementary, Allison, and I even worked at West High. That was not a good one. But I was there for the children. And I expect to be treated a lot better than what I was. So I urge you guys to please listen to my deal. This is the way the house looked. And my child are all grown. Thank you.
We have one spot left for public comment. If anyone from the public would like to speak, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mayor Wu and council members. I appreciate what you're doing in service to the community. And I want to speak briefly about the proposed climate action plan and mitigation recommendations for that. I feel that the draft that has been produced contains valuable information for people to consider and look at. However, I would say that I want to bring to your attention some issues that you're probably not necessarily familiar with. And I'm going to share with you some data and information that relate to the world's climate, Earth's climate. And I'll try to be very brief here. I know I've got 5 minutes, but I just want to make a few points for you to consider. And I do have data to support this with me here tonight if you want to take a look at that. We have a lot of evidence in the database that's been produced and paid for by U.S. taxpayers over many decades. And that data tells us certain things that I think relate to what your considerations may be for this climate action plan. We have ice core records that have evidence of our past climate history on the Earth and temperature trends and upward trends of temperature, downward trends of temperature, the most serious one of which was a period of time from approximately 1350 AD to about 1850 AD, a factor known as the Little Ice Age, which was very cold and caused the people that lived on the continent of Greenland to leave or die. At around 1850, that trend reversed and things did warm up. We're in a warming trend that has been continuing since that time. And there are a lot of things that have been identified because of that. We have actual temperature records since about 1750 when thermometers were produced that give us other evidence to consider. We have temperature records from satellites, from weather balloons, and other devices that also give supporting evidence to what's going on in current trends. We have Kansas precipitation records that we can consider and take a look at, which have shown a slight upward trend in precipitation since about 1895 in Kansas. We have sea level records from around the globe, from hundreds of stations that give us tide gauge reports, some as early as 1850. And that also tells us some things about what is going on in our climate. I can just say that the sea level records show us that the Earth is a very, very dynamic place. It's under continuous change with earthquakes, with volcanoes, and all kinds of other natural phenomena, which are not necessarily at all related to climate change. They're just there, and we don't know exactly why all those phenomena occur. We have severe weather records, and a couple of the things that we really pay close attention to are factors such as hurricanes around the globe. And we can see that from about 1981 to the present day, which we see a downward trend for all hurricanes en masse since that time, but we see a relatively flat trend for the very strongest hurricanes around the globe. But it is nowhere in an upward trend, despite what the media might try to get you to believe. We've had weak tornado trends since 1950 that show an upward trend from 1950 to 2005, but trending downward since then. Trends for strong tornadoes, EF 2 to 3, have slightly upward from 1950 to 74, but downward since 1974. And the most dramatic, violent 4.5, EF 4.5 tornadoes have been virtually flat over the entire 75-year time frame that we've been looking at that. So we have opportunities to study the real data that does matter, and we, I think, need to be very careful with how we produce public policy. One of the worst examples of bad policymaking occurred in the state of Texas in 2021 with Storm Uri. Thousands of people died with the cold snap that hit Houston, Texas. And that's largely related to bad policymaking in the way of over pressurizing wind turbines and other facilities of energy production that just did not work during that storm. They were down and they couldn't operate. So that's it.
Can you please state your name so that the clerk can have that?
My apologies. I'm Dennis Hedke, Hedke. I reside at 14211 East Whitewood Street in Wichita.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, irregardless of our different beliefs on this, on climate change and who's responsible and whatnot, what I've taken from the plan that we presented is more, how do we deal with some things like the drought that we're currently in? I think irregardless of your perspective, we all want clean water, we all want clean air to breathe, and we all want to make sure that we can respond adequately to prolonged droughts, which we've had 2 in the last 20 years. So that's the information I hope to glean with this, is how can we respond to make sure that we are a stronger, more resilient community to any weather challenges or any challenges that come up dealing with environmental policy going forward. So I appreciate your perspective here, appreciate you coming up and talking to us. But that's the information and the hope that I glean from looking at the information that we've had presented. So thank you, sir.
Well, you're sure welcome, Councilman. And I will be meeting with some other council members this week and showing them real data that relate to the question you've just raised about droughts. So thank you for your question.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. This is not comments from Mr. Hedke, but I noticed when Mr. Hedke stood, there was like 3 other people that tried standing. And so a point of personal privilege, if somebody's interested in speaking public comment, could they raise their hand just so there's more opportunities to? So Mayor, with a motion, given that there's 2 individuals who raise their hand, I move that we extend public comment by 10 minutes.
I second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, extending public comment by 10 minutes. Any individual who would like to speak, please come forward. Please state your name and your address.
Hi, I'm Diana Tedlock, and I live in Maggie's district. And of course, I'm here to once again talk about the animal welfare situation. First of all, I want to say we all know there's a problem with the KDA regulations. We all need to come together to work on that. But we do need to focus also on what we can do in our own backyard to make improvements. And that is, I guess, what I'm here to talk about tonight. I wanted to share with the council that some of the changes we've seen since the new structure and leadership at the Wichita Animal Shelter. What the public, your constituents, are seeing is an alarming increase in the lack of transparency, visibility, and accountability. This is not how meaningful change is going to happen. So when questions are asked or awareness is provided to the community, now visibility is just being removed. So questions were raised, why animals were held for transfer to Kansas Humane Society with a length of stay greater than other animals but that were being euthanized. Well, the visibility for length of stay was removed. When awareness was brought about the surge in the euthanasia rates, after the new structure was implemented, the year-to-date visibility for intakes, euthanasia numbers, return to owner data, all of that was eliminated once again from the today's email lists. Then the monthly data was manipulated, and they changed the calculations on that. And we went like from a 40% euthanasia rate on dogs to 8% because they took all these numbers out of the calculation that had been there since 2013 or more. But anyway, when that was brought up, disappeared, visibility disappeared. When we brought up the manipulation of the monthly data, that now has disappeared from the today's list. When we brought awareness about the empty kennels needing to be 25% to accommodate the capacity care philosophy, and it was now hitting 35 to 40% empty kennels, that visibility has been eliminated now as well. So anytime there's a question, no more visibility. Needless to say, this is an alarming trend. Action needs to be taken to get this visibility once again. Checks and balances, transparency, visibility, freedom to ask questions and seek answers are all part of a good operating model. These should all be embraced by anyone in any kind of leadership position. Then I'm going to go on to the contracts. I had asked, Purcell had made some comments on his answering questions he wanted to about the WASP contract on his email dated 10/28. I sent an email back seeking clarification on some things, and you guys were CC'd on it. So if I haven't addressed it to the right audience, please let me know. Gladly will contact someone else to get the answers. So in the WASP contract, it states, you are welcome to bring issues or criticism to the attention of shelter staff. However, it should be addressed only to a supervisor. The wording makes the intent of this sentence unclear, especially when taken in conjunction with the wording expressed in the Kansas Humane Society contract, which states, at no point will rescues question, privately or publicly, determinations made on animals at WAS or KHS. So does the wording in the WAS contract refer to the conduct and the preferred method of communication only when on site at the WAS facility? Or is this statement attempting to control the narrative of individual speech outside of the WAS facility? Somebody should be able to answer those questions. It's in a contract. So in the same email, I also asked about the deadlines, asked for clarification about the past deadline dogs being adoptable and available to anyone. There was no mention of the Kansas Humane Society contract in that email. So I asked, does this mean rescues have refused to sign the KHS contract based on the infringement of their First Amendment rights? Are they now allowed to pull animals and tag them? If not, when is that elephant in the room going to be addressed? When is the KHS contract going to be revised? It is time to address this issue and the impact it's had on our animals in our community. These are animals that are in WAS's care, and by not addressing this and the KHS contract, you're doing a disservice to the animals by limiting their options for a positive outcome. And then I don't know how many of you have had the chance to actually read the new VESH contract, but it now contains, well, my time's over, but I'll send you an email. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Diana, I have one question for you and then one question for Bob real quick. So you're saying that we are up to 35 to 40% kennel?
We were the last time it was put out. The last time he put that information out was on November 5th. The question was asked, the visibility disappeared.
Okay, thank you. Bob, the two new positions, have we filled those yet? The manager and then the licensing liaison?
Right, we have, Mayor, Councilmember, we have applications for both positions, and I believe interviews have been scheduled for the director position, and the administrative position is on hold while they're looking through the candidates, so they haven't scheduled anything yet because there's some question on some of the candidates, and they would need to verify some background.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Diana.
We have time for one more individual. Please state your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Oh, it ain't even morning. I'm sorry. William Leroy Glander. I live at 235 North Elizabeth in Wichita, Kansas. I take very lot of pride in my house. A couple of years ago, I spoke to other people that were up here, but some of you are still familiar with me about the rezoning of a property that got back-wheel dealed and administratively approved. And this one thing, I'm going to say it in my nice way. When the people are against something, you shouldn't allow it to be voted for as a yes. You need to come to us people and figure out a better way to communicate. This house was vacant for over a year after it got built. I am going to say, to me, it's an eyesore. I moved in Delano because I love the historicness and the oldness of the houses. I don't like the new. It just doesn't fit in well. Well, I spoke up in Maggie's district board about how it's still been vacant. Finally got people there. Turns out that they're okay people. I like them, but the house turned around and sold for $287,252. That neighborhood is not even worth that much. That's where my problem comes in on why I voted this down, because that makes us low-income people in the neighborhood that have our houses paid off, all the retired people that are on a low income, it will increase everybody's rates. Because the fact of that house selling for that much, it increases the neighborhood value. And that is why I'm up here speaking that we need to work together and be one. When the people are voting no on something, y'all need to not administratively approve it, back wheel door open, have someone's hand in the cookie jar. approving anything. We need to work together to make this city strong and good as it needs to be. And speaking here, I want to put my name up on the board and be a board member eventually one of these days because this issue. So I just want to put that out there and thank you all. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you again for all of the individuals who signed up for public comment or decided to speak here at the council meeting. We appreciate everyone who comes out to our city council meetings and wants to address the city council. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 19.
Council members, any items to be pulled? I have one item to be pulled, consent agenda item number 8, regarding the ARPA funds for transit. Any other items to be pulled from consent agenda? I see none. I move to approve all consent agenda items without number 8.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. I see Transit Director coming forward. I had a couple questions regarding this grant. Can you first let us know how much transit currently receives from federal dollars versus state and general fund dollars?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Penny Feist, Wichita Transit. So for 2024, which is still an estimation, we expect to receive 41% of our funding from the federal government, 7% from state government, 38% from our general fund here locally, and then 13% from our revenue from our partnerships and our fairs.
Is it correct that the transit budget is approximately $20.3 million?
Roughly, yeah, that's our expenditures for 2023 or 2024.
Of the $20.3 million, can you share again the breakdown between general fund and state and federal grants? So in other words, the local government is subsidizing transit, correct?
Currently, yes, there is the Wichita General Fund money for Wichita Transit, and for 2024, that's roughly 38% of the total budget.
How critical is this grant, and can you share some of the positives of this grant to help support individuals with disabilities?
Absolutely. So this grant is for, like you mentioned, people with disabilities and the elderly, and what it allows us to do is provide personal targeted training to people who may have a difficult time accessing the bus system. So if they want to know where to go, how to get on the bus, how to get to their destination, we can provide personal training for those people. It also allows us to do travel training with people with disabilities, and so this allows us to show them how to get their wheelchair or their devices onto the bus. This allows people who maybe they can ride a bike to a certain place. We'll show them how to get their bike on the bus. And so I think it allows a lot of independence for people with disabilities as we remove those barriers to transportation. So that would be the primary goal of this grant.
And lastly, how many accessible minivans does the transit system currently have versus how many you will get through this grant?
Currently, Wichita Transit doesn't have any accessible minivans, and this grant would allow us to purchase one. And so with that one minivan, we would be able to assist riders with coming from their house to our offices to be evaluated for their need for paratransit services, or to identify what kind of training we can assist with on the fixed bus route.
Thank you. And this is, again, 100% federal dollars and no local match, is that correct?
Correct. This grant is 100% federal, no local match.
Thank you. Well, I move to approve consent agenda item number 8.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated November 18th, 2024.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids convened November 18th, 2024 for the following items. We have for engineering the 2024 Outsourced Paving Preservation Program, CIP Concrete Street Repair Phase 2 for Conspec Incorporated, DBA Kansas Paving, awarded up to the engineer's estimate of $110,000 from their original bid. For purchasing, we have the Wichita Fire Department Vehicle Storage and Operations Center adding alternate 1 for Harmon Huffman Construction Group in the amount of $95,000. We have the Watson Park Boat Dock for ABC Boat Docks LLC in the amount of $193,916.89. We have 2 knuckle boom trucks for Global Rental Company Incorporated in the amount of $719,792. We have the customer notification and messaging service software as a service subscription for Everbridge Incorporated for an aggregate 5-year total of $108,604.38. We have the Enterprise Advantage Program Year 2 for Environmental Systems Research Institute Incorporated for $103,500. And for airport, we have the Colonel James Jabara 2 new above ground storage tanks and installation for Double Check Company Incorporated in the amount of $72,252. This is how to become a vendor with the city. These are opportunities for small businesses interested in participating with the city out in the community. These are open public opportunities out on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, and I recommend your approval.
Questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts for November 18th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities. For the record, I have a new petition and revised petitions for your consideration tonight. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement district, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Cottonwood Creek Estates and Colt Meadows Addition, located in District 4. The project will provide sewer improvements required for a new residential development. And the paddock at 127th Street in District 2. On June 25th, 2024, the City Council approved paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted a revised petition with a revised budget to reflect current market conditions. It is recommended that the City Council approve the new and revised petition and budgets, adopt a new and amending resolution, and authorize necessary signatures, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Just one for you, Paul. Just as a reminder for community, these are 100% paid by specials, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. I motion to approve the petitions for public improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Downtown Parking Plan Implementation Strategy.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. Got a lot of information here to unpack, so bear with me, but I will try to go through this as expeditiously as possible. So a little bit of background, how did we get to where we are today? This has been a conversation that's been going on in this community for probably north of 25 years. There's a lot of history and a lot of conversation that took place before even 2009, but we're going to kind of launch from about 2009 forward. In 2009, City Council adopts a downtown parking plan, and as part of that, there's a lot of really good information in that downtown plan. 171 pages, something like that, I think.
I encourage y'all to take a look at it. A lot of really good background information. After the 2009 plan was adopted by City Council, there's a 2010 Project Downtown as one of the recommendations out of Project Downtown was to implement the strategies in the 2009 Downtown Parking Plan. For whatever reason, there were some things that kind of came to fruition, but sort of the bulk and the majority of the 2009 Parking Plan never sort of became realized. So fast forward to 2017. 2017, there's a Wichita Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, WAMPO grant, and subsequently several years of community engagement. All of that information is in the agenda report regarding all of the community engagement that went into that. Subsequently, that effort was sidelined during COVID. Post-COVID, we come out. The City Council at the time sort of reconstitutes the steering committee, go back out, do more community engagement. And in March of 2023, that 2019 Parking and Multimodal Plan was submitted to City Council and subsequently endorsed by City Council. So following endorsement of that plan, we immediately go into implementation, right? And so one of the things that we started working on were some of the amendments to city codes and ordinances. You saw those in January of 2024. The other thing that was necessary was we needed to revise the operator agreement. And so in June, just a couple months ago, back in June, City Council approves amended and restated operation and management agreement, which was approved by City Council. Again, we continue to advance implementation of the strategies that are identified in the plan. However, in August, as we commenced community engagement, there was a request by City Council to pause, to delay purchase of the parking meters until additional community engagement could be had. So over the next several weeks, particularly I'm going to refer to this as the August community engagement, we had 12 community events in which city staff participated in. Subsequently in September, staff returned to City Council with a report to sort of receive and file. At that time, we simply requested that staff will continue to collate feedback over the next couple of weeks, return to City Council in the next 30 to 60 days with a more thorough review and analysis of the recommendations and any proposed adjustments to the implementation strategies as a result of that feedback. And subsequently, the staff would provide options for the council to consider and do at least 2 more community meetings, if not more, regarding parking options. We did that, and on October 28th, there was a community meeting that was held. At the time, staff presented 4 options, options A, B, C, and D. Subsequently, at the second community meeting on November 7th, city staff not only presented options A, B, C, and D, but also presented option E. Okay, so a little bit about the existing system, just high-level analysis, right? So this statement, this quote comes right out of the 2019 plan. Reads, because parking is a limited resource, combined with ongoing costs for operations and maintenance, it's important to manage public parking effectively using a variety of tools. These are 2 concepts you'll hear a lot about, sort of operation and maintenance. You'll see it as O&M on a lot of these slides. And then this other concept around what are we doing, how are we managing parking, right? These are not competing concepts, right? These are actually very complementary concepts, but they are 2 separate concepts. So the 2019 plan continues, says based on a review of similar sized programs, this plan recommends that the city should seek to generate gross revenues on the order of magnitude of roughly $500 to $600 per space annually. This revenue stream would help budget towards self-sufficiency. So that $600 is broken down into 2 categories. One is operation and regular maintenance, recommendation $300 to $400 per space per year, which should cover your operational and maintenance expenses. and then the additional $200 per space per year towards those capital outlay, capital investments. Okay. According to that 2019 plan, there's a statement that currently, so you have to put this into context, right? Back in 2018, they were looking at the 2018 budget year. The Parking and Multimodal Fund generated revenues of only about $227 per space per year, which is where we sort of launch, and we talked to folks about this idea that there's a reason why we are not able to maintain the assets as we would desire. Here's some additional numbers in regards to those 2018 actuals, how we arrived at some of our calculations and our baselines. Those were the revenues from 2018, a little over $1.5 million, assuming a $227 per space per year. That equates to about a 6,800 space system. Again, just kind of a baseline. We're going to talk a little bit about numbers of number of spaces within the system tonight, but that just gives you a baseline to reference. Again, if we were simply trying to recover our O&M at $400 per space per year for a 6,800 space system, we should be generating about $2.7 million annually. And if we are trying to truly recover our O&M and our capital outlay, at the $600 per space year, we should be generating probably something more closely to $4 million annually. Again, this is kind of that benchmark of what we're doing now isn't working. We continue to see our assets decline, and we continue to sort of fail at managing parking. What we're doing now isn't sustainable. This was a slide that we have shared over the last couple of months. This just shows the parking fund since 2018. You'll notice the revenues have been fairly consistent, about $1.5 million. You see 2020, the dip, kind of recovering back into 23 and 24 at about $1.5 million generally. Expenditures hover right around that same $1.5 million mark. But in essence, you can see there down at the bottom the difference. Our parking fund has continually declined over the years. And if you look at the trajectory in the 24-25 budget, and 25, 26, and 27, it continued to show a decline. Another quote that came out of that 2019 plan says, major maintenance, including deferred maintenance, may have to be funded separately for the near term with the goal to incorporate this into parking fund budgeting in the future. So this is where we start venturing off into the conversation around deferred maintenance. A recommendation that was made during the August 2024 community engagement was that the city should use taxpayer dollars. We refer to these as general fund or capital improvement CIP funds to fund deferred maintenance and make necessary improvements to parking assets, both structured and unstructured. After evaluating several options, staff supports that recommendation, funding deferred maintenance as a one-time expense borne by taxpayers, with the idea of ongoing maintenance in the future being borne by the parking fund, which allows to keep the rates low, but unfortunately does have an impact on the city's ability to fund other improvements now and into the future. So one of the questions that came up was, what are those projects within the CIP that could be what are the sources of funds that could be used to respond to the deferred maintenance in the parking system? This is just a really, really high level. At your desks, there was a more detailed list of the various, within the various categories of the CIP. Again, this is the 10-year forecast, right? We went through and kind of identified, with the assistance of a finance director, Mark Manning, all of those projects that are identified in the CIP that are sort of GO at large funded. Okay, so continuing with the analysis, kind of now moving forward, after collating feedback and conducting a thorough review and analysis, we've identified 5 alternatives for implementing the 2019 plan. We say alternatives because these are variations of or alternatives to the 2019 plan as it was originally contemplated. So I'm going to go through in more detail, but really high level. Option A implements the strategies in the 2019 plan, but there are some modifications. Option B has all the features of option A, but includes the first hour of metered parking free. Option C builds on option B by adding Old Town alternatives. Option D does not implement any of the strategies identified in the 2019 plan. And option E introduces a phased approach, draws from some of the suggestions made during the August community meetings, carries over some of the concepts from some of the other options, but again, I'm going to go through each one of these a little more in depth. With each option, I'm going to kind of touch on briefly the geography, the hours of operation, the rates, the exceptions. During the community meetings, my slide deck talked about the financial revenues and expenses. I'm going to save those for kind of one bulk conversation around financial considerations. So that's a little bit of a deviation from my previous presentations, but then I'm also going to kind of walk through the advantages and disadvantages of each. Okay, so let's talk geography real fast. Option A, the boundaries as you see them before you, highlighted in red, are the boundaries of option A, in which hours of operations, rates, exceptions, et cetera, would all be applicable. The hours of operation are, in short, Monday through Thursday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and on Friday and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Notice we don't include Sunday here. The idea is that on Sunday, there would be no charge for parking within the area. Also, outside of these hours, there would be no charge. So after 6 p.m. on a Wednesday, there would be no charge within the system, short of the exceptions. We'll get to that in just a second. Rates. So fees would be charged at a flat rate of 75 cents an hour in lieu of hourly charges, daily rates of $5 in parking lots, $10 in parking structures. In lieu of daily rates, users can enter into agreements with the city and pay monthly rates of $35 in parking lots and $70 in parking structures. Again, outside of the aforementioned hours, note the fact we didn't include Sundays, there will be no charge for parking. And over the course of the first year, really after the first year of full operation, staff will collect data on demand and occupancy and then return to City Council with a recommendation to adjust rates if necessary. So let's walk through some of the exceptions real fast. First one, accessible, i.e. handicap parking. We had a lot of conversation with folks over the last couple of months regarding accessible parking and state statutes around charging for parking associated with accessible handicap parking, which is why this appears as an exception. There's no charge for parking associated with accessible handicap parking. There would also not be a charge associated with loading and ride-share designated parking. So again, in concert with and coordination with our engineering department and our traffic engineers, identifying those locations where loading and ride-share designated parking can be signed, and subsequently rates and the hours of operation would be an exception to that. Same with 15-minute designated parking. In concert with and coordination with our engineering team, our traffic team, engineers, identifying those locations where a 15-minute sign designated parking location would be appropriate during those 15-minute designated, or during those 15-minute sessions, we would not charge for parking. Now, we did have a conversation. There was a question that was raised during the community meetings about whether or not we require a registered session or not. At this point, we have kind of identified maybe a recommendation that's part of the process is that during those 15 minutes that those individuals register for a session, but we're open to the idea of not requiring a registered session and continuing to just monitor how folks are using those designated parking, those 15-minute designated parking spaces. All right, another exception is event parking. Obviously, the rates and the hours would not be applicable to things such as event parking as it relates to Century 2, Interest Bank Arena, Riverfront Stadium, and that the event parking would continue to be charged at event rates regardless of the times previously mentioned. Another exception that we kind of threw out there, we heard from folks, were parking rates in regards to things like special events, right? So for example, Farm and Art Market, as part of the annual review and approval of lease agreements for Farm and Art Market, a petition to City Council could be had that, for example, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays from April through December when the events are taking place, those parking zones within 2 blocks may have an hourly rate of 0, right? Rather than having a blanket 0 hourly rate across the entire system, the systems are dynamic enough that we can respond to these requests for various zones within the system, that on a Saturday morning, if there's something going on at Century 2 or elsewhere where we need to, again, charge and manage for parking, we can exempt just those zones. Okay, the advantages of option A. It is the greatest likelihood of recovering costs associated with O&M, the most effective means of managing parking, the most equitable parking environment. It does provide for some capital investment. Again, we're going to show you all of these numbers here in just a little bit. The disadvantages of option A is, yes, it does introduce paid parking where paid parking does not currently exist, and does not recognize some of the existing parking agreements. Okay, let's talk about option B. This will go a little bit faster, right? Because for all intents and purposes, the geography doesn't change, the hours of operation does not change, the rates do not change. Option B would introduce a new exception, however, right? And that exception would be that the first hour would be free, again, with a registered session. It requires the user to enroll in a session using kiosk or mobile app to establish when parking commenced. The city would still need to purchase all of the same equipment, and failure to enroll in a session would still result in a citation. All of the other exceptions still apply. One of the things that came up during conversation, which is why I include this slide deck, is, and this really is applicable to a broader conversation as well, right? Around, well, if folks are required to register for that first hour, you know, do you manage it through time limits or do you manage it through meters and pricing? This is a table that comes right out of the 2019 plan, and it's a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of managing parking through time limits versus managing parking through meters and pricing. I won't read through all of this. As you can see, though, it is the opinion that managing parking through meters and pricing is exponentially more beneficial than it is through managing parking through time limits. Something else to consider when we looked at option B, right, was this idea of the first hour free. So we looked at some data, some recent data over the last year, was acquired by geolocation vehicle data, suggested that 35% of visitors to Delano downtown and Old Town collectively across the spectrum, and this looks at visitors who are coming from a mile away to folks who are coming from 1,000 miles away, right? So it breaks down all of the categories. Across all the categories, it was fairly consistent, 30 to 35%. 35% of visitors have a dwell time of less than 1 hour. That means that those individuals who are coming downtown are only staying for an hour or less. So we can reasonably make some assumptions that if we're making the first hour free, that would be a loss of more than a third of our revenue projections. Again, while still having to maintain all of the same, if not greater, O&M costs and capital investment. The option B, the advantages, yes, it does increase the likelihood of recovering some costs associated with O&M. You'll see some of the numbers here shortly. It does introduce some concepts of managing parking, and it is more equitable than some of the other options. However, the disadvantages are that it does not recover all costs associated with O&M. compromises safety and security in the public lots and garages. It's not effective at managing parking, may be hard to eliminate even with predetermined goals, and does not contribute to the capital needs. Option C. Option C, the geography doesn't necessarily change. I have kind of highlighted the Old Town area here on the map in front of you for a couple of different reasons, but generally speaking, geography doesn't change. Hours of operation don't change. Rates don't change. We do introduce a new exception though, right? So builds on option B, and also in Old Town becomes an exception at that point, right? It becomes an exception in the context of not having to charge for parking. This idea that Old Town will not have parking meters or time limits, but the rest of the system is still bound by all of the same exceptions. So one of the concepts that came up during conversation, right, was in order to recover operational and maintenance expenses associated with those parking assets that are located within Old Town, there's two scenarios in which rates would be, or revenues would be realized from Old Town. We're going to call these options C1 and C2. C1, real quickly, is increasing the rates associated with all of those in lieu of parking agreements. Option C2 maintains or makes minor adjustments to the in lieu of parking agreements, but it alternatively adds a 1% or other percentage sales tax as the result of a community improvement district to help increase the revenue stream. In all of our projections, we kind of came back to this analysis that basically said, in Old Town there are approximately 1,700 spaces. Just to recover costs associated with O&M, again, using this $400 benchmark per space per year, that would be $688,000 a year that would need to be recovered. Currently, we are recovering about $264,000 annually. That's a gap of about $424,000 annually. So regardless of whether option C1, C2, or some hybrid of those two are employed, the idea that Old Town would be required to contribute the $688,000, and the failure to contribute the $688,000 would simply result in deferred maintenance. An O&M only budget projection would remain unchanged, but we could reasonably expect a loss of revenue totaling $344,000 towards the combined O&M and CapEx budget projection. You'll see those in the numbers here in just a minute. Okay, option C, the advantages. Yes, there is a likelihood of recovering some costs associated with O&M, and it does introduce some concepts of managing parking. However, it does not recover all costs, compromise the safety and security in the public lots and garages as a result. Not as effective at managing parking, may be hard to eliminate even with predetermined goals. Some of these are a lot of carryovers from options, from option B, right? Does not contribute to capital needs, requires the system to subsidize capital needs, particularly in Old Town. These are the two new sort of disadvantages. Number one, non-compliance would require lawsuits to recover fees, and inequitable parking environment resulting in unintended consequences. Okay, real fast, option D, this is sort of the maintain the status quo option, right? Which is the advantage of option D. The disadvantage is an inability to recover O&M, resulting in perpetual decline of the parking assets, an inability to provide sufficient security, manage growing parking demand, require the use of taxpayer dollars to fund deferred maintenance in perpetuity, and inequitable parking regulation. Okay, the last option, option E, introduces a phased approach. As we said, kind of draws from some of the suggestions. You'll see that here in just a second from some of the community meetings, carries over some of the concepts from some of the other options. So here's sort of the phased approach. So in 2025, we would enhance operation and maintenance in the lots and garages. It's this kind of initiating this clean and safe movement. We would then introduce higher rates in the lots and garages in 2025 to try to offset some of those expenses. We would then introduce parking meters in the downtown core only in 2026. We would not make any changes in Delano. Parking management in Delano would be reevaluated after the hub opening. And then on-street and lot parking in Old Town would remain in its current form, but would introduce one of the options, one of the C1, C2 revenue streams to help cover those costs. So the geography in option E changes, right? So this would now, as part of option E, exclude all of the property west of the river. You can still kind of see there the Old Town sort of overlay option to option E. The rates, the hours of operation within the area would remain unchanged. We initially ran some of our numbers against the original rate structure that is applicable to the other options, just to continue to kind of compare apples and apples, right? So bear in mind, originally some of our numbers, we used 75 cents an hour in parking lots and structures in 2025. Remember, there's no on-street meters in 2025. We would then introduce the 75 cents per hour for metered parking in 2026, using the $5 for parking lots, $10 in parking structures. What we realized was it did not generate enough revenue to really be sustainable. So we actually started playing around some numbers, really kind of trying to figure out, is there a combination of on-street and off-street rates? We got as high as $3 an hour in parking lots and structures, and $3 an hour on-street beginning in 2026, $18 a day in parking lots, and $22 a day in parking structures. Still did not generate the revenues necessary for a long-term sustainable business model, but you'll see those numbers here in just a second. Exceptions. It's not really an exception because as we amend the boundaries and remove Delano, but just to continue to drive the point home, right? In option E, there would be, Delano would be excluded from the conversation. Old Town would still have to provide those O&M sort of cost recoveries. Again, Old Town would not have any parking meters or time limits. All the other exceptions would apply. The advantages and disadvantages of option E. There is an increased likelihood of recovering some costs associated with O&M, does increase safety and security in the public lots and garages, and does introduce some concepts of managing parking. However, the disadvantages are that it does not recover all costs associated with O&M. It's not as effective at managing parking, may be hard to expand even with predetermined goals, does not contribute to capital needs. Non-compliance would require lawsuits, and inequitable parking environment would result in unintended consequences. Okay. This is a little bit new. There was a question that came up during the last couple of months, this question of, does it make sense for the city to outsource versus insource? So we ran some numbers and kind of put these are primarily payroll expenses, right? So this does not even take into consideration sort of the equipment costs. But as you can see, outsourcing, and we're simply using the agreement that was approved back in June with the car park, the TCP there, currently totals about $684,000 in payroll. We ran some kind of low and high scenarios on the city side. For the city, provide all of that same staffing. On the low side, it would cost us about $835,000. On the high side, about $1.2 million. So you can see there down at the bottom, the savings that the city would realize by outsourcing this vertical system to a third party versus trying to manage it in-house. There was another question also too of sort of, why are we doing this, right? This is kind of the conversation around why do cities get involved in managing parking, right? There's a lot of really good information out there. In fact, I even went back to some of the original sort of books, right, that folks have written, industry has written books on sort of why organizations step into this space and start managing. There's three really, really high level. There's a whole lot of sub-bullet points. I don't want to belabor the points today, but here's why cities get involved in managing parking, right? One, we want to increase efficiency, right? These assets are really, really expensive. There's an impact on real estate and land and green space and a whole host of, by creating efficiencies, right? By creating shared parking strategies and other things, we can increase efficiency and be good stewards of resources. Number two, we also reduce parking demand, right? Rather than sort of everybody having to provide all of their own parking, right? And by introducing sort of these shared concepts, we can also now start to reduce the demand, also being respectful and thoughtful around being good stewards of our resources. And the last one is just in these spaces, particularly downtowns, right? Cities manage parking in order to continue to support growth and development. Again, these assets are expensive and are complicated to manage, and so a lot of businesses don't want to get into this space and oftentimes rely on cities to help them in order to grow and develop our downtowns. Okay. Let's talk real fast about the financial considerations. First and foremost, let's talk a little bit about deferred maintenance, right? So funds associated with deferred maintenance will be identified and presented to City Council in the future as each project and the associated scope of work is better defined. At this point, there's approximately $18 million in deferred maintenance that would need to be addressed over the next couple of years. Included at your chairs before the meeting, we provided a robust list of all of the improvements that we have identified. This was based on an asset evaluation that was done several years ago. So again, this by no means is comprehensive. This is just sort of a first take at what that deferred maintenance would look like. And as you can see, it's about $18 million in deferred maintenance. As we continue to dive into sort of worst scenarios, right, we're going to start looking at things like fire life safety is critical, sort of most important to address first. And then obviously sort of this cleanliness, how do those improvements improve to this clean and safe environment? We'll continue to prioritize which garages, which scopes need to be addressed first, and then we can begin to kind of identify what a timeline would look like. Revenues and expenses also with O&M and capital outlay. So as we transition away from deferred maintenance right now, and we focus more on O&M and capital outlay, those revenues and expenses, which is a little hard on the financial considerations to kind of pinpoint, but I'm going to give you at least a snapshot, will look different depending on the implementation strategy. So this is a condensed version of some of the tables that we've shown publicly. What you'll see here is, again, as we introduced option E, because it has a phased approach, we also had to sort of model what revenues and expenses would look like for the other options. So you see there the column titled 6/2024. That's a comparison to the numbers that we used when we presented the agreement back in June of 2024. And then you see their options A, B, regardless of whether it's C1 or C2, option D, and then option E. And then you see the total O&M and net gain and loss over the 25, 26, 27 years. And so we also have kind of helped try to illustrate within each option the trajectory of the parking fund. So you see there that top line, that orange line, option A has a net positive trajectory based on the revenues and expenses that were projected. You see there in option A. The next line there, kind of a light blue line, is option D. That's the sort of maintain the status quo, don't do anything new or different option. And as you can see, that is also in perpetual decline. The other three options, options B, C1, C2, and option E, all take the existing parking fund balance, and you see the net gain loss as it compounds year over year. Okay, wrap up my presentation here real fast. Legal considerations, depending on which implementation strategy is chosen. Amendments to the existing amended and restated operation and management agreement may be required. recommendation, it's recommended the City Council provide direction on an implementation strategy for the downtown parking and mobility management plan. And with that, I will stand for questions.
There will be lots of questions, so we'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was just doing the math here real quick on the 3 years under option A. I think it averages about $400,000 a year as far as the average net gain that we have after paying for operations and management and whatnot. Is that about correct as far as what we would expect in the years after that as well?
Yeah, so you'll see there under option A, under 2025, you would see this sort of net gain of about $500,000 a year. But you see, and really, again, with all of these options, we tried to maintain sort of apples to apples comparison, right? So the idea of introducing an additional security guard across all of the options in 2025, which is why you see the loss in 2026, but then you do start seeing kind of recovery in 27 and beyond. But to answer your point, yes, as we've seen this model, $350,000 to $400,000 a year would be the net gain or loss of option A.
Okay, just, you can correct my math here if I'm off. So $18 million or so in maintenance that we have to catch up on. That would be, I mean, roughly 50 years to pay for the maintenance on the garages to catch up for the deferred maintenance.
So, so let me kind of separate that for just a minute, right? In the context of one of the ideas or suggestions, which was part of this presentation, right, was that $18 million of deferred maintenance would be paid for out of the CIP.
Yeah.
So these funds wouldn't necessarily go towards paying that deferred maintenance. Any sort of net gain in the revenue in the parking fund would go towards future maintenance and future capital outlay so that we assure or try to assure ourselves that we're not having an $18 million deferred maintenance conversation at some point in the future.
Okay, so irregardless of what plan we choose, we're planning on paying for the deferred maintenance, which is, and correct me on this one too, almost entirely to do with the parking garages.
There are some lots and structures that have deferred maintenance, but otherwise, yes, the numbers that we've provided are primarily associated with the parking structures.
Okay. How much is the cost per space without the parking garages? How much would we expect that as far as paying for maintenance and maintenance costs and whatnot per spot?
So it's a difficult question to answer, right, in the context of we've seen numbers for a parking space average anywhere from, say, $35 to $65 per space per year, all the way up to if you have a parking lot that needs to be resurfaced, you could see a parking lot run upwards of $200 or $300 per space per year, depending on how frequently having to resurface lots and those kinds. So it's
A little
there's
give
a
and
range.
take there. Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Do we have any idea when the last time the parking garages turned a profit for us?
So I'm gonna go back to this slide.
Yeah, you're burning calories pushing the button there.
I want to point something out, right, that it looks like 2018. Now, you see down in 2023, there was a difference of $53,000 in 2023. This table was put together prior to, we've actually reconciled some of the, and so if you look at the report from 2023, that 53, there were some sort of unreconciled expenses at the time. And so now that 23 number in our published annual budgets is actually a negative. So the last time our parking fund showed a net positive gain was in 2018.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that. Last kind of line of questioning here deals with option C.
Okay.
What's the thoughts from the Old Town Association towards a CID? And also, would it go through the normal process, every business that would be part of the CID would have to approve. And does that figure into our estimates as well? Like, are we assuming every business down there approves of the CID, the extra 2 cents added to sales tax?
Yeah, we're assuming that whatever the state and or local requirements for establishing a CID and all of the projections that go into those sales tax projections, right, are provided. And so, yeah, we're assuming that at that point in time that all of the property owners have bought in, that they provide all the appropriate projections, sales projections. We've identified what percentage needs to be applied to recover those O&M expenses. Yeah, we're assuming that it's just sort of this net zero revenue to expense line.
Okay, and what was the thoughts of the Old Town Association? Has this been brought to them for comment and just kind of to see their opinions on this?
I would have to defer to I know that there have been folks who have talked with business owners in Old Town. I can tell you that there may be a number of Old Town property owners that are for that scenario. I can also tell you that there are some property owners, business owners, who would see a disadvantage in going in that direction. So.
All right, and that's kind of my concern is if our projections are that 100% of people or 100% of business would be on board with this, we're going to fall short of that. So just curious about the numbers there.
If I could, the representatives for Old Town Association that have been working on this project have asked, if they brought it forward, they'd ask the council to come down from 100% probably to about a 90%. And they are close to that number right now, still working with folks. I believe they've also had preliminary conversations with the Old Town Association because I was told that they would be willing to help administer this plan, which would include keeping the existing contracts in place plus a CID on top of that.
So changing that regulation, would that be entirely up to council or would there be other?
The council policy is 100%, so the council would have to waive that for this case.
And we wouldn't have to deal with the state or anybody else stepping in?
No, the state threshold is much lower than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Few questions, quick follow-up to the manager's comments. When you talked to the Old Town Association, was it just C specifically, or was it C and E? Because both seem to treat Old Town very similarly.
The discussion was about, they didn't really go around C or D. D is existing. You mean E?
Be C and E, yes. C and E.
Yes. They didn't distinguish between the two when they were talking. It was about Old Town maintaining what appears to be free parking to the user, and just what's the best mechanism for them to support it. So I think it would apply to both C and E in terms of their approach.
Okay. Troy, thank you for all your countless presentations. You can probably recite this in your sleep now. Regarding the $18 million, does that include any allocation towards a biomed parking garage or any allocation toward the hub, or is that excluding?
That is entirely deferred maintenance.
Entirely deferred maintenance. So when we look at a drop down, you don't have to go back to the slide, but from 2018 to 2019, that's a significant drop in revenue. Did the city just begin not to enforce our current agreements when it goes to the downtown core? Or why was there a significant, I mean, that's more than a $200,000 drop.
Enforcing.
So we already have paid parking in downtown.
Yes.
Currently.
Yes.
I know there are some meters that are broken, but we have paid parking in downtown. So why was the steep fall off from 2018 to 2019 in terms of the profit for the system?
Go to the chart, the table, because it'll show.
So in 2019, we saw an increase in revenue from 1.5 to 1.6, and expenses went up from 1.3 to 1.6. I'd have to go back and figure out what that uptick of what is that, $250,000? I'd have to go back and find out.
That seems like a pretty significant increase in expenses over the course of 1 year.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and figure out what that uptick in expenses was. Yep.
Okay.
In all likelihood, it was some capital expense. We wouldn't have had an operating expense that would have jumped by that amount.
That's what my concern was, why there was a difference if this was the operating or if this was more capital overlay, because the capital.
No, I appreciate that.
blanked
Yeah,
out.
all of our operator agreements, particularly since 2009, have all been sort of fixed costs. Yeah, so.
A few more questions because the board is lit up, so I want to be respectful of everybody else. In terms of, this is a pretty, if we go back to the map, I don't know if you know what page that's on. It's a pretty large geographical area. In terms of a lot of communities that we're modeling in this after, have we examined square miles or square feet, how we're comparable to other communities when we're looking at a holistic enforcement mechanism?
Yeah, so so we have representatives from our operator here this evening, the car park. He may be able to weigh in on what other communities, sort of size of, this is simply a byproduct of, in fact, what's not shown here too is also the government district. So if you look back at the 2009 plan and you look at the 2019 plan, in fact, both were consistent in identifying a government district, an Old Town district, an Arena district, a Waterwalk district, a Delano district, and a Century 2 district. This is representative of all of that, less the government district. But as far as maybe what some other communities' size, yeah.
Square blocks, but that's fairly typical in the core. You don't really step much further out where the businesses are. That would be very typical.
We could compare some and get you some more finite data.
If I remember right, one of our original plans had the government district in there because we had paid lots within that area as well. So when did that get excluded? Because I think that was in the original presentation, was to have the government district as a part of this.
Right, so we have set aside the government district in the context of, we have City Hall here, right? We have a parking structure and we have the parking lot here at City Hall. There's a lot on the corner of Main and Third out here that's kind of part of that government district, but without really sort of unlocking, all the on-street, all of the off-street, those kind of things. We tried to focus on just those other districts that create this contiguous sort of boundary.
Okay. Regarding the differences between option D and option E, so we look at total revenues for 2025, option D is the status quo, correct?
Yes.
So option E is solely meaning the status quo, but it looks like we take a significant loss starting in 2025, the ending balance. We start taking $122,000 loss. Is that because of purchasing of new capital equipment?
No, so if you go back to option D.
When I say purchasing new equipment, purchasing
E.
new meters.
Yeah, no, we would not necessarily need to purchase meters and that type of infrastructure until late 2025 as we sort of go into 2026. What you see as that increase in expense in what we'll say 2025, a 12-month cycle, right, is the enhanced operation and maintenance, right? Hiring that additional security guard to enhance clean and safe, right? How do we ramp up, enhance our existing contract so we can get into these assets, start to continue to improve the assets through CIP and deferred maintenance as well as operationally, and really, so you're going to take expenses associated with that, but one of the things we looked at is, can you introduce a rate structure? If you're not going to introduce meters until 2026, is there a rate structure in lots and structures that could help you offset that? Again, that's where we went up to the 18 and the 22. And really what you're probably going to see is sort of this migration effect, right? You're going to see when you stand that up, if there's no on-street meters, if there's no charge, you're going to see a migration of users on-street. And then after 26, after you implement parking on-street, you're going to sort of see this migration back and a balancing effect at that point. But that's why you see sort of a negative, a really large negative impact in 2025 is because you're introducing a lot of new expenses without a lot of new revenue.
Last question, I promise, because it's a follow-up to that. So when we're looking at option E, what was the justification? Because we have paid parking in the downtown core right now, we have meters along Douglas, we had paid parking. What was the justification to extend that and not begin the enforcement until 2026.
These were the sort of parameters in which option E was kind of formed, right? So establish sort of your assumptions and then kind of run your model. These were the assumptions that were.
So the status quo is already, we have meters in the downtown core. When I say the downtown core, I meant along Douglas from St. Francis to the river. We already have those. Why would we wait to enforcement or why would we wait to
if I could,
sixes?
Mayor, if I could. Part of it has to do with we don't have uniform rollout of meters in the core, and starting in 26 we would, but we're trying to gear around the Biomed Center. So it was, the whole idea of EE was a ramped up implementation, a phased implementation, especially given the comments we'd heard in all the public forums, trying to be responsive to that. Not necessarily that we're trying to find that perfect solution, but it's just offering an option. And that's what we're looking for tonight, just discussion about, are there pieces of this make sense? Are there things that you want to move forward with, things you want to abandon?
And I guess on Douglas, it's 2-hour limit. It would be the side streets that have actual meters on it. But thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Troy, for the presentation and all of your work, and I'll certainly have more accolades when we get to that point. Slide 71 seems to be all of our favorites. Thank you for putting it together. Follow-up from Councilmember Glasscock. I have questions about total revenue in 2025 for D and E. And you explained, and I can see, that we're going to have, fund balance issues because we're going to be spending money on new equipment. But I still don't understand for revenue, if D is doing nothing other than what we're doing now, but in the green sheet, it says in 2025, we introduce higher rates on lots and garages. Why would we not make more with option E than option D if we're going to be having a fee increase? I mean, I understand the expense part, right? And then I'm assuming it says ended funds balance for 2005. I think it means 2025. But do you understand what I'm asking? Why is the revenue less when we're charging more?
Right.
No? Am I messing it up?
No, I think.
Well, but option D is status quo.
Yeah, that's right. But it says that it's, unless I'm reading it wrong. Oh, am I reading it wrong? Nope. 1,600,000, but option E is 1,200,000.
No. Oh, I see.
Yep, so let me try to explain what the.
Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yep, and this kind of goes back to that migration factor that I was just describing, right? So option D, the numbers for option D were taken from the 24-25 budget, right? That projected out 25, 26, 27. So those are the numbers that come right out of that 24-25 budget as far as revenues and expenses, okay? The reason why you would see generally option E less than option D is because, again, a lot of the meters that we see on street now, in fact, I think you're going to see, you probably started seeing it in the third quarter report from 2024, right? Our revenues are really starting to take a dive, right? And so a lot of that is because of a true lack of enforcement, right? We're seeing this across the board that even though there are meters there, right, people aren't plugging the meters. People aren't putting money in the meters. Our meter revenue has really taken a nosedive because there's a true lack of enforcement behind it. So you might be able to bridge the gap a little bit between that 1.2 and 1.6 by introducing more enforcement, right? But again, that's where we looked at the models of option A, option B, option C, and option E based on the formulary, right, that we created option A, B, and C with. It's hard to plug D in there without looking at the previous projections, right? We didn't want to be misrepresentative and say, well, you projected option D revenues and expenses, and if you go back to the 24-25 budget, that's different. Well, why? Well, it's not, right? We wanted to maintain that option D, sort of the status quo, are those same revenue projections as has been previously projected. A, B, C, and E are these new models. So
And I understand that, and
Okay.
we can talk offline because I don't want to take a bunch of time, but it still doesn't make any sense to me that if we're going to be charging more, we're generating less revenue. I mean, I can't, I don't know what I'm missing, but we can talk later. So then, thank you. My other question was along the lines of
wait a minute.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Wait a minute.
So
You don't have
option,
Delano in E, right? Delano drops out of E.
Correct, but we don't get anything from Delano.
we don't charge in Delano anyway, right? So, thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel, for stealing my notes. I appreciate it. But, so option C and option E have the concept of the CID. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. And so my concern was also that 100% of property owners would have to agree to be part of the CID for either of those options to be viable. And that's a little, and I understand you said maybe go down to 90%, but before we actually selected a plan and voted on it from this bench, whatever hybrid it'll be, probably like option M by the time we get there, would we have some sort of MOU with the businesses that they agree for the CID? I mean, how are we going to make sure that they buy into it and indeed do before we move forward? Make sense? Yep.
Mayor, the only way you can is through a petition.
Okay, yes, okay, that makes sense. So would we have to change anything internally with the city or anywhere to go from 100% in the CID to 90?
Yes, council will have to take action to exempt or waive that requirement for this CID.
Okay, thank you very much. And like I said, I'll have more, but thanks for now.
Yep.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Troy. If you're ever sick, I might be able to give this for you. 'Cause I've seen it like 4 times now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I probably don't want to do that.
Okay.
But, you did a fine job. One thing I might just point out that if there was a CID in Old Town, there's about $40 million sales in the area. It generated about $400,000. You need $424,400 for O&M. And O&M is, some people don't know what that is, operation and maintenance. So it would come close to covering it. So just point that out. Second thing is, City Hall parking garage now, does it, if you just take it separately, does it break even, or the parking lot at City Hall with City Hall parking garage? How is that funded?
Yeah, so the City Hall parking garage and the surrounding, call it the government district, right, is part of the parking fund. So we don't want to exclude that, right? But we're not suggesting making any changes in the government district today, which is why we haven't really taken it into consideration in regards to some of these other options, right? We're simply talking about within that boundary that we've shown, right? Here are the numbers. Right? We've got some numbers associated with the parking garage and the maintenance of the City Hall parking garage and the maintenance of the surface lots, right, outside here of City Hall. And there are some folks who are paying to park within that lot or within that parking structure, right? And so, but we've kept the government district sort of numbers out of, just to continue to try to compare apples to apples as much as we could.
So the government district parking lots are not included in these numbers?
No.
Okay, separate.
I take that back. It's included in one number. And it's this option D number, right? Because we took that right from the 24-25 annual budget that showed revenues and expenses projections for 25, 26, and 27. So in that case, yes, option D does include the government district numbers because it's part of the parking fund, but the rest of the options, A, B, C, and E, do not consider the government district.
Okay. You made a point that says managed parking reduces parking demand.
Yes.
Does that mean less people come to Old Town, downtown Delano? Less demand for parking, or?
No.
Explain that to me.
Here's kind of a best way I can explain it. It's called a park once solution, right? And the idea is when you create these environments, particularly downtown, if I'm coming downtown, if I can create an environment that is walkable, has multi-modes of transportation within close proximity, right? I now no longer have to park. If I'm coming downtown and I want to go to work and then go out to dinner and then go shopping somewhere, right? I might have to traditionally go park in 3 different parking spaces, depending on how far those are apart from each other, right? In these downtown environments where you increase the efficiencies of multimodal and parking and walkability and et cetera, right? I can lower the demand. Now I don't need 3 spaces per se, right? I only need 1 space. It's kind of a park once solution. In the industry, they call it a park once solution.
But that one car would be parked in 3 different spaces, but the demand would be the same. It'd still be one car. Correct?
Demand in the context for the demand for the number of spaces.
The number of spaces.
Right.
Okay. What you're saying next to certain venues or something.
Right. So in a shared parking model, right, here's another good example. I could have 1 space. If it's a private parking lot associated with an office, that private parking lot parks an individual Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. On nights and weekends, that parking space sits vacant. In a shared parking model, I now have a multifamily residential apartment project next door that on nights and weekends I can take advantage. Now I'm not having to build 2 parking spaces, for 1 for each use. I have a shared parking model.
Okay. So you also were depending on some maybe public transit taking people there instead of driving?
It's a long-term plan and a long-term strategy, right? This parking, it's part of the parking and multimodal plan. Right? So parking is just one construct that helps achieve the long-term goals and objectives of downtown and the city, right? It's not the one and only implementation, right? To your point, yes. Eventually, one of the things that we should be talking about are what are those multimodal strategies to help increase walkability. Maybe it's public transportation, but thinking multimodal for sure.
Okay. Or if you're like JV, you drop your wife off and go park 3 blocks away
Sure.
and don't pay anything.
Yeah, yep.
A little thrifty. Last question is, and maybe this is for the manager too, the Biomed Center, did we ever promise them a parking garage?
So as part of the MOU, right, it's a memorandum of understanding, was to provide parking to support the project, right? At the time when we entered into that MOU, right, we had the 2019 plan endorsed, but we didn't know what the ultimate parking demand of the Biomed was going to be. And if you go back to some of the original conversations, some of the suggestion was they were going to need 1,700 spaces. We said, whoa, right? I've never seen a project have 1,700 spaces. I mean, never, but. So the last conversation we've had about 800, right? As we continue to fine tune and understand, there's a conversation we're having right now of what does a circulator look like from campus to downtown? Could that drive down the number of parking spaces that we really need to support this? That's certainly part of the conversation, but at the last conversation benchmark that we've been working off of, it's about 800 spaces that we're looking to try to provide.
How many spaces do you have? There's 2 parking garages that are fairly close. Yeah. The city owns. How many spaces do you have in those 2?
Just to break it down a little further, what we've talked about is about 200 spaces in existing garages, 100 on surface lot, which would probably be where the current transit center is, and then about 500 new spaces. That's the initial plan that we've been working on. So yes, you're right, there is capacity, some capacity in our existing garages.
You think that capacity is 200?
That's what we are talking about right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Just browsing the CID, I don't see anything in the budget for that. Is there one in there?
No, because what we're talking about is because we don't have a firm deal on that, we're still negotiating, so it's not reflected in there. A portion of it will be paid by TIF, and so we're still determining what the financing would be for that. And council just recently approved the amendment to the TIF district that will allow us to use that money for a parking garage.
How much do you think that'll generate? Do you know yet?
We think that it'll contribute probably 8 million, give or take, towards the overall project, depending on the supporting project, right? Because a garage in and of itself doesn't generate any property taxes, right? It would be the ancillary development that would come along with a parking garage that would then generate additional property tax that could be then rebated back to TIF to pay for the parking garage.
What's the cost of a 500-space parking garage right now?
Man, right now our best estimates, we're modeling after the hub that was recently broken ground. We're looking about $38,000 a stall. So quick math, 38,000 times 500, about 19 million, 19 to 20 million-ish.
So we got $11 million gap.
Yep.
Okay. That could be a challenge, couldn't it?
Well, so remember, right, part of the original plan, if you look back to the 6/20/24 numbers, right, part of the original plan is this idea that you don't necessarily have to use the CIP to fund these types of projects, right? You can bond for this type of work, and you can use the revenue that a parking fund generates to cover the debt service over 20 years, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Last question. I agree with Councilman Member Tuttle that it doesn't make sense, and part of that is 2025, you don't implement any of the parking downtown. So E looks really bad because you don't start implementing the revenue until 26, whereas in A, you start building the revenue right away. So of course it's not really apples to apples. Why are you waiting a year to put the meters downtown on option E?
Again, those were just the assumptions that we were given to put into the model.
Right. It was the rationale for doing something in the core was to be ready for the biomed center. That's the only reason it's timed this way. It's not to implement it. I mean, and again, if council says we want to implement core in 2025, then we're prepared to do that, and that's what is in option A. You're right about that. But it was, what we're trying to do is reflect what we heard from the community and in all the public forums. But it's an arbitrary start. And it just is the same as waiting on Delano until we have the hub. That was the assumption, is we just don't know what Delano is going to look like until the hub is constructed. So.
Yeah, well, if it's not really apples to apples, then it's apples and oranges and pears.
Yes.
It's all different
Tried
things.
to keep it as consistent as possible with the formulas, right? But you're right.
If you add the revenue in 26, in 25 right away, it puts option E in probably a positive number.
Well, other than if you look at 26 and 27, when you actually do implement that, you're still running a $750,000 to $800,000 negative gain or net loss. So even if you look at just 26 and 27 and you forget 2025, these net gain or loss are not compounding, right? That's this map, right? These are just, if you look at 26 numbers versus 26 numbers, so you're right. You go from 2026, a net loss of $828,000, in 27, a net loss of $777,000. You might get to net positive. I don't know. I don't even want to begin to speculate how long it would take you, but yeah, you see it get better and better.
Right.
Yeah. So if you just threw out 25, you would still see kind of the effects of option A.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit on option C and option E, the CID. Now, a CID is a 2% sales tax that goes into a private development, correct? And then there's 10% that can be used for public funds.
So remember, when we're looking at option C1 or C2, and again, I want to come back, C1 does not have the CID sales tax. C1 is just this idea that we would increase all of the rates across all of those in lieu of agreements. That's the sort of the CI2. Okay, so then you look at a CID, right? A CID has to be approved first. based on revenue projections, based on tax receipts that we're seeing amongst the retailers in the district, we begin to kind of project out. You can implement whatever percentage you want up to that 2%. It could be 0.5%, it could be 1%, it could be 1.567%, right? And so based on the projections, you put forth the tax rate that then goes on all of the purchases within the district. To get your point of how the money comes back, right? If the money comes back, the city could be the recipient of those funds because we are managing parking. We've been in conversation. It doesn't necessarily have to go to a development. It's just going back to reimburse the eligible expenses.
So is there anything internally we would have to do to alter a CID application in order to essentially have one for ourselves as opposed to a private development?
I can get together with bond counsel and give you a more definitive answer. I don't think I have any bond counsel here tonight, but state law. Correct. So under state law, we've imposed greater restrictions than what city manager was informed of as the participation, right, of who's required to petition. So we've set a higher benchmark. We can lower that threshold to create the CID. But if we're the recipient of those funds, much like any other sort of bond holder, right, of paying those bonds, whoever the recipient is, they're going to pay their bond. They could end up at the end of the day paying the city for those costs. I'd have to get together with.
Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but the council cannot initiate a CID on its own. It has to come from a majority of the property owners in the area.
Right.
And then with a stated purpose, and in this case, it would be to pay for public parking.
But since they do not own the parking lots, they do not own the project, it's more like, are we actually eligible to do this, or are there going to have to be some changes that we go through in order to, for this project to qualify for a CID? Because normally it's, hey, we want to put a grocery store here, and then we do a CID on that, and then 10% goes for sidewalks and bus stops around. So that's kind of the public aspect of it, is that 10%.
Well, but I think the stadium district's a good example of a CID that's going back to pay for the stadium cost. So it's for a public purpose.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Was there internal changes that we had to go through the process in order to pass that individual CID?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'd have to alter the plan again, aside from just the
There's not a CID
90%
there's not a CID in Old Town today. So the declaration sort of in the CID documents of who's carrying the debt and who needs to be paid with the proceeds, to the city manager's point, like other districts that have public improvements, right? They just know that those are the recipients of those funds because they hold the debt on the funds that were contributed to the project. So I don't think there's anything special or unique in that we haven't already done.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Last question is just based on Councilman Johnston and Hoheisel's comment. So the 18 million in terms of maintenance, so that's needed capital overlay in the future. We're adding 11 million to that theoretically with the biomed, so it comes up to about 29 million that's missing the gap.
So there's deferred maintenance. If I were to kind of say there are expenses associated with a look back, right? And then how we approach new capital outlay and new investments, a lot will be derived out of kind of how we look at the parking fund going forward, right? Depending on the feedback we receive here today, right? Our parking fund may look wildly different than the trajectory that we have been going. So that's why we've been separating those two. Of deferred maintenance is one thing that we're just going to have to think about, right, and make a decision on. But in the future, our future investments, they can be funded in part by parking fund, in part by other resources like TIF and other things, right? There will be a capital stack, so to speak, on how to recover or pay for debt associated with new capital investments.
Different payment structures, but still
Sure.
29.
Sure.
Then we're going to the Park One solution because you mentioned that to Councilman Johnston. So regarding Park One, it's not in this document, but I think it was in the first one that we had that said that really max capacity for all of our assets is about 30% at any given time. So is that correct?
So I think the numbers that you're referring to are probably one of my original presentations.
Yeah, it was one of the first ones.
Yeah. If you look at the 2019 plan, that occupancy was across all parking, public and private. So yes, just to make sure that the clarity.
Do we have a
on that.
delineation between just the public aspects versus the private aspect parking?
You know, I'll go pull up the plan and see if the plan really talks about the capacity of parking within the downtown. It doesn't really get in. There's a couple of charts that talk about the public versus private. I'd have to go back and see if there's any of those tables that specifically talk about occupancy of public versus occupancy of private. If my memory serves me correct, a lot of those tables within that plan just talk about on-street versus off-street versus, it doesn't differentiate between public and private.
Because if we're looking at supply versus demand, it seems that we have a lot of supply.
Absolutely.
And maybe less demand. So, I mean, Councilman Hoheisel has mentioned multiple times of the possibility of selling off lots that may not need to be part of our supply to hopefully maybe cover some of the deferred maintenance, the $18 million or the facility. So that just modeled, and then I know that we'll talk more and I'll have comments, but I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
So I see no one else on the board, but that means I have a list of 2 pages worth of questions that I did submit to Assistant City Manager beforehand, but I wanted to summarize something first. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Biomedical Center needs approximately 500 additional spaces in some sort of possible structure, and it will cost approximately $19 million. We also have deferred maintenance that is now, according to the green sheet, $18 million. That's a total of $37 million we have not accounted for in either the CIP or any of our other budgets. Is that correct?
I think that's one way to look at it. I mean, I say that in the context, yeah, I mean, I say that there's a lot of projects that have been in the conversation that may not necessarily be identified in either the CIP, which was previously approved, and conversations that have taken place thus far, even this year, right? And ongoing projects that will present themselves. So I think it's a fair and accurate statement, yes.
So we have $37 million that has not been accounted for according to our budget that passed in August of this year. So we'll have to figure out where to get $37 million. Is it also accurate to say that we have a $22 million budget deficit from 2025 to 2028, according to the most recent accumulation of that deficit number from our August 2024 budget presentation? So that's a total of $59 million that we have to figure out how we're going to pay for, manage, rob Peter to pay Paul. I guess I'm just trying to understand the gravity of how much in a deficit we actually are. So can the city manager please tell me and the council how $59 million we will find in the next few years to try to cover?
Right. We've spent a lot of time talking about the operating deficit, and we're working on projects right now to get a running start for 25 so that we can reduce the amount of deficit for 26 and 27. 27 is really where we have the start of our significant problems, and we'll continue to position ourselves for that. On the garage for the Biomed Center, the original pro forma for that project assumed that there'd be enough revenue basically from an option A to be able to take TIF and parking revenue to finance the debt. So that originally it was to be neutral if we were able to go in the direction of option A. If the council decides not to go in that direction, we have to revisit what the commitments are to WSU. There is, as Councilmember Johnston said, there is no number that we have committed to formally with WSU. We've talked about what they believe their needs are. We continue to talk to them. In fact, I had a meeting as recently as last Friday talking about how much they really believe they're going to need, how much they can handle, as Troy said, through transit links between the university and downtown. So we're still not quite sure what that final number would be, but we've been planning for 500 because we think that's the maximum that would be needed. Where I think you're most correct is and that is the $18 million that has to be funded over the next several years, not just next year, but over a longer period of time, because as you look at the list, there are a lot of things that have to be addressed in the garages that are not immediate needs. So I do think that we have the ability to adjust, and especially if our revenue situation starts to improve at all, we have the ability over time to be able to address the needs. Probably the most significant needs that I saw were elevators of about $1.5 to $2 million, but a lot of the other items are smaller items that over time, if neglected, will become significant. And so we're trying to get ahead of the curve with all of those changes.
That concerns me gravely. I want to know, question that I did not ask in the email, but I think it's prudent to ask right now. Why were no federal ARPA dollars used for deferred maintenance if we knew that deferred maintenance was something that was looming?
Because we don't have a project, we don't have any projects that were designed on a timetable that we could commit them. And in fact, the CIP dollars we've been talking about are for projects that were in the pipeline, already designed, and we were able to commit. We needed a contract in place by the end of 2024.
My question is really more about the process prior to this year of why did we not utilize ARPA dollars allocated, whether last year, year before, when we knew that deferred maintenance was a continuing conversation? Why was that not part of the conversation, to put some money aside for deferred maintenance with ARPA dollars?
Right. I don't know that I have a good answer for you, Mayor, in that regard. We talked about capital improvements that are originally scheduled with GO that we are funding that will free up GO in the future. So it will free up dollars that could be utilized to help offset that $18 million.
I'm going to go to the green sheet right now, which is what community has. And this is, quote, over the last 15 years, Wichita has attempted to balance the costs associated with operations and maintenance of the parking system with effective parking management practices. Unfortunately, the city has thus far struggled to achieve that balance. So my question is, why has the city not prioritized operations maintenance of the parking system over the past 15 years? And why has it not adjusted prices to achieve cost recovery?
Mayor, that issue actually dates back to the late 1900s, or 1980s, or 90s, excuse me, 1990s. We have staff reports and work that was done back then that talked about concerns on the system and the need for additional revenue to offset expenses. And I remember when I first arrived in 2009, 2010, we raised the question with the council at that time, and there was a concern about affordability of our parking downtown and what would happen if we raised rates. And so some recommendations made at that time were rejected by the council at that period of time. So the issue has been raised on a number of occasions over different administrations regarding what's happening with the parking system. And I think what Troy has done is shown you that since, what was the first report, 2009 or earlier?
Yeah.
Yep. We raised that issue. And there's been, I would say, some inconsistent feedback from the business community regarding the need for affordable or free parking. And back in 2009, when I arrived, the emphasis from downtown representatives was we needed as much free parking as possible. That's the same thing that was said in 1998 when staff talked about raising rates. So it's that whole idea of trying to balance the two has been with us since for that long period of time.
May I go to slide number 55, which is regarding Old Town? This concerns me also. I think it's the one about option C, and it shows, there we go, thank you very much, 56 rather. My question in that is, why have there not been increases in cost recovery, even in those agreements right there in Old Town? So what you're trying to tell me is that over the last 15 years, we've been undercharging and continue to undercharge. Why?
We can only go on records from back in the late 1990s, when a commitment was made to the property owners at that time that they would have $7.50, if I remember correctly, charged, and that there was not an escalator placed into those contracts. There was some discussion about it. It was resisted, I think, by those property owners in Old Town at the time, and so the deal that was struck by the city was to leave it at $7.50 per space for those agreements.
I will leave it at that. Again, also concerns me that contracts are not being negotiated in the best interest of the city and its citizens in cost recovery. At the very least, cost recovery has to be at the forefront of any contracts we, as a city, negotiate with anyone outside of the walls of City Hall. So I guess that's just a side note of making sure that contracts moving forward always make sure that we have cost recovery first. My question for option A now is, it's 75 cents per hour. Is that for the foreseeable future? If not, why was 75 cents selected versus another price? Because I'm concerned if option A was chosen by this council, that next year we would have another conversation about that might not be the right price. So can we have an explanation?
Yeah, so I'll answer that question. Remember back in June of 2024, the 2019 plan doesn't contemplate sort of a flat fee, right? The 2019 plan contemplates a range of 75 cents to $2 an hour. It was this idea of it's not an idea, it's a practice of variable rate structure, right? In higher demand areas, you have a higher rate structure, right, to balance your occupancy. And in lower demand areas, you have a lower rate to balance your occupancies, right? And you find that balance across the system by having variable rates. When we say variable rates, we're not saying that they change by the day, right? These rates change with advance notice across years, right? 1 year, depending on uses in the area, demand, occupancy, a block face might go from $1 to $1.25, right? To try to achieve that desired 85% occupancy along that block face. So as we were presenting this in August, right? There were folks who expressed opposition to this idea of a variable rate structure, right? And so trying to maintain sort of the lowest possible entry point into the paid parking system, 75 cents, that range, 75 cents to $2 an hour, was identified in the 2019 plan. That was the lowest sort of possible entry point into a flat rate across the board so that folks felt confident and comfortable that they had a reasonable expectation that regardless of where they parked, they knew they would be paying 75 cents an hour. That was one of the recommendations that came from the community meetings back in August. So as we've said, once we implement that 75 cent per hour rate, and same with the $5 and the $10, right? Whatever the rate structure is, we'll evaluate through data collection and occupancy and demand modeling, right? Like if there is a need to try to achieve the goals and objectives of the plan, if there needs to be a rate increase for a block face, for a district, for an area, and we'll bring that back to city council. Hey, based on this information and this data, we think you should increase the rates in this area from 75 cents to $1, or from 75 cents to $1.25. But we would make all of that information available. That would all be a very data-driven recommendation that would have to come back to city. Now, if city council doesn't want to approach it from that perspective, right? If there's a, hey, we don't want to look at 75 cents now, well, let's do $1 now and let's freeze it for the first 3 years, and then let's look at data collection over the 3 years. I mean, how we establish the rates is entirely up to you all on what you think is the best going forward of how we would implement something like this.
For option A, again, on the green sheet, it says this option, quote, doesn't recognize some existing parking agreements. What will be the penalty for not fulfilling the city's end of an agreement and breaking an agreement?
So that reference is to the Old Town parking payment in lieu of, right? So imagine if these agreements are not necessarily a two-party agreement, right? These agreements are an agreement by the owner or business to pay a fee in lieu of having to provide parking. Within the zoning code, all uses are required to provide a certain number of parking based on their use and size of their building, so on and so forth. So in lieu of having to provide your own parking, this is an agreement that the property owner or the business enters into that says, in lieu of having to provide my own parking, I agree to pay X. So by implementing on-street parking lot paid parking, right, as option A contemplates and as the original plan sort of contemplates, you would no longer need those payment in lieu of parking agreements. We could go back, and it's been kind of the strategy all along, right? Go back, amend the city's zoning code to exempt Old Town and really downtown is exempt from parking as it exists today. You could exempt Old Town from parking requirements, which would basically nullify all of those existing agreements. Property owners, businesses would no longer have to pay those in lieu of parking agreements because the zoning code would not require parking.
I see Councilmember Johnston wanting to ask questions, so I'll refrain until Councilmember Johnston asks his questions.
Thanks, Mayor. Wasn't a question, just clarification. I know the manager didn't answer the ARPA question as far as, I think, to what you were getting at, but I'll answer that. The ARPA funds, just to center everybody, came from a global pandemic. The council's priority at the time with the funds was not deferred maintenance. It was making sure that we didn't lay people off. So number one was half of those funds going to make sure that we kept staffing levels where they were, that we weren't sending people home, that they would have job opportunities and trying to find work for them to do. So that was the elected body's number one priority. Deferred maintenance was not a part of that. Two was looking at programs we could start that would be a benefit long-term or infrastructure. So that's where you see fire stations and all of that, and programs that help reduce violence in the community. That's where money that's helping support the MAC comes from. That's where some money to help one of the police stations came from. So council was looking at priorities to address those long-term issues. Maintenance is important, but trying to govern through the pandemic, which I still have not fully recovered from, was really trying to make sure we did what was best for our city team, as well as some other infrastructure needs. Patrol East was extremely small. You had 106 officers there. That building could hold 44, something like that. So those were the priorities of the council at the time. It wasn't that the manager wasn't bringing up or thinking about deferred maintenance, but the electeds had other priorities, and we made sure that those were there, and that's helping us today with funds. Again, supporting the MAC and some other things. Just wanted to provide clarification on that.
I'll continue with asking a few more questions, Troy. I actually had the opportunity to drive around several of these parking garages. So I'd like to see, I know that we have the contract agreement here, but I think community would probably like to see this too. I'd like to see the current contracts in place for the 6 city-owned parking garages. The name of the entity, the number of stalls, the price per stall, how long is the contract, how much has been paid yearly since the contract commenced. And then that's really where my question about if we need to make changes to those contracts, because we've made commitments, or the city has made commitments to parking stalls in all of these garages, which means that they're already, quote, occupied. And so, again, another reason why a 500 space parking garage for biomed is in the works or being talked about. So I feel like that's a question, really at the heart of that question is, so these 6 city-owned parking garages have had $18 million in deferred maintenance. Who was responsible then for the actual maintenance of these 6 city-owned parking garages? Was that Public Works? Was that the parking management organization that the city contracted with? Can you help me with understanding, again, how we got into an $18 million hole?
So there's a lot there. Let me see if I can unpack that a little bit. From the existing operator agreements, up until June of 2024, there was very little money being put into both operations and maintenance, as well as capital outlay. One of the, I don't know if it's an analogy or an example that I've been using, right, is as a homeowner might be responsible for maintaining, right, servicing and their own HVAC system twice a year, right? Having somebody come out, clean it, inspect it, make sure it's in good working order. So cleanliness and routine maintenance, right, is generally the responsibility of the operator. If we're not giving the operator enough money to kind of do that, they can only do with what they're given, in part. On the other half of that, right, is in that analogy of using, if that HVAC system goes out and you have to replace it, that's a capital outlay, right? And that's, as we've shown in our illustration, we have not put any money into capital outlay. So those systems are just continuing to get deferred. Maintenance, replacement, et cetera, is just continuing to get deferred. We did talk about maybe that perhaps in 2019 there was maybe $250,000 that was put towards maintenance. That's why you saw that increase in expense in the parking fund line item, right? But for all intents and purposes, historically, there hasn't been enough money put towards these operation and maintenance agreements, and we haven't been putting money towards capital outlay.
Can I summarize that by saying that we have not been putting money into maintenance, but instead creating new, which really, again, concerns me. Anytime we build something new, maintenance has to be taken into consideration fully. So you buy a new house, you think about, okay, you have your HVAC, it might go out in the next 10 years, better start planning for that replacement now. I guess that concerns me that has not been at the forefront of the thought process with the parking management system from the get-go. And so for me, it's really concerning that now I have options. I'm just one person again on the council, so I'm looking at these options when the current system hasn't been fully maximized to its full potential, even with just the current parameters, let alone option A, B, C, E. Even just the current system in itself, option D, hasn't been fully utilized to its full potential, which means I'm not comfortable with A, B, C, or E right now. And part of me is thinking option D is an option that we have not been fully been given enough information on, because we haven't been doing the best job on just doing what currently is at our hands. And so I'm very uncomfortable with all the other options, but again, I'm just one person. So it has, again, just a comment I made from what you've just said. So I don't see any further individuals on the board who would like to speak. So thank you very much, Troy. We will now open it up.
I would like to speak.
Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Ballard.
No, you're okay, really quick. I just kind of wanted to make a comment and then a question, and then you can go out to public comment. But I just wanted to make the comment that we can see what happens when we turn our back on parking. Nobody really loves any of these options, but clearly what we're doing isn't working. We cannot change what has been done over the last several decades, but it is our job to look at all of the options and make the best decisions. What we can do is implement a plan moving forward. Our community deserves clean, modernized, safe parking in the core of our city. I appreciate all the comments, feedback, presentations, and so on, but continuing to talk about the problem isn't moving the city forward. The amount of maintenance isn't going away. If anything, it will increase by it being unaddressed. Option A is the only one that helps address any of the improvements needing. I'm just curious why we are still entertaining anything other than option A.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm sorry to belabor this, but I do have one more question, and I tried to find it, but I'm just going to cheat and ask experts who know the answer. And I'll have comments later. Could we have used ARPA dollars for maintenance? I'm recollecting, and I'm trying to find it, but I thought it was more for new builds and new infrastructure projects. And I'm kind of looking at Bob, but maybe Troy or anybody else who knows. But there were very specific guidelines of what we could and could not use ARPA dollars for, because we poured through, where can we where can we get a new, we know that public safety is one of the biggest issues in our community. So how could we do this and how could we do that? Could we have used ARPA dollars for maintenance for current structures?
Mayor, my recollection is that the only ARPA dollars you could have used for that purpose were the revenue replacement dollars.
Okay.
That's where you had flexibility.
Which really is, again, apples to oranges.
But the community initiatives, you could not. There were like other buckets, and those are very specific purposes, had to benefit communities or neighborhoods that had disproportionate impacts from COVID.
Yeah.
There were a lot of standards that were outlined by the act.
Because I've said from this bench before, I'm quite proud of the way we spent our ARPA dollars. We took everything, threw it out on the kitchen table and sorted through it, and I think in the most efficient manner that we could, listening to our community members. So I just want to make sure that, the sound bite isn't out there that we could have used ARPA dollars and we couldn't when we could. We could have used ARPA dollars and we didn't when we couldn't. So thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I'd like to answer Vice Mayor's concerns of why we would consider something else besides A. I've heard from a lot of Old Town businesses and Delano businesses, mainly restaurants, that have never recovered from COVID. They've never gotten back to where they were like other businesses have in our community. They're just barely over the break-even line, barely making money. And they think if they lose 5 or 10% of their business, it puts them in the red. That would be worse because then we have empty buildings, Old Town Delano. I wanted to verify that because sometimes business people, small business people, kind of try to jade a little bit to get their way. And so I contacted a couple beer distributors. How much beer you sell is the direct result of how much business you have. And they confirmed it. They confirmed it that that's the case. They're just barely making it. They have not recovered like other businesses have. So I'm concerned about that, and that's why maybe we should look at some other options. Because I understand why big businesses want to do it. I understand that, But the small business guy often gets overlooked, ignored, and doesn't get listened to. Having been one for about 40 years, I get that. So anyway, that's the reason why we should look at other options in my mind.
I see no further comments or questions from the bench, so we will now open it up for public comment. Please state your name, first and last, and your address, and you will have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Richard Schnagel, Schnagel, and I live on South Charles. To your statement about companies struggling ever since COVID, well, it was a combination of COVID and President Biden. It really hurt everybody, families and businesses. But don't worry, Trump's coming. Madam Mayor, when you first took up this position, I remember you saying something about there being a Wichita city deficit of over $50 million. Is that real? What?
22 million now.
Oh, what happened to the 50? What? It's in your pocket? But this discussion tonight, you called out two numbers totaling over 50. Does that mean we're headed towards 100 million real quick? Or did I misunderstand something here? I don't see anybody nodding or shaking their heads here. Is 100 million turning into a real number here real quick? Because I don't know who's going to pay for that. Wichita might have to go into Chapter 11. I wanted to make a comment about my neighbor in the seating area there that made a speech earlier tonight. I forgot his name. Ed Key, something like that. But it jogged my memory. In 2008, I read a book called Dark Winter. It was a small book, 150 pages. The first 50 pages by the author, and the next 100 pages was all charts and graphs and tons of data. And it was all about basically climate. And in that data that was provided was a core, ice core, where they sampled the bubbles to see what the atmosphere was like at that time. And what they discovered was that the carbon dioxide levels increase after the temperature goes up, which is completely backwards from what all these experts are saying, that carbon dioxide is causing the temperature to go up, and it's actually the opposite. And I don't understand why they concentrate on carbon control and carbon dioxide control, because it's a very weak greenhouse gas, and we have much worse ones entering our atmosphere, like methane, 10 times stronger than carbon dioxide. But that was a very interesting book. That chart of the bubbles in the ice cores, I found that very enlightening. I don't trust any climate expert anymore, not a single one. I think they're full of bull. But that's it for me. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Hello there. My name is Dan Norton. I'm with Norton's Brewing Company, 125 North St. Francis. Glad you guys are having another meeting. Thank you, Mr. Johnston, for bringing up that last point. That kind of echoed my sentiments and why I'm here. I just want to focus on the small business owners downtown and kind of where we're coming from. You're right, we haven't fully covered from COVID. As a matter of fact, 2023 was a pretty darn good year. Everybody I've talked to, all my constituents downtown, bar and restaurant owners, we're all down about an average of 20% compared to last year. We're all kind of restructuring our businesses to survive. So we have a lot of concerns, mainly with the public feedback we've seen from social media posts about the parking plan and comments with it seems to me a 99% disapproval rating from the public. Lots of comments, I guess we're not coming downtown, even though it's just 75 cents an hour or whatever. The public perception of it is they're not approving of it, and that scares the heck out of us small business owners, as I'm sure you know. The downtown core is not walkable. Nobody's parking in one of your parking garages on Waterman and walking 12 blocks to River City Brewing Company. They're not using those parking garages like you'd think. Our downtown, Old Town, or Delano's walkable, Old Town's walkable, but the core is not. There's not enough small businesses there, and we've been trying to grow it. I know you guys have done a great job helping small businesses kind of help develop downtown, and that's the goal, right, is to get downtown elevated to a destination that is walkable. I think addressing the mobile plan to have public transportation probably needs to come before this. It seems like you were stating that would come after. We'd figure that out after. Now, a lot of the things were said today. I've seen a lot of varying graphs on all the parking meetings we've been to. The first couple parking meetings showed a deficit last year. The next two showed that we were positive $53,000, but now you're saying that's not accurate. So I don't see a lot of transparency with the numbers as far as being accurate. And we're just now talking about the parking garage for the Biomed Center. Like, you guys didn't have a plan for that. We didn't know how much it was going to cost. We're just now discussing that. And it seems like this parking plan is intended to pay for that, and that at the detriment of small business owners, our customers, we might see a drop in sales like Mr. Johnston was just describing, and take the hit to help pay for this thing when, as far as I'm concerned, I'd like you guys to stay out of our way of making money and let our businesses operate as they have been. I understand you have different plans and different things you need to do, but it sounds like a budget issue, and it sounds like there's a lot of questions as far as where the money's coming from, where it's going, how much is actually real, what the charts actually say. A lot of questions on that. So, you from the car park, from Idaho? Yep. Okay. I'm sorry we don't have our. I was born and raised here. Okay, that's good to know. Well, I'm sorry we don't have this all together yet. Quite for you. We signed that contract, and Troy, bless your heart, you've been taking a beating, and I appreciate all your hard work. And yeah, I just got a lot of concerns from a small business owner standpoint, as you guys can imagine. So we're just scared, and we'd like you to think of us maybe first, the people that have the most to lose as far as business owners downtown. Like you said, the big guys can deal with the paid parking. We're looking at a potential loss when it comes to that. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm here. If not, you know where to find me. Come have a beer sometime. Cheers.
Hello, I'm Tim Duggar. My bride Karen and I own 914 and 924 West Douglas. We also live in Delano. So thank you all for your comments and everything. I'll try to be succinct. Got a lot of notes. A lot was said tonight. First thing, thank you, Councilman Glasscock, who read your editorial, who pointed out that Old Town, Downtown, Century 2, the Arena area, Delano, are all separate parts of this plan with different parking needs. We can't ignore that. What needs to be done around the arena is not what needs to be done in Delano. Delano is more like a small town. People pull in, they park, they may go get a coffee. You want them to go to the candle shop. You want them to get a beer and maybe go to Hatman Jack's or Bungalow 29. That's the way Delano works. From the plan that's being presented here, it sounds like this plan, the city, and again, I'm not talking personally to anybody. The city wants to take Delano's parking, which is working just fine, what we have of it, and use it to pay for years of negligence and mismanagement by the city. Again, I'm not pointing out anybody. This has been going on for at least 20 to 30 years from what I've heard. Bad contracts, deferred maintenance on things that should be taken care of. Why do you want to come grab our parking, which is working just fine? Because nothing says, please don't come to our business like sticking a parking meter in front of it, okay? The other thing, I'm trying to keep my time under. Garages, lots and street parking are different. Hopefully you get benefit from a garage. Security, safety from storms for your vehicle. Lots, you at least get security. Street parking is simply, to say it costs $400 to $600 in maintenance, I don't know, there's 5 parking spots in front of my buildings. I don't think those white stripes cost that much a year, okay? Again, I looked at the budget picture up there. Parking and street maintenance is part of the main city budget. Still haven't figured out since most, and I don't have a specific, most people in Wichita come downtown at some point for something, whether it's a concert, a sporting event, the farm and art market, fireworks, Riverfest. Most people make it down here. Why isn't on-street parking just simply part of the main budget? So that is another point. I couldn't disagree more than what Ms. Ballard said. Option A is not the only option. That's ridiculous. We've come up with, we've showed flaws in option A. I mean, one of them, the car park wants to get, nothing personal, they want to get, I think, if our memory serves me correct, 55% of what they bring in. Is that, can anybody confirm that? How much was it? Do you remember? Okay, they're going to get paid very well. I have nothing wrong with that. I'm all for capitalism. I'm a capitalist pig myself. Why would we pay somebody else to do what we should have been doing as a city? That doesn't really make sense to me. As Ms. Wu pointed out, it sounds like we should have, option D, doing what, we're not even doing option D. We should be doing what we're supposed to be doing. So why aren't we? Let's see. So, back down to less than a minute, so I'm going to ask you all. There are many options before you. None of us are against progress. We need to do something. But this is not progress. This is regression. Telling people in Delano that you don't want their business by sticking a parking meter up in front of them, that's not progress. So I'm going to ask, if anything, we do that you all vote for option D with what Mayor Wu said. Let's actually enforce it. Let's use it. Let's, I parked out here in the parking lot, and this is the last thing, for the city. I pulled a ticket. When I leave, I'll put the ticket up, scan it, tap my credit card, and pay for my parking. I probably got security and all that. I didn't have to download an app. I didn't have to know my license tag number. I didn't have to mess with any of that. That's the way parking should be for lots and garages. On-street should simply be on-street parking, period. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heather Schroeder, and I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Wichita. I'm joined here this evening by several of my board and executive committee members, as well as fellow staff of Downtown Wichita. Most of downtown businesses have not come to these meetings. You haven't heard from them. I've heard from a lot of them. They're not concerned. You know, when I ask them, what do you think? What's going on? Are you coming to the meetings? They say, it's going to happen. It's fine. Like, we'll adjust. I have heard some complaints, though. Like you, counselors, I do get many comments and complaints through the course of my work. And so I wanted to share some of those complaints specifically related to parking. A business on Broadway in Williams complained to me that construction workers at the nearby biomedical center construction site were parking in the on-street spaces all day, preventing her lunch customers from parking near the restaurant. If we had meters that limit parking on street to 2 hours, that would have prevented this conflict with a shared resource. A business on Douglas Ave complained to me that residents along her block park all day in front of her business, preventing customers from parking nearby to pick up their frame orders. Again, meters that limit on-street parking to a maximum of 2 hours would prevent this, helping to share the limited resource of on-street parking and encourage turnover of those spaces. Multiple businesses in Old Town complained to me about the cost of subsidizing parking for their customers in accordance with the current payment in lieu of parking requirements in Old Town. These businesses pay thousands of dollars a month to the city for parking in Old Town, but those payments don't guarantee them any actual spots for their customers or for their employees. They don't get any reserved spaces in exchange for their payments, and because residents can park in those spaces too, there's no guarantee that the spaces are available to the local businesses. Meanwhile, the competitors who run shops and entertainment venues just 2 blocks away in another part of downtown, outside of the Old Town boundaries, do not have to pay this monthly expense to subsidize neighborhood parking. The Old Town businesses are at a competitive disadvantage, and their customers don't even realize that the businesses they enjoy are bearing this burden. What we need is an equitable downtown parking system that doesn't discriminate based on a business's street address. Whether the business is located in Old Town, the Central Business District, or Delano, the only fair system is one that applies universally across all businesses in these districts. The great thing about option A is that it shifts the burden to the end user of the parking rather than to the taxpayers or to the small businesses located in our city's core. Speaking of end users, I'd like to highlight the opportunity cost of inaction on this topic. In addition to creating an unpredictable landscape for our downtown businesses, residents, and property owners, continuing to delay a decision on parking is losing potential revenue to fix our parking assets. The parking plan was originally set to take effect January 1st. This would have enabled our city to capture parking fees from end users who are in town visiting for 2 major events this spring, the U.S. Figure Skating National Championships and rounds 1 and 2 of the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Average attendance at the NCAA tournament games in 2022 was 20,000 fans per game. Other events happening downtown in early 2025 that will not be subject to our new parking requirements because they will not be taking effect. Cirque du Soleil is coming in February, Monster Jam in February, Disney on Ice in March, Dancing with the Stars in March, Harlem Globetrotters in March, 6 musicals at Century 2, and 11 concerts at the Wave, all before June. It's not just Wichitans attending these events. Having people from other cities and towns visit Wichita and pay for parking helps relieve us of that cost burden. Now looking at a best case scenario, we're looking at June 1st for implementation. If we don't move forward with this decision tonight, how much other parking fund balance will Wichita miss out on from end users of paid parking? Will our parking assets continue to languish? Right now, we have 4 finalists from urban planning firms across the country in town for Project Downtown. That's our new master plan that's kicking off in January to lay out plans for downtown's growth over the next 10 years. How can we plan for growth if we don't know how and where people will park? We need a plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Heather, thank you for your comments. I have maybe a question or two. Thank you for that. Regarding downtown Wichita, so I'm pulled up downtown Wichita's boundaries. I clicked on parking right now, and downtown Wichita only highlights parking in the downtown core. It doesn't, and Old Town. It doesn't highlight anything Delano. You had mentioned that you had a lot of businesses in downtown reach out. Have you had any businesses in Delano reach out in support of this?
They're not within the SMID, so no, but I.
That was going to be my next question,
Yeah.
is where the SMID boundaries exclude Delano currently.
Yes, but the downtown master plan boundaries go all the way west to Seneca and north to Murdoch.
Okay, and then the last question regarding the downtown plan as well. All 4 or all 5 plans now, A, B, C, D, and E, all include parking for the downtown core, which is covered by the SMID in some way. Every single one of them does. So are you excluding all other options, and is A the only one that downtown Wichita is supporting? Or based on the SMID, A, B, C, D, and E all cover the boundaries that downtown Wichita represents, at least in the self-improvement district?
The only fiscally feasible option is option A, so that's the one that we support.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Councilmember Johnston.
Heather, I've got some more questions for you too. I'm sorry. Just not to be picky, but Intrust Bank Arena doesn't hold 20,000 people. You said 20,000 people come down for the game, maybe per day.
I apologize, that was the NCAA average, not the interest bank.
Oh, NCAA average, not for Wichita. Okay, much different, much different. You also realize that Old Town parking has been $10 per spot for years, for over 20 years. Are you familiar with that?
I'm sorry, what spaces are you
The Old Town
referring to?
parking for restaurants and things, they've been charged $20 or $10 a space.
It's been $7.50 a space.
Is it $7.50? $7.50 a space. Okay, I thought it was 10. $7.50 a space, and it's been over for 20 years. Yeah. So obviously that needs to be doubled, tripled to meet the cost recovery or whatever, or put in meters. Have you heard from any small businesses in Old Town that are in favor of? Can you name them?
I don't think that would be appropriate. They didn't give me permission to do so, but I'm happy to discuss with you off mic.
I've heard from a lot of them, and they haven't contacted me, so maybe you could ask them to contact me. I haven't heard from any of them. They're concerned about people not coming to their businesses.
Sir, with all due respect, they were at the public meeting that you left early.
I left early because I didn't want to talk about my feelings. All due respect. I went to 2 other meetings before that, and I heard the presentation a number of times. I'm very familiar with it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Crane, Guiding Paws ICT, representing the disability community and the blind community here in Wichita. And one of the things that concerns me is we don't have a lot of ADA parking downtown for folks that are driving, that are in wheelchairs. Needs to be accessible parking. And to the question to the city manager, how many ADA parkings do we have in parking garages? Marked parking garages. In all parking garages. To make sure that gets addressed, and that make sure that all ADA parkings are been painted correctly, too. That's my question. Thank you.
Mayor, we don't have the exact number, but the plan talked about making sure that there was adequate accessible parking in all of our parking infrastructure. That is across the recommendations.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, my name is Glenn Ferguson. I'm the owner of the High Tone Lofts at 702 East 2nd Street in the Old Town District. I appreciate the time. I certainly understand that there's a need to relook at our parking agreements that we have. one of the things that came out today that was a little bit new for me was perhaps understanding that part of the need for this parking plan is to offset the cost of the Biomed 500 spot garage. I certainly would love to get a little more detail about how much of the projected budget going forward is attributable to that cost or supporting the cost of financing that. I wanted to share a couple concerns that I had with the prospect of the forecasted budget for 25, 26, 27. Really more of a question. It seems to me like Wichita is really blessed with a lot of development that's going on right now. That's a wonderful problem to have. I'm kind of curious if the budget, the revenue projections for parking have taken into account the number of projects that are currently in development or are planning to be developed, and therefore would be joining, for example, the program that I'm involved in, which is the in lieu payment, the in lieu parking agreement. I'm wondering how many other properties or businesses aren't currently contributing to revenues, but are projected to contribute to revenues starting in 2025 and 2026. Certainly a question I would ask you guys to look into and see how much that moves the needle. And therefore, how much of an increase or paid in parking do we need to look at? My particular project is an example. I've heard a lot of people talk about the Park One solution, kind of a live, work, play idea. You have a spot where people are living, they're working, they're going to restaurants, they're going to shops, they're spending their money, they're parking once, and they're not having to move around as much. Great concept. Our project, I think, fits very nicely into that. We sit right next to an office building with daytime workers. We're right next to WSU campuses. We've got restaurants and bars across the street. Fantastic. One of the problems that I'm looking at is I'm seeing that it appears to me like you're looking with the monthly parking that my residents would have to incur. That's sort of subsidizing and disincentivizing people from actually living in these neighborhoods that you're trying to grow and foster. And so I think as you're looking towards how you're distributing the costs, I certainly would have you take a look and see, does us increasing the monthly cost to somebody who wants to live, work, and spend money in that neighborhood, is that disincentivizing them from living in those areas? We have certainly had residents and prospective residents who voiced a real concern about the cost that would be shared with them. We are currently paying that cost through the payment in lieu program for our residents, but with the proposed increases that are being talked about in option A, option B, that would be something where we would probably have to start passing that on to our residents and asking them to pay. And we certainly wonder, well, would they decide not to live in these communities you're trying to grow and foster because of that additional financial burden? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Pleasure to see you this evening. My name is Susie Santo, and I represent Visit Wichita, located at 515 South Main Street. Our mission is to grow the travel and tourism economy of our city, attract visitors, and help Wichita thrive as a vibrant and welcoming destination. As you consider implementing a parking management system, it's worth noting that all of the Midwest cities that are in the top 100 populated cities in the U.S. already have a parking management system in place. So visitors are generally accustomed to paying for parking in major destinations, and a system like this in Wichita would be neither surprising nor a deterrent for those exploring our city. If the council decides to proceed with a parking management system, we ask that you design it with a visitor's experience in mind. An accessible, intuitive system is crucial for making Wichita a convenient destination for all. We believe that a system with multiple payment options would be vital, catering to visitors of all ages and tech abilities. This ensures that everyone from families to senior travelers can quickly and easily navigate the parking system. Additionally, we encourage integrating measures that contribute to a safe parking environment, Clear signage, lighting, effective monitoring can enhance both the perception and reality of safety, an aspect that significantly impacts a visitor's impression of our city. It's also essential to consider how parking management impacts our local businesses. A system that balances the needs of visitors and businesses can help downtown remain a thriving, attractive area for shopping, dining, and entertainment. Ensuring reasonable parking options and accessibility can foster a positive, inviting atmosphere, encouraging visitors to explore and to contribute to our local economy. Ultimately, as you evaluate your next steps, we at Visit Wichita encourage the council to keep the visitor experience, safety, and business impact top of mind. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Parashow. I'm representing Delano United. We are the community development corporation in Delano that is recognized by the city in the Delano Neighborhood Plan as being the point of contact for Delano and the city whenever something comes up that is going to impact us. To date, we have not heard one word from the city about this. We've not been reached out to. Neither has the business association, neither has the neighborhood association. I've tried to attend as many of the public meetings as I can, and the one consistent theme I've heard is that the majority of the public is greatly opposed to the paid parking plan as has been presented so far. I've not seen opposition to this since the city tried to fluoridate the water. The last meeting I attended was the evening meeting at the Advanced Learning Library. The meeting started at 5:30 p.m. and the presentation lasted 45 minutes. For the next hour and 45 minutes, dozens of people spoke. They asked questions and offered feedback. Out of all of those people who spoke, one was in favor of this plan. All of the others understood the need for the deferred maintenance to be taken care of, but they offered other ideas and options for funding. So far, I haven't seen any of those ideas even considered in any of what was presented tonight. Even without this council acting on the proposals, we already have one business in Delano that is calling it quits. They said this is the last straw. This was reported today in Cake News. This is the first domino of many that will fall if we implement paid parking the way it's been proposed. Maybe paid parking is something that's needed in downtown, but it will destroy Old Town and Delano. And Delano, we've worked for over 2 decades to become the small business incubator that we are. We've become what a lot of people aspire to be, and we want to extend that further to the west with the new Douglas redesign and streetscape that's going to be done in the next few years. How will that be a success if we have to deal with paid parking that will just get tacked on to that in addition to whatever is done along Douglas? At this point, I'm asking the council to choose option D, even though it's worded very draconianly in the proposal that you guys were given. It's not the end of the world to choose that at this point, because then we can take a step back, look at the options, look at the funding, and say, how do we move forward with maintenance and not impact the community as a whole, be it Old Town, Delano, or downtown? Some of the concerns that I've heard revolve around the small businesses. And in Delano, that has been our biggest driver for the last 2.5 decades to try and grow Delano. When I first moved into the neighborhood, Douglas looked a little bit more like the Douglas Design District with 4 lanes of traffic, parallel parking on each side. People just zoomed through there. Narrowed it down to 1 lane each direction, put in a roundabout, and all of a sudden people started slowing down. Businesses popped up. And every year when we have something like Safe Treat or Holidays in Delano, which is coming up, we have people that comment, oh, hey, I never knew that business was here. and they end up getting a new customer in the future after that. With paid parking, that could go away. When the arena was built, it was a $200 million project, and not a bit of parking other than a couple of small lots right around the foot of the building were included in that plan. We saw the negatives from that, and when the Riverfront Stadium project came about, a lot of us in the neighborhood said, hey, what about parking? You're taking away a huge parking lot in order to rebuild the new stadium into the new configuration that it is today. And we were told at that time, it's not a problem, people can park and walk and it'll be great. Within 4 years, we've got a parking garage being built with the mass transit center underneath it, and now we're looking at paid parking. So were we lied to then, or are we being lied to now? Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor Christopher. Thank you for what you do in Delano, specifically as a resident of Delano myself. Regarding your work, I'm asking just very direct questions. Regarding your work with Delano United, have you had one business that's stated positive feedback from them?
Not a single one.
As president of the Neighbors Association, have you had one neighbor reach out in support of the plan?
Not a single one.
As a member of the Business Association, have you had one person reach out to you in support of this plan?
I'm just a member of the association. I'm not part of the leadership group, but I've not heard anybody say anything positive about this plan. When I was here last time, I specifically asked the city manager who in Delano they've spoke to, and he just vaguely said a few businesses. I've asked around when I was out organizing Safe Treat this year, and I have not found a single business that has been in contact with the city about this.
It stated option D would be your preference, which is status quo.
Correct.
Option E also excludes Delano, allows downtown to operate as downtown development would want, and then allows Old Town to have a separate operating agreement. Do you feel that would gain support from businesses and residents in Delano?
It might gain support from people in Delano, but I fear the negative impact of it going forward on downtown. There's already been some comments about the negative impact of construction workers downtown parking in the stalls or people who live there. If downtown feels that's necessary, that's downtown's issue. I don't want to impose my beliefs on downtown. But the problem I have with E is it leaves open the option for someone to just flip the switch and say, now Delano's part of it.
This would be a question for the manager or also Troy, just real fast regarding E. Would that have to come back to the council before a separate parking agreement would be implemented in Delano? So let's say 2 years from now, we realize that we want to implement some type of agreement that models downtown. Would that have to come back before this body?
I would believe so. Yeah.
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you. Any others?
Councilmember Johnston.
Christopher, thank you.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
And first of all, I think downtown needs parking. I'm not sure about Delano and Old Town, but
Yep.
Downtown does. Let me ask you a question. There is a problem with, such as the construction workers parking in front of a restaurant downtown.
Yep.
There's also could be a problem in Delano of people parking right in front of the store and going in and working and staying in that space for 6 to 8 hours.
Yes.
What would you feel like if there was only paid parking on the street section, not on the side streets?
I think any of the street parking is what people object to the most. Lots and parking garages, people kind of understand that those cost a little bit more to maintain, so therefore there might be a fee associated with those. One of the things that I would note is that years ago, back when Delano started its development process, we used to have parking enforcement. We don't anymore. In my travels around town to and from work and things like that, I've repeatedly called 911 because of people parking in bicycle lanes. I can tell you off the top of my head 4 or 5 different places around town where people regularly violate parking ordinances, and there's no enforcement of it. You call 911, you have to wait for one of the regular police officers to have an opportunity in their busy day to go write a parking ticket.
So you wouldn't be in favor of any parking in Delano on Douglas to encourage parking turnover?
I haven't heard any support for any paid parking in Delano at all.
Thank you.
Yep.
it's a huge subject. Just to give you a little perspective, my name's Doug Ballard. I live in Riverside, and we've been there about 50 years. So I know what Delano used to look like. I saw it turn into a ghost town, as well as downtown Wichita. In fact, the company I work for, we were a major contractor on this building, Colorado Derby building, the Garvey buildings, the library, Fourth National Bank, and then later on after that, they built Town East, and the people doing business in or having businesses in the core area, they abandoned the city. So my wife and I had a shop in the at 519 East Douglas from 92 to 96. It was owned by the Castlebaums. We were at the dedication of the original Napster Park. So it's not because I know so much, but I just been around a long time and in that area. So I would vote for what has happened. I can tell you a little story. I'm going to say probably 93, they were wanting to expand, to go to diagonal parking on St. Francis for sure. I remember that for sure. And Sheldon Kamen was there were commissioners back then. He came in our store and he did, to talk to us about it, he did not want to move the meters, buy some extra meters, and then pay somebody to collect dimes out of those meters. And he said, we got $1 chasing a dime. So he didn't want the expense. He said, let's just go to pre-parking. So that was 93. So, I mean, that's a lot of cycles. Most of you weren't even around then. But so we've been through that. Things are coming back. To answer Chris's problem about Delano, I utilize many of those businesses. I've talked to them because I have a pet peeve. The problems that they're going to have in Delano, I can tell you for sure, is the landlords are charging too much for rent. That is a major cause nationally for bars and restaurants going out of business. So there's a certain ratio. If your rent is more than that, you will fail. I don't care what you do, you will fail. So that's a bigger problem. And if somebody's not going to go to Delano or whatever for 75 cents an hour, then they're not going to go anyway. So I suggest and charge everybody a little bit for their coming downtown, and then in a year or two, you're going to have a lot of data specifically to each little, and then you'll just adjust. But going back and talking about what we should or shouldn't have done, every time there's a business cycle, I worked for over 50 years, every time there was a business cycle, regardless of who I worked for, the maintenance is the first thing to go. So we have these roller coasters, and then everybody knows that deferred maintenance later on will cost even more money. So it serves no purpose to go back and say, how come you didn't do that? Well, most of the time, there's no way of recapturing all of the information that you would need to know about that. Nobody would know except that Sheldon came in our store and he said, the meters cost too much and I don't want to pay some kid to go along there and get dimes out of him and pay him whatever you would pay a year. So that's how we got there. I mean, you should see what downtown between Waco and the railroad tracks, what it looked like in 1993. So here we are. We're on the way back, and pre-parking is not free, as you can see. So anyway, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I do want to make sure I thank you all for hosting evening meetings to encourage citizen participation. Even though it happened at the exact same time that our neighborhood association meeting, I had a flux capacitor handy and we made it work. I also appreciate both the phased approach of option E and the delay due to the Delano hub. Literally an hour and a half ago, I'm still getting questions from my neighbors about meters being placed in front of their homes because they're within 3 blocks away from the stadium. Now, the map doesn't show that, but there's verbiage elsewhere that says if you're within 3 blocks of one of our event venues, we need to have a parking meter there. And that's part of the reason why I think this bears further discussion down the road as our transit hub is getting a little bit more ready to roll. Earlier, the mayor was concerned that these plans might rob Peter to pay Paul. My neighbors are concerned that it could become stealing from Delano streets in order to fund downtown garages. At the farmers market back in August, it was on August 10th, I encouraged our assistant city manager to create a financial partition. At that time, I called it a firewall. At the most recent library meeting, I asked for data about our average per space revenue and expenses for our approximately 2,500 garage spaces, approximately 3,000 lot spaces, and possibly 500 metered spaces. To this date, I've not received that information because we don't have the information. I say possibly because despite multiple claims at public parking meetings that many of the meters have fallen into disrepair in the past several years, the most recent inventory count on metered spaces on public streets was created in 2018 and published in 2019. As those who understand what a budget is and how to stick to it, how in the world can we make data-driven decisions without data? The last time we made a detailed count of the parking revenue receipts was in 2019, except for gross revenues that are published in the annual report. Due to years of parking mismanagement, I call for a 2023 audit of all revenue and expenses for each mode of parking, including lots, on-street spaces, and garages. After all, what results can we honestly expect when we continue to do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome? I don't want us to operate parking in a deficit, but you are being asked to make decisions without having accurate information available. That's not fair. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I know, Vincent, I need you back up here too. You are a member of Delano United, correct?
Member of Delano United as the president of the Delano Neighborhood Association.
So
Chris is our immediate
as a
boss.
member of Delano United, have you heard from any businesses supportive of
No, I have not.
Plan A? As vice president of the Neighborhood Association?
Chris is treasurer. I'm current president.
You're current president. Okay,
Right.
so as president of the Neighborhood Association, have you heard people in favor of this?
No.
As a person who attends the Delano Business Association, have you heard from individuals in favor of A?
No, I have not.
Okay. I'll ask you the same question I asked Christopher as well. Regarding Plan E, you had said that you think that would be palatable for businesses in Delano, where downtown could get what they want, Delano could get what they want, and Old Town could have a separating operating agreement as well.
That is part of my concept at the partitioning that I mentioned to Troy, is I feel that if any dollar is raised in Delano on a, for example, street parking space, shouldn't that be used to pay for, yes, some overhead, but shouldn't it be reinvested in taking care of that parking space? If we end up with any parking lots in Delano that are owned by the city, every dollar raised there should go back into maintaining that lot, and we are soon to have a parking garage. I feel that those funds should be used to pay for that parking garage, and I feel that any funds that are raised in Delano in parking that go across the river is a misuse of funds.
Comments. Appreciate it.
Twila, Puritty, District 1. So I'm going to support the mayor's comments, looking for accountability on how we got to some of these deficits. Clearly, there's been mismanagement, and it's been admitted up here to mismanagement. So where is the accountability for mismanagement? When are we going to start holding folks accountable for how we got here? How are we going to prevent future mismanagement? Like I said earlier, what got us here is not going to get us out of it. Or if I didn't say it earlier, I meant to. Are all 5 of you from Car Park? Oh, just one, okay. Oh, phew, that made me feel better. I thought if 5 of them were here, that would be a big deal. All right, so Car Park LLC. I went to their website. Their About Us information is pretty light. I don't know how long they've been in business. A prior speaker mentioned the top 100 cities have parking plans. On Car Park's website, they're in 23 communities, but I don't know how many of those communities actually have the government or municipalities contract. I don't know that. That's something you might want to know. And might ask, well, why is she bringing up those questions? Well, could we be selecting a vendor that's not good for us in the future? Could this be a symptom of more mismanagement? Do you know how we even ended up with Car Park? They're just in 23 communities, so they're not a top player in the top 100 cities. All right, I'm going to change topics here away from mismanagement. So I have attended at least 3 of the parking plan meetings. My concerns at those meetings and here at the council was concerns about how this new plan is going to impact our citizens or disadvantaged citizens, folks who don't have cell phones, folks who don't have bank accounts. I even had some statistic to support that. What about people who don't read English? When I went to Car Park's website, and they have a place where you can look at disputes and enter information, it's all in English. I did a search on the website for Espanol, nothing comes up. I did a search for Vietnamese, nothing comes up. So I don't know that it's going to be very friendly to our citizens. And when we've had complaints about just parking here at City Hall before, I can tell you, now I think I was told that this parking lot is managed by Car Park. They are in violation of the section of the contract that I read. Now, it's not the most current one. I read the one that was attached to the June agenda. But they're supposed to restrict access or entrance to full lots, and it came up. I mean, that doesn't happen, right? That happened to me. I came in, the lot was full, I had to go out and then park over here. And I've seen that happen 2 or 3 times. And back in October, you tasked the city manager with getting back with you, and he said it would happen in a month with how all these things are going to be resolved. And I don't know if that's happened, but they're not complying with the agreement. That's one thing. Other concerns I have with the agreement is customer service. Their customer service section is very light. It mentions employee training, customer service and amenities, and I think that might be referencing how they'll help jump your car or maybe help with a flat tire, and customer dispute, complaint and dispute resolution. But what it doesn't require is for them to seek to do customer surveys. How are you going to know if they're doing a great job or if they're doing good customer service if you don't mandate them to do surveys? And on top of that, at the end, they're going to, according to the contract, they're going to submit a performance self-evaluation. Right? So they're going to evaluate themselves, send that performance evaluation to the city, and ask for a bonus of 1/2 or 1% of gross revenue. That's up to you all to give, or I don't know who makes that decision, but that's in the contract, right? So a little self-serving. Other concerns, there's no racial or cultural sensitivity training in their training list. I'll put the rest of my comments in an email to all of you. Thank you.
almost said good morning, Mayor, but it's good night, Mayor, or good evening, I should say, Mayor and City Council members, Manager. Jeff Fleur, President of the Great Wichita Partnership, 505 East Douglas Avenue. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to come before you and say in support of a parking management program for our downtown. While a lot of the conversation is about today, it seems like, honestly, a lot of what we're talking about tonight also shapes what we'll be capable of accomplishing in the future. One of the things that has been stated tonight is that there's been a lot of work on this downtown, and I would say the adjoining areas as well with Delano, Douglas Design area. It's all the part for the citizen. They don't have necessarily lines. They just see a downtown. They see an epicenter of our community, and they want to enjoy it. They want to experience it. They want to have new opportunities before them with it. And certainly I would tell you that the vision, I believe, remains that we are building a downtown that is distinctive, it's authentic. We want it to be a destination. It needs to help us now. We know more than ever. It needs to be a place that helps us with our talent. How do we retain them? All of them, because we need everybody to stay, not only in Wichita, but the region, but also attracting a talent beyond our state boundaries. And it's not only now just North America attracting a talent, it's globally. So we have to be thoughtful of how is it we create a city center that is vibrant, it is growing, and yes, we're gonna have things that we have to work through to get to those places. We also need a downtown that recaptures its density. We heard about the downtown of ago where it did have density. You didn't have the mass parking lots across downtown. If you get off at Douglas, go south or north, it's a sea of parking lots. That does not create viability. And so part of what we want to do is make sure we build a downtown that's bigger than itself. That actually it's bigger than who we are, but it actually helps us sell not only this region, but our state. As the largest city in the state of Kansas, that should be a goal as well. The parking management system, we've heard it, it doesn't work. It's ineffective. It's not up to today's standards. If I go into a city, if you go into a city, you have the expectations in an urban environment to pull out an app, buy your parking. If you're in a restaurant or if you're in a bar and you decide to stay longer, you can go to that app and increase the parking. That revenue goes into creating an ecosystem that people want to walk in because you have the revenue to be able to make sure your streets are clean. You do have the revenue that helps you. It doesn't do all of it, but a part of the public sector's, actually, part of the role you play in economic development is infrastructure, and part of that is garages. And so how is it that we build them if we don't have revenue streams to do that? And so I think with us looking at the economics of everything, what is the path that we get there on? It's not perfect, but it's one that gets us on a trajectory that helps us to get to a revenue stream that helps us break even. And I agree, I think technology and everything needs to be a part of it, but we've got to start, we've got to move forward, because the thing is this, these parking lots that are out here in this downtown, that's not their highest and best use. Their highest and best use is a biomedical campus that now is not just a single block, but is now 2 blocks. And that was a great investment that you made with the site. I think that has opened up new opportunities that we've seen already with HeartSpring. And there are a lot of other people that are looking at our downtown to create employment opportunities for the people who live here, but also for the people who aren't here yet. So the pressure on parking is going to increase, not just because of biomed, but because of all the other developments we have going on. And you want to see that. And so we believe that Option Day does give us a trajectory. It's not perfect, but it is one that at least gives us a framework to begin to capture revenue by users of our downtown that, again, helps create the experience that they want to be in to where they will come back. Right now, our garages, and I would agree with you, Mayor, we haven't invested in them. I mean, right now, you go buy some of them, and there is boards on glass that's been broken out. Some of the paint has not been touched since probably the 80s or the 90s. Probably the 90s is probably more realistic. And the lighting's not what it should be. They smell. So all that can be fixed, but I agree, it takes capital to do it. So we appreciate the opportunity to come to you and talk about, again, why are we doing what we're doing? There's a big vision here of creating a city. The part that we're talking about tonight is a part of an ecosystem of making sure that works and that we maximize the opportunity, because it is the little things that people, they love about a city. They may not be able to pick all the things out, but we have, because we know they're important in detail, and that's cleanliness, well-lit streets, a garage that you want to use because it's well-lit, it has signage, it's very used to use it with an app or whatever that technology may be. So again, I know that you're weighing all this, but again, keep that big vision in mind of why we're doing what we're doing. And certainly the partnership, the downtown, and these other organizations, you've heard from Susie and others, we're going to be there to support and try to make this thing work as well as it can. And then we're going to learn from the system because technology allows us to do that now. There's a lot that we can learn from it from usage. So thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, quick question for you. I'm just, based on the conversations up here, I'm counting the votes in terms of what plan can get to 4 votes. It doesn't seem that A can get to 4 votes. Based on discussion, maybe I'm wrong at this bench. So if this bench can't get to A, what is your next best scenario? This work that we do is all about compromise. It's all about civic engagement. It's all about figure out what can work. And so if A doesn't work, what is GWP? And if you can speak on behalf of Downtown and Wichita, what is your next best?
Councilmember, the thing that I would like to try is to say we invest in the technology and we learn from it and we figure out how the system works holistically. I do think that's important to do. I think that, you know, as you go into cities, I mean, you will find high usage areas. You're going to see a different rate because, again, you want the turnover, but it's also an opportunity to gain revenue. I think for the future, we look at that and try to figure out how that could work and how is it that we, again, give ourselves opportunities to be able to capture what we need to be able to make a system in a city that does work and as far as its parking.
Well, I agree with everything you just said right there.
Hello, Faith Martin. I live in District 2, and I want to thank all of you for consistently taking things out to the community and to the DABs. And that's kind of where my comments stem from. I've heard about this parking plan now over 1.5 years ago. We heard it at the DAB, but not as it exists in the presentations today. I think our DAB may have voted differently if we heard that potentially we would be funding off taxpayers' backs parking for a biomedical center when we haven't been able to get the money out of the parking that we have now, that we haven't been taking care of what we have now. I don't think any of that was presented that way. And I love that you guys take it out to the community and the DABs. I think that's so critical because not everybody comes to these or pays attention to these or reads the website about what's in there. I know you probably have to make a vote on what's going on tonight, and I gave feedback whenever this came up the first time. As an end user, I don't mind paying for parking. I don't live downtown. I don't live in Delano. I live way out east, and I come downtown to shop, and when I go to Delano, I hang out for half the afternoon. When I come downtown, I go to one thing, and then I leave. So I understand the need for it to be different, and I'm glad that the business community has given you so much feedback. As an end user, I would just ask very, very much that you take into account that there's lots of different ways to pay, and there's lots of different ways. I loathe giving out my personal information every single time I have to do something. There's a new app, they want to know everything, and then oops, there's another data breach. So I would just ask in this contract that you ensure that those protections for our information that we're handing out to park are protected. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you, Faith, for coming down and for your service on my district advisory board. I just want to point out for public record really quickly, Faith is absolutely right. When this was presented at DABS, we didn't talk about the Biomed Center because it wasn't an option 1.5 years ago. And so, you know, I think it's exciting that a new opportunity has come and make us think about this in a different way. So just in full disclosure, the reason it wasn't presented wasn't anything negligent or, you know, people not trying to be transparent. The opportunity just hadn't presented itself to our downtown. So thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it okay if I ask the representative from Car Park to come up and just discuss some payment options? I mean, that was, oh, is he going to speak? Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I'll do that later, just to make sure that we're clear on some of the payment options that are out there, so thank you.
We'll continue with public comment and then we'll ask specifically car park questions. Thank you.
Hello,
and good evening. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I know this is a hot topic. I'm Rachel Murphy. I own Thomas Gray Interiors. I'm a small business in Old Town. I'm also a member of the Old Town Association, and as much as I wish that I had a majority opinion from the Old Town Association to share with you, I do not. We have a variety of different opinions. The one thing that we do agree on, however, is that we are really ready to move a parking plan of some type in place. I've been downtown since 2019, about 7 years. I've been talking about this parking plan for about that long. It's really time for us to make a decision. I can only speak for myself in that I think option A is probably the best plan for us. Paid parking is not going to impact my business, which is not necessarily retail, it's really service industry. I'm an interior designer. In 2025, I will move locations to a bigger building in another part of Old Town that will also combine architectural services. 75 cents, even $1 for paid parking is not going to stop people from coming to visit us. I would also like to add that the Old Town Farmers Market, under option A, does have that special use event permit that they can apply for. That was my biggest concern when hearing the public outcry when it was released on Cake or whenever. It was shocking to me at first when I heard that the public, through social media, through news reporting, was outraged by this idea of paid parking because, one, I'm an engaged citizen and we've been talking about it for 7 years. So what do you mean this is shocking? This has been a point of contention for a very long time. So the farm and art market specifically really concerned me because they drive, thousands of people down there every month. And those people also partake in the public and eating lunch and shopping downtown as well too. But since option A has that exception for the farm and art market to apply for free parking within, a 2-block radius, then that alleviates really that situation. Again, I wish I had a strong voice from the Old Town Association to tell you this is what we believe in or this is not what we believe in, but we're all over the board. I mean, I think even tonight, 4 hours in or whatever time it is, I'm still even a little bit more confused on how we're paying for this. Unpopular opinion, would be absolutely fine having or implementing some type of 1% retail tax for the CID specifically because we need to move downtown forward. It needs to be safe, it needs to be well lit, it needs to be more walkable. And if a 1% retail tax is going to help do all of those things, then as a small business owner who relies on traffic being downtown and shopping and visibility from those people seeing my signs out, I would absolutely support a 1% CID retail tax implementation of some kind. I also wanted to say thank you for taking a pause on this after this public outcry. I'll call it outrage because that's absolutely what it felt like. Even though we have had all of this data in our back pockets for years, being able to say, you know what, as a city council, we're going to put a pause on this. We're going to listen to what you have to say. We're going to put all of these community events in place. Those are the steps that you really should have taken and you did take in an effort to understand where our community is. I am also shocked that we didn't have a standing room only for as much as the backlash was over this parking plan. I walked in thinking I was going to have to stand in the back. No, I'm up front, in the middle. So to that end, let's not be afraid of these keyboard warriors who threaten that they're not going to come downtown anymore because they have to pay 75 cents per hour for a parking spot. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Rachel, thank you for speaking. District Advisory Board.
Yes.
So we've been on it. We were on it for years together. So appreciate our time. I don't know if you remember much about the presentation for parking or not. I don't. I remember we had it, but I don't remember much about it. I also hear from what you voice, you would also maybe be open to a CID and maybe option E.
100%.
Okay.
Unpopular opinion to raise taxes, but you should see the state of downtown. I want people to be able to come down there and enjoy their experience, whether it be beautification or safety.
Okay, I appreciate that. I agree with you. We need to do something. Just what that is, we don't know.
Right.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Well, folks, I'm very impressed with the questions you're asking. This is a very good discussion, and thanks for each of you to consider. I'm concerned that we're using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. If I'm not mistaken, JV, you point your finger on something, and perhaps you did, Michael, and point out that we have 500 spaces we need for a biomedical center. You have 6 parking garages already. You're trying to figure out a way to fund those by going out and collecting money from everybody else. Now, one of my concerns is you have to have an app, as I understand it, to park downtown. And for many folks, they're going to say, why should I give up my personal information to park when I can go any place else in this city or the suburbs and have a good meal? I can go to a restaurant, a bar, whatever, and not pay a dime. We have thousands of vacant parking spots in private parking lots in downtown already, don't we? You've done that survey, you know they're there. Work out arrangement with those private entities, have those spaces available for people to park. If you want to charge a fee, fine. Something has to be done to not go about trying to reinvent the wheel. Now, one of the options you have is bonds. Bob, you pointed out earlier. You could go to bond and have a new parking garage for the biomedical center and not have to tax everybody else. And in the meantime, putting Delano and Old Town businesses out of business. Because I, for one, will not come down here. I do it very seldom. The other part of the problem is you're turning over parking violations to a private entity. My understanding, there's going to be fines. That's generally been the responsibility of the police department. Now you're going to turn it over to a private company. Their incentive is to write as many tickets as they can. Now what do you have to do? You have to pay the fine. And if you go down to the city hall, that's where most of your parking tickets are written right now, because people go to the court, stand in front of the judge, and they have to wait for their turn. In the meantime, their parking meter goes out. Now they got another fine. This doesn't make a bit of sense. Let's find the easy button. Let's make sure we don't put a burden on everybody else to solve a fairly simple problem. Build your parking garage for the biomedical center. Figure out a way to come up with a way to use the private parking lots as well. But don't put everybody else out of business and put a burden on the people, many of them who don't even have the app or won't even use the app. Thank you. Any questions? God bless you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Wu and City Council members. John Rolfe, CEO, Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce, 350 West Douglas. First of all, let me say thank you for not only tonight, but also over the last few months of meeting about this parking issue, as well as to City Manager Layton and his staff as well. Just want to share a few comments from a perspective of the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce. We do recognize the critical role that accessible and certainly well-planned parking plays in supplementing certainly a thriving downtown community. Certainly, the parking impacts the businesses, the employees, the customers, residents, and certainly visitors alike, as you've heard already. But as our city continues to grow, we believe it's essential to ensure that any parking strategy developed addresses the diverse needs of our local businesses and their employees, the customers who shop, dine, and conduct business in the area, along with the residents who do call downtown home and the visitors who contribute to the economy through events, tourism, and many more events. Based on the recent city analysis, I know the current parking plan is not financially feasible in its existing form. So this really underscores the need for a revised approach that not only addresses funding challenges, but also ensures a solution that balances the interests of all user groups, promotes the accessibility and the convenience, and aligns with the vision for downtown growth and vitality. While we're not necessarily recommending a specific option, we truly are encouraging you as city leaders to collaborate on a strategy and a plan that is financially sustainable, reflects the needs of the business community, and honors their investment in the downtown ecosystem. So a well-thought-out plan will serve as a foundation for the continued economic development growth while enhancing the downtown experience for everyone. So I want to say thank you for the time and the opportunity to share some comments on this really important plan, and look forward to the final outcome that will be successful for everyone involved, including the future of downtown.
All right, so it looks like we had 16 individuals speak during public comment, and thank you all very much for that. So we will close public comment now and bring it back to the bench. But before we do that, I do believe that there are questions for Car Park that some council members may have. May we ask the representative from Car Park to please come forward? And now I see several council members that want to ask some questions.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff Wolf, the founder and CEO of the Car Park.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, thanks, Jeff, for being here. Could you talk a little bit about the payment methods? I remember there being a variety of methods to be able to pay. And one of the things when we started having paid parking or changed it up a bit was Century 2. Mm-hmm. One of the biggest pushbacks we got was the fact that you could only pay using an app, which many people in my district, they have the clam phones, or they don't want to pay, or maybe they don't even have cell phones at all. So could you just talk a little bit about some of the payment options that you guys provide?
Well, we heard those same comments, and so in response to that, we proposed to the city not only the app, but also pay stations, multi-space meters, or single head meters. So that gives people the option to pay with coin, cash, or credit card. We didn't want to discourage someone from not having an ability to pay.
Okay, yeah, that was really the main thing I had to ask, was just providing some feedback for the community that this isn't just going to be an app.
No.
A lot of people, I admit, I'm one of them. I hate downloading apps. I still pay with good old-fashioned quarters and nickels and dimes, and getting a little harder to see that sometimes and to find it. But
much more difficult, but we didn't want to have that as a hindrance.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet. Any other questions?
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for being here. We've heard from some people on social media and even tonight that this implementation may cause a reduction of people going into downtown. In the 23 cities that you are located in, have you seen that happen? Is there a trend of that?
No, I mean, and we talked about it a little bit earlier about the demand. I believe he asked a great question there. And what I think Troy was trying to say is that the number of parking spaces needed goes down because you're now managing that asset and you're getting turnover. And that's the real key part. And a lot of cities that don't have a paid parking program, you hear parking's a problem because, again, employees, whoever, sit in a parking space all day long and it doesn't turn over. We did a 5-day study just recently in Old Town. And we found that 30% of the cars stay there all day and never move. And that's that turnover that you create when you have a paid parking system or some sort of parking management system to get those cars turning over so that there's an empty space on each block face so that a customer can pull in, shop, eat, dine, whatever they want to do, and then be able to leave and someone else can come in and have a spot. That's the key part. And so in cities that we've seen parking implemented that didn't have it, sales tax revenue actually goes up, it doesn't go down.
So it's a benefit, and I hear the concerns of those businesses and understand, but you're not seeing a trend of that.
No, and we hear the same concerns across the country, and I get it, but if it's priced right, and that's really the critical part of this, you don't want to price it so high that nobody's parking, and you don't want it too low that everybody's parking. You want to find that balance, and I think Troy mentioned it earlier, that 85% is about where we want to have occupancy on any curb face.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you coming here.
You bet.
I promised my vote in June was not in just because I didn't like car park. But I had concerns about enforcement, and I still do, though I'm thankful that Troy has answered a lot of my questions about the capital needs internally versus externally, and I can get off that horse for now, though I still have some concerns. So regarding enforcement,
you bet.
What type of training do you offer individuals regarding either constitutional training, enforcement training from officers, an oath of some sort? I know there's been problems that individuals have had with people enforcing metered paid parking. So what training do you offer your employees as they would be doing the work of what our law enforcement would do?
Well, one thing we are going to do, it just came out, is a certification program from one of the parking associations that will have a certified parking meter program, and we're going to have all of our people, no matter what city, go through that. The contract's very specific on the training that we have to go through, and again, we're writing these tickets that will then go to the city court system. So again, it's up to us to be accurate and mindful. I will say that our philosophy, and one of the key parts of when I built this company, is we like smaller, mid-sized cities. We're not we're not in LA and places like that. We like the mid-sized cities, and parking is different there. You have to take a little kindler and gentler approach, and our approach is not to, we'd rather make you a customer than give you a ticket, because that's the long-term view of a business. And so I think you'll find with us that we'll certainly give a courtesy notice when we think one is due, and we'll certainly write one when one is due. But we'll hear out the complaint, we'll adjudicate it, we'll void it if necessary.
Is the majority of your profits from this coming from the user system, or do you also profit from writing tickets?
I don't profit from writing a ticket.
The tickets that solely goes to the city.
So when we put the budget together, we put in what I'd call a management fee, that we cover our overhead and our profit, and that's it.
No dollar from tickets is going.
There's no incentive on tickets. We don't do that anyway. That's something I won't do. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that.
Okay.
Last question I have is every individual that works for the city is held to our ethics policy. Would that be, would you be open to your employees also being held to our ethics policy as well, and internal policies regarding that?
I'd be open to it. I have to see what it says, but I certainly would entertain it. Okay.
Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you again for allowing us to ask you some questions as well. I do have one in particular to you, and I did ask it in my list of questions, but it's more appropriate for you. While the lot is currently being managed by Century 2 through Car Park, can you please give us an idea if cost recovery is actually being achieved at the Century 2 surface lot?
I want to make sure I understand the question, because all we do is charge them for the enforcement. So I don't know how much revenue they make. I don't have any visibility to that.
Yeah, so to answer your question on cost recovery, the revenue that is generated in the Century 2 lots
goes back to ASM and is an offset to the payments that are made to ASM to provide that service. So as far as cost recovery is concerned, I'd have to kind of do some more sort of cost benefit analysis, because it introduces an element of sort of the payment that we're making to ASM in exchange for sort of the credit they're receiving and the revenues that they receive. Kind of introduces a variable I just don't have in any of our other systems.
Follow-up question to you would be, I know that it was alluded to by several individuals here and also at some of the public meetings. I know that the $400 is an average, but are you able to show the cost to maintain just one stall in a parking garage, cost to maintain just one stall in a surface lot, and cost to maintain just one on-street parking spot?
So, I mean, I could give you some really broad averages, right? Because there's so many different things to take into consideration, right? An on-street space that gets more utilized than another space is going to see more maintenance associated with it, right? And so even from one on-street space to another on-street space, those numbers are going to be wildly different, right? Same with a structured space, right? A structured space in an older garage is going to be more expensive to maintain than a space in a newer garage, right? And so we'll be more than happy to kind of share some really broad ranges. I think I alluded to earlier, I've seen some averages of some sort of on-street and surface spaces that don't get maintained very often. You might see something in the $35 to $65 a space a year, right? In more heavily trafficked, more heavily utilized. So you might see something again in a $300 to $400 per space because that year they resurfaced the parking lot. Resurfacing a mill and overlay of a parking lot is not cheap, right? And then obviously same with parking structure. I can give you a range, right? But to just pinpoint and say, this is the cost of what it maintains on on-street, this is what it costs, would just be sort of a snapshot given a whole slew of variables.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have no further questions for car park, and I don't see any further ones from council members. We now have brought it back to the bench for council members to make comments or move anything so that staff can move forward with the direction. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. This will be my last comments of the night regarding parking. I just wrote down a couple notes. I'm leaning more towards option E, is where my head is at right now. I think it addresses downtown Wichita. I know it may not be perfect what they want, but it addresses paid parking in downtown and upgrading our technology in downtown. It addresses Old Town in a way that the Old Town Association, I think, can be comfortable with. It addresses Delano and a lot of the concerns I've heard from businesses in Delano. I have talked to more than a dozen businesses in Delano, and I've not heard one in favor of it. I live in Delano. I lived in downtown. I work downtown. I go to church downtown. I run downtown. I'm probably using this system more than most. I counted how many times I went to different businesses downtown this week, and it was, or last week, it was 25 in terms of how many engagements I had at different things downtown moving around. And so I want to see if there's a way that we can break even with E, or how close we can get to break even that also doesn't make it cost prohibitive for individuals. I'm thankful for the suggestion that looks at the 3 distinct districts, but figure out how that still plays into the parking fund. I feel A, B, C, and a majority of A, B, C, and E uses Delano to subsidize the rest of the system. And I don't want Delano being used to prop up the rest of the system in terms of the funds being used. Because when you remove Delano, that's the loss of revenue out of all of the plans. So that's the only change from A, B, C, D, and E, and then you see the loss. And so I think that there's a tell that we're making money in Delano and that we're trying to use that to cover some of the costs in downtown and Old Town and deferred maintenance as well. I'm glad that this body listened to feedback, and I think this shows this is probably the most robust engagement that I've seen from the bench from individuals. And I think E as a compromise, hearing feedback from citizens, hearing feedback from this bench, hearing feedback from downtown Wichita, hearing feedback from Delano. I don't think anybody is fully happy with it. I think that's probably good governance when not everybody is fully happy with it. And so I'm thankful for the work that staff has done. I think you probably put in more hours on this than you expected. And so I also want to thank you for taking my fears regarding enforcement in consideration. That's why I voted against this in June. And so I moved from voting against this in June to being open to voting for some type of enforcement plan. And I thank Car Park for answering the questions I had regarding enforcement, because that's my core function. I don't believe that there is anything as free parking. You're paying for it in some way. And my concern was enforcement. So I appreciate you addressing those questions and you, Troy, taking those seriously as well. So that is all the comments I have.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm taking a different approach. I support option A. And I think the research and work that we have done shows where option A is the most beneficial to everyone. When we travel, we have consistent systems. Some of us were just in Tampa. I intentionally got out, walked around Tampa. I didn't rent a car, but I went around and looked, and I took a few pictures as well of their kiosks that they have in Tampa. It was the same in Ybor as it was in another part of Tampa, and that to me would be the equivalent of a Delano, an Old Town, a downtown. They had different parts of around the convention center, and they all had the same type of paid parking. I think that those who visit Wichita would want to see some form of consistency. It would make it easier for them, puts the city of Wichita in the best financial position to manage parking. We continue to talk about the paid piece. What I've continued to talk about is the management piece and how, again, we look at turnover. Car Park answered one of the questions about the concerns of the social media folks saying that they won't go to Old Town or go downtown. Also, at every evening meeting, I've yet to see a full one with standing room only with people saying they absolutely will not go downtown. That's all been social media. Tonight is a great example. Probably a third of this room, people here. If that was the case, I think we would have had a lot more longer public comment. We'd have more people here. I think option A is the best option for us, for this council. Not that I'm counting down. I won't be here too much longer. Option E is something that you're going to have to continue to deal with over the next few years. You're going to have a lot of folks that continue to say that they don't want to see paid parking, that management may not be a thing, and that this is only some form of, I think the gentleman said earlier, a money grab. Option E will continue that conversation going forward. Option A gets your plan in place. It gets you ready to address anything coming from biomed to any other development that may come downtown. Your system's there. You then can adjust your system. But option E is going to continue this conversation over several years. You'll be back at another night meeting having the same discussion. You'll have some of it implemented, but you'll have other folks saying that you need to go back to what was originally option D. So I would say get the system in place and up and running. If option E is we have to do that, I guess that's okay. But I think we should have consistency downtown. I think we should put ourselves in the best financial situation to deal with the deferred maintenance, the management of it, and going forward. Also, the equipment is key. Unlike my colleague, Councilmember Hoheisel, I don't always carry cash and coins, so I have a card. Having an inclusive system that can take every form of payment, I think is the best thing to do, and we don't have that right now. We have outdated coin machines that sometimes your quarters get stuck. I've seen that happen one time. But I think going forward with option A is the best option for all of us, for me.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we all agree something needs to be done. I don't think that's a question. It's just what it is. And do we group everything together and call it all the same and do it all the same, or do we do it individually? I disagree. I think Delano is very different than downtown. I think Old Town is very different than downtown. And maybe eventually we end up with paid parking in all of them. I'm not saying I'm not against that, but I'm against just ripping the Band-Aid off and forcing it on people. I've heard from a lot of people in District 5 who don't want to rip the Band-Aid off, don't want to do it. I've also heard from a lot of people in Delano and Old Town that think it's going to drive away business. I know you say it doesn't, but they think it's going to. And maybe that's real, maybe it's not real. But if we can find a way to ease into it, I think we'd be a lot better off. We need to find a way to get revenue from out-of-town visitors. We think about Tampa and other towns like that. When I go to other towns, I don't have a problem with it either. You know what? And people come here don't have a problem with it. You know, but do people from West Wichita and East Wichita have a problem with it? You know, it seems like they do. We need to find out we need to find ways to get revenue from Andover, Derby, Mays, Goddard, people that use our streets, use our facilities, and don't pay for it. Maybe in sales tax a little bit, but not in property taxes. They don't pay for it. So we need to find ways to get revenue from those communities too, to help pay for services that they are using. But I would favor some kind of phased-in approach. That's what I've heard from my constituents. That's what I've heard from businesses in both those areas, in Delano and Old Town. And we do need a plan. I agree with that. Just don't want to rip the Band-Aid off and stick it to them. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you to the Greater Partnership and all the speakers who are here with us today, and thanks for the folks who are hanging tight for future agenda items. We appreciate your patience, but certainly important work for the city. I think everybody agrees we have to do something, so in my opinion, B, C, and D are not an option, especially D. It's just the status quo, and we know right now that's not working. I've said every single one of these meetings, we have to plan for growth of our core. We're investing in our downtown, and this is just one other way that we need to make an investment. And then with the Biomed Center coming, I'm vacillating a little bit. I like A because it provides the most financial, resources for us to be able to address deferred maintenance. And then if we have to have future parking needs with the Biomed Center coming. But one thing that hasn't really been discussed, and I think since we're not actually voting on an option tonight and just kind of giving staff some direction, when it comes to Delano, I am curious about the hub. And we haven't had that conversation of, do we need, what does that mean? And so I guess I'd like just a little bit more information on what those projections are. Are we charging for the hub? If we are, how much? And how much will that go in? And if that's already been mentioned and I missed it, I'm sorry. Troy and I can have a sidebar conversation. But, I'm trying to think of this in multiple different ways. I do agree Delano and Old Town are a little bit different. But if you start splitting up the baby in too many pieces, then, what isn't different? And you can cause a bigger mess. So, but right now, A and maybe a little bit of E are the options that I'd be leaning toward.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd like to just cede some time to Vice Mayor Ballard. She'd wish to speak, but it's hard for her to hit the button right now. And then come back and make my comments after she has a chance to talk. Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple comments. I just wanted to say I do appreciate the hybrid approach in regards to paying, potentially having a kiosk, the app, and the QR code. Also, I have 7 emails in hand from Delano businesses that are not opposed to talking about parking and especially enforcing the 2-hour parking that we currently have. They would be really happy about doing that. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that information. I appreciate the gentleman from Car Park talking about there's no incentives for giving tickets. I know that has been a concern that I've heard and seen on social media. And I also have a question for my colleagues. I'm curious, if or how you feel about seeing the potential CID on your ticket, how that's different than paying at the meter. I mean, we're still paying both ways. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that, because essentially we are still paying a fee, and how you feel about that.
All right, so gets back to me and my comments. First, this is all over the place. Seems like we have kind of a direction some of us want to go. This would have been a great time to have some ranked choice voting up here, I think. Yeah, I'm a big old D right now, and that's because I don't feel like we are actually addressing the problems, the underlying problems there, the structural problems, which is the parking garages. We have one parking garage that's $10 million in deferred maintenance. I do appreciate this. I was against this from the beginning, but also recognizing that we do have issues that we have to address here. If we do move in a direction that builds some consensus, I think I'm more on option E. Just giving us that head start. Man, I'd hate to be the guy sitting in the seat in 2 years when they have to readjust this again. But yeah, just again, my 2 cents here. I don't see this addressing the $18 million in debt that we are going to be bringing on this, and that we have with the parking garages currently. I support the parking garage for the WSU Biomed Center. I think that's our responsibility, our hand in completing the WSU KU Biomed campus, which is instrumental in addressing the mental health issues, a lot of the homeless issues that we have, and just the healthcare desert that we have right now. So I'm looking for other options on how to pay that in the future and get that project off the ground. So those would be the 2 ways that I would lean as far as preference here. Thank you.
Point of clarification, did you say option D and then option E?
If I was doing ranked choice, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. To answer Vice Mayor's question for me, I would say paying 1% is more than 75 cents on most bills, so I'd still be in favor of Plan A on that. I forgot to make one point. The mayor had brought this up and it got me thinking. So past, long time ago, the late 1900s, councils may not have prioritized deferred maintenance. And it got me thinking about this parking issue that we have. So we're now at a position to where we're either going to do something and address it, or we're not. And the thing that addresses most of it is option A, or if we choose option E, there may be future councils that will look back and say, we didn't do enough to address it, and why didn't we prioritize actually taking care of the problem, which would be option A. So that was the one comment I forgot to put out there, but I think we're in that same situation right now with parking. Are we going to do something about it and really address it, or are we going to do a little bit, hope that in the future something happens, and maybe in 2050 the council's like, hey, maybe we can do something now.
Councilmember Johnston.
I also want to address Vice Mayor Ballard's concern, and I don't want to go to lunch with you, Councilman Johnson, because you'd have to have a $100 ticket for a $1 or $75 ticket for 75 cents. When I go to lunch, I don't spend $75. I don't drink beer, so there's your answer right there. But I don't think people notice it on their bill at all. Go to Greenwood's Place and buy at those multitude of stores. I don't think anybody notices that 1%'s on there. So except for me, I look at my ticket. The other thing is, I just think that we really need to think about this, which we are. But we really, I'll reframe this. If I have a business lunch and I have to pay for parking out of my pocket. If it's on a CID, it comes out of the business's pocket, which is deductible. So there's a drastic difference there, what pocket it comes out of. I told you I'm thrifty. So it does make a difference to me. So I appreciate the conversation very much. That's it.
So I feel like no one else wants to speak anymore, and Vice Mayor Ballard already spoke. This is really a receive and file and give direction to staff. So I'm going to summarize, I think, what I'm hearing from 6 council members. 2 are definitely in favor of A, with a possible third person that also thinks A could be a possibility along with E. Then you have 1 for sure for D, as I mentioned it earlier, but I'll give caveats to that. Councilmember Hoheisel said he's leaning towards D or E. And then we have E, which has 2 for sure. I believe that's Councilmember Glasscock and Councilmember Johnston as E. And then the 2 possible for E would still be Councilmember Tuttle and possibly Councilmember Hoheisel. Am I getting the summary correct right now? I'm going to defend D for just one moment. It's not because I don't believe that we need to do something. The can has been kicked down the road for 15 years. And this is the council that now is looking at this can and says, we are the leaders of this community and we need to do something about it. I've always said that there's no such thing as free. I am a proud product of public schools. I got a, quote, free public school education, but I know it was not free. Someone paid for it, and those were grateful taxpayers who invested in my education in the early 90s and early 2000s, and I'm really appreciative of that, quote, free education. So when I say I'm in favor of D, it's because of the lack of transparency that has been shown to our community. I believe that as your leader, that you elected me to ask the questions of staff so that we have the best information and all the information so then we can make an informed decision. But when we are lacking full information and all of the aspects to make the right decision, I am not comfortable with making a decision that doesn't take all of those into consideration. So I asked a lot of questions, and I know that I've written them down, so it's an email format, and then I asked them in person so that community can hear them. But it bothers me a lot that deferred maintenance of $18 million has not been a priority to talk about. That is part of being fiscally responsible, is making sure that we maintain what we have. Before we build something new, we have to make sure that what we have currently, we're taking care of. While I'm very grateful that the Biomedical Center is moving forward, I also wanted community to know that there was something that we did agree upon. And that was the previous council, and still this council is in favor of Biomedical Center, but that Biomedical Center also comes with a parking commitment. That's part of transparency. And I don't believe a lot of individuals in our community knew that we also had this commitment that possibly could be upwards or continues to be more than the $19 million for the 500 parking spaces. So in total, we have $18 million in deferred maintenance. We have a $19 million parking garage that has yet to be built. That's $37 million that is not in any of the budgets that we as a council approved in August. That concerns me. And that's why I believe that despite not having full consensus on the directions for staff, it looks like A and E are options that staff will now have to keep working towards. I challenge staff to also look at D, and while we currently have a system, what are we doing with that system to still make sure that we're also recovering? Because there is still parking going on downtown. There is still parking going on in Old Town. There is still parking going on in Delano right now. So I believe that we still need to make sure that even though the system is not fully implemented, there are areas where we, A, have to improve upon, but B, recognize that yes, we as a city maybe did not take those contracts into full account, did not enforce them fully. What can we do right now to make sure that that is actually happening? So it looks like A, D, and E, really A and E have the most votes, and my single D vote for the moment lacks enough for a consensus. So I see now more council members wanting to speak, so Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I don't think, we probably need to take binding action, but I don't think we can get to 4 for A. And I just, based on this, I don't want to necessarily waste staff's time to invest A. I think E's the only one that we can get to 4 on. Unless there's, other thoughts from council people, I don't think we can get further than that.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I would just say in this situation, we should just vote on the option, because I'm not in support of E first, and if we have a 2, and 1, might as well just vote and put some numbers behind something. I would say, I don't know if staff is going to do work on D, but I guess my only concern with that is, well, 2 concerns. One, we're already in contract with car park, and we keep delaying when we're actually going to get into some parking plan, which means we're paying a fee right now. So we probably should do something, and I don't think we should continue to delay that. But option D, my concern with really looking into that, or really going down that path, is there's no management there, and that's really the concern I hear from businesses, because we're not managing right now. We've got one person doing that. And if we could get into an actual plan, again, an A or E, but my preference is A, then we get into having car park, not only with equipment, but actually managing this and having folks out there making sure that the parking is managed. So I don't know if we were going down the path of D, but I would really like us to vote on an A or E and kind of see where we're at so we can get to work.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Completely agree with everything that my colleague said, and I'm not sure that we shouldn't still pursue A. We may be able to get there. I know some of us are kind of torn between A and E, so I think those are the 2 most probably viable options at this point, so thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
You know, this is way past my bedtime, you know that, don't you? I realize we are probably paying car park now. I think everyone agrees that, I hope, maybe everybody agrees that we could get 4 votes for putting in paid parking in downtown right now. Around the arena area, downtown, Biomed. I think we can get there right now. Just go ahead and do that. And then talk about the rest. See where we can go.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just curious, this is about giving a direction. So if the majority of the body is leaning towards A or E, would it benefit the members who that's their first choice, maybe indicating where the wiggle room, where the compromise is between the 2? Because it sounds like maybe some of the people who are looking at E, they're more concerned with partitioning downtown, making sure that the Delano plan is a little different than the downtown plan, which is different than the Old Town plan, where A groups it all together. I think maybe that's a point of disagreement between the 2 options there. So I'm just curious about that, and also what would the vote look like? Would it be, again, it's kind of a pseudo ranked choice, or would we go through and just vote on it individually and keep going until we finally get 4 votes to support one plan? So just curious on that one. Flip a coin.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. My stipulation with A is Delano being included in it. So that's why I would support E, because it excludes Delano from that. Regarding your second question, I think we vote tonight. I think E shows that it could get more than 4 votes. A, we could vote on that and see if it gets more than 4 votes. But I also agree with Councilman Johnston that right now I think there's will from this body to be able to implement paid parking downtown, at least a majority. We've talked about this since 2009. We've had public discussions since August. I think we should make a decision tonight.
City Manager.
Mayor, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm not sure that I interpret your comments as you like D, because D just perpetuates the problem that you've expressed, and that is that we're not going to have revenue to address some of the core issues that have been ignored in the past, that councils have not raised rates for many of the reasons you heard tonight, and that's put us further and further behind in terms of our financial position. What I'm hearing from you is you want a financial plan that shows how are we going to address that, similar to what we had to do with streets and other infrastructure where there was a pattern of disinvestment for a long period of time. So you want to know how we're going to take care of the 18 million. You want to know about the pro forma. So that goes without saying on any of these options, whether it's A or E. If we're going that direction, we have to bring back to you the finances, because right now, E as it's structured isn't workable because it has a $3 an hour rate in it, and it assumes a certain amount of services. So, I think moving the parking meters up, determining if that's the direction you went, we're going to have to right-size that. The only one you don't have to do that with is A, because A addresses some of the financial issues you're talking about as well. But I'm not sure that it's, I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying, but what I'm hearing are financial concerns, not necessarily what we implement. And unfortunately, D doesn't get us anywhere near what we need for the finances.
So D is doing nothing.
Right.
D is doing nothing, but we're also not enforcing right now. So that is a problem. So
right.
I would say that D, even D right now, which is currently supposed to be executed, has not been fully done. So for me, D is just a consideration for community that has said, well, you guys have not been fiscally responsible over the last 15 years, not putting money into deferred maintenance. Therefore, I don't trust you, city, in putting now a new management system forward. So for me, D is listening to the community, and community is telling me, don't do anything yet because you haven't done what you were supposed to do, which is make sure that the maintenance of the assets are being taken care of. So I'm a little, again, mindful that the numbers, according to what Troy has presented, shows, yes, with D and doing nothing over the next 3 years, though, it does show that it goes black. It doesn't show a deficit. And so I am cognizant that people just want to know if we don't do anything, because I don't believe that everyone in our community believes that the management system's not working. I believe that a lot of people downtown will say, yes, the management system's not working, but east side, west side of this community has not fully said the management of parking is not working right now. Until we can get full consensus on that, I'm not going to move forward with either A or E. Right now, I'm again mindful that fiscal responsibility has not been the top priority. So that's just one person. And again, I'm just one of 7. Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I would prefer not to kick this can down the road for future council, so I would move that staff work on implementation strategy for Plan A for the downtown parking and mobility plan.
Second.
Motion and a second, and we have Councilmember Tuttle on the board.
Thank you, and this is a question maybe for legal, for Jennifer. The way I interpret the staff's recommended action, it says that the city council provide feedback on an implementation strategy. It doesn't say that we actually vote on an implementation strategy, and we have a policy that says if something's not on the agenda the Thursday prior to the meeting on Tuesday, it cannot be an actionable item. So I appreciate wanting to move forward. So that would be my first question for legal. My second question for legal is if I'm wrong, which I often am, and we can vote on an option, that means that we're asking staff to look at A, but let's say we wanted A 2.0 or, A with modifications, that could still happen. So first of all, can we actually vote on an option tonight? And then it doesn't mean that it has to look exactly like it's presented today. Jennifer, what say you? Thank you.
Thank you. In my opinion, yes, you may vote on it tonight. I'm sorry, I didn't answer the second part of your question.
Yeah, so an option has been presented for option A, and it's for Bob, Troy, Jennifer, anyone. It could still have modifications, correct?
Yes.
Because my question about the hub still hasn't been answered.
Yes.
So I mean, I want to look at, we're building a brand new piece of infrastructure that's specifically for multimodal and for parking. And how is it going to impact Delano, but then the rest of downtown because of the stadium? And so I just want to make sure that that is being considered. And it may change things and may decide, we need a little less here and a little more there or whatever. So,
yes, the answer is it can be modified.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Point of clarification for Councilman Johnston then, given legal's interpretation, is your motion still to direct staff to come back with Plan A for us, or is it to implement Plan A?
Provide a plan of implementation strategy for Plan A for downtown parking and mobility management plan.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Johnston and a second by Vice Mayor Ballard. I see no further comments. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion fails 4-3.
Mayor with a motion. I move that the city council, I'm trying to figure out how to word this as eloquently as Johnston did, move forward with Plan E and direct staff to provide an implementation and provide an implementation strategy for downtown parking mobility management plan with E as the focus.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Glasscock and a second by Councilmember Johnston. Comments beginning with Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. With this, again, same concerns. I just want to voice it. This does bring this conversation back up in a few years around this. I personally don't feel, and I've been wrong before, Councilmember Tuttle can tell you, I don't feel that sentiment's going to change much on this. So this will be another struggle for a future council. I also want to note that, forgot the slide number, I think the hourly rates are a little higher in this one. So it's more than the 75 cents an hour. And if we vote on that, people should know that we're going from 75 cents an hour to, is it $2? $3? So when I was in Tampa, it was $2 an hour, so we'll be higher than Tampa. So I just want to note that if we do go down the path of option E, higher hourly rate, it does remove one part of the downtown outlined area, and this comes back in a few years. So that is a future challenge.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I like the financial situation better in A. I think it gets us there. I do think at some point we still have to, and some people have said, kind of rip the Band-Aid off. There isn't a community our size probably out there that doesn't have some kind of management system, and none of their downtowns have collapsed. So I'm not worried about that part at all. I still have a couple questions about the hub and Delano. And so I did not come into this meeting this evening thinking we were going to vote on a strategy. And so, I'm I'm still considering options, but there are a few other questions that I think for me to be answered before we can make a good decision. New information's been thrown around this evening, different numbers that we want to make sure, financial considerations that we want to make sure the community is clear on, what we can do, what absolutely has to be done versus there may be $18 million in delayed maintenance, but that doesn't mean it has to happen all right now. Right? And if we're projecting out for the next 3 years, how can we look at that? We don't have a clear contract or understanding yet with WSU, in my understanding, that there's still some negotiation of, do they need a structure? Do they need 500 spots? Is that maybe too many? Can transit assist with it? So that's why I'm not one to delay things. I know we need to take action. Our community's waiting on it. We've been doing this for way too long, but I just think there's a few key questions that I don't have the answer to in my head regarding this option as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I'll slightly adjust my motion, hopefully to make Councilmember Tuttle, I think, answer a few of her questions moving forward, and then if any colleagues have future questions. So recommended that we that this body provide direction on item E on the implementation strategy for downtown parking mobility management plan for further conversation and further vote, that we can get some of those questions answered, that it's not a up or down, hey, we're doing E as presented today, but we can E with maybe a few adjustments to figure out how we can get the numbers to work to address maybe council members Tuttle's concerns. But we're moving forward with Plan E, knowing that there may be a few adjustments. So Jennifer, is that motion suffice that I made, or do I need to change it?
Sufficient.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think it just invites more conversation. Also invites the possibility of implementing paid parking for downtown right now, so we can start getting that revenue on downtown parking. Nobody's going to park in Delano and walk over to Old Town or to downtown. So I think we should be getting that money as soon as we can and put car park to work. To answer your question, Councilmember Johnston, it does kick it down the road, but it also gives us more data of how it's going to work. It gives us more data on how car park works. It gives the customer to get used to it in a downtown setting, at least. Downtown setting, get used to it. Maybe they come back in a couple of years and say, hey, that's not so bad. It was pretty good. It wasn't so bad. And then we can implement it. So instead of just ripping the Band-Aid off. So that's what I would say to that.
I failed to ask one specific question for E. The map shows the lot directly south of Wave venue as a paid parking lot. I do believe that is not a City of Wichita parking lot. Can someone please address that?
Yes, Mayor, you're correct. That is owned by the county. We had some initial discussions with the county about whether they want us to manage it. They never made a determination, so that would not be part of E at this point, or any of the options. Maybe sometime in the future if the county wanted to move in that direction.
So as of right now, the map is incorrectly shown, correct? Because that would be a carve out.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. So the lot directly south of the Wave would not be paid parking according to option E.
That's correct.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
This is for option E, correct?
Correct.
Nay.
Motion fails 5-2. We're back. So it looks like, again, we have an option A and an option E that has not gained clear consensus. Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I move to defer this item to December 3rd, 2024, to answer some of the questions raised by council members and provide direction to staff at that time.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table this discussion for further on December 3rd, 2024. Any further, Councilmember Hoheisel?
Thank you, Mayor. Would we also be able to have staff take some of the comments that we've made up here today and adjust some of the plans? And that way maybe they do come up with an option F that is a combination of option E and option A. Would that be part of the motion as well?
Yeah, I think.
It would,
City Manager?
Mayor, thank you. Is it possible to talk about December 10th instead of the 3rd? I mean, given the weight of what we're talking about, especially if you want us to play around, and we have, big financial issues to address here.
Is that the best date, or would a later date be better?
Let us see what we can get done for the 10th.
Okay. I amend my motion to December 10th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion beginning with Councilmember Johnston.
I agree with Councilmember Hoheisel, except I would rather use letter G for good instead of F for fail.
We might still get the G anyways.
Okay.
Councilmember Glasscock.
We just have to get to 4, and so I hope, and I know staff will take that into consideration, but I will say again for the record, I'm not voting for anything that includes Delano as part of the plan. So that's not my path to get to 4.
My staff recommended action in it, or a comment regarding deferring to December 10th is, can we look at option E where $3, which seems astronomical, does not become that? If that truly is the will of this body, it has to be reasonable, and I don't believe $3 an hour is reasonable for on-street parking. One other comment I will make is, as we were also in Tampa, and I did walk around as well, I saw, instead of parking meters as well as parking kiosks, I saw more parking signs. And so that seems to be more economical also. If I remember correctly, the cost of, can Troy tell us how much a kiosk costs versus a new modern meter that takes into account coins, bills, and credit card?
Yeah, so I got an expert over my shoulder here that's going to keep an eye. He's going to kick me if I'm wrong, but so generally speaking, as we went out to bid and the providers of the equipment provided their lowest and best price, the vendor that provided their lowest best price for the single head meter head without credit card enabled was about $600 for an individual meter head. With credit card, it was about $800 a meter head. For the cost of a multi-bay kiosk, it was about $5,600 was the number that reminds me. Correct, they had credit card enabled. So that's where as we look at the system, right, if we look at a block face and there's more than X number of spaces, right, being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, if it's more economically feasible to use a multi-bay kiosk rather than individual meter heads, we took all of that into consideration when we packaged the sort of capital outlay that was associated with meter acquisition.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I really hate to do this. I know I made the motion to defer to December 10th, but I want to get more specific, like the mayor has said. So around the council conversation, looking at bringing this back, but looking more at what the two options we had talked about. So A and E, or some combination of those two, to look at getting more support from the council and not all of the options that we talked about tonight.
So we have a motion and a second to defer this item to December 10th with further consideration for options A and E to make them more realistic and no more discussion, so we'll now ask the city clerk to please open the roll.
Yay.
This motion has now been deferred and passed 6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item. Can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Only got 55 minutes.
I apologize for the longer than 5-minute break, but we will continue our council meeting so that the next council agenda item can move forward. We'll bring back all council members. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first new business item?
Holocaust Memorial Construction and Maintenance.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here to talk with you tonight in reference to the Holocaust Memorial Construction and Maintenance. And I do have some representative from the group here as well, and they will have opportunity to speak a little bit later also. So the Holocaust Memorial, Inc. is a nonprofit corporation that was formed by a group of invested citizens to support this request. And their vision was to create a Holocaust Memorial Monument to educate residents and visitors about the history of World War II, the Holocaust, as well as Kansas liberators, and memorialize the victims, the survivors, and as well as the soldiers. The Veterans Memorial Park, Inc., PWI, on June 27, the City Council renewed an agreement with them for maintenance and planning for the park. The original agreement was approved on July 21st in 2009 to outline the scope and jurisdiction of the park. Affirms that our memorials dedicated to the honoring veterans and the U.S. military are to be placed in the park itself. Staff has worked with the Holocaust Memorial, Inc. to identify a location for the monument, approve the design, as well as develop an agreement for construction and maintenance. The agreement outlines the expectations for construction and maintenance responsibilities, and the Holocaust Memorial, all routine maintenance and repairs of the monument itself will be their responsibility. The city will cover the general grounds maintenance and electrical systems, and this is consistent with the maintenance requirements for the existing agreement that we have in place. The memorial was actually will be constructed next to the Vietnamese American Community Memorial. On August the 12th of this year, the Board of Park Commissioners voted to recommend their approval of the project. And on October the 7th, the Design Council voted to approve the design with the condition of adding security lighting, and the design has been modified to include this addition. And we have Matthew from the group that will give an overview of the actual project itself.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having us tonight, and enjoyed the dialogue tonight. It was very engaged. Again, I'm here on behalf of a lot of volunteers, friends. My longtime associate, Robert Kaplan, is the visionary on this project. He is joined by Charlie Harris, who has been kind of the curation, the historical knowledge behind the plaques that I'll proceed through. I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible. If you'd like me to slow down, please ask. I know everyone's been here a long time. Again, also wanting to recognize Baughman for their contribution. City of Wichita has been a great guidance for us. They've shown us a lot of opportunities. We've really had good dialogue. Again, the Design Council, Parks, everyone's been very supportive, and I think we've landed on a really good solution. As was mentioned, we are just to the northwest of the Veterans Memorial Park. The great proximity. Part of this memorial is dedicated to the liberators, a big part to Kansas. We're recognizing Eisenhower as the commander and his commitment to documenting the atrocities. So, being able to look over our shoulder right there is a wonderful part of this. Also, we have a backdrop of a 1940s brick facade with the Evergy building, and then you turn, and when you exit this same space, you're getting a view across the river to Exploration, which is just kind of a coincidental situation, but really a neat deal. Again, that small triangular reserve that the city's owned is represented on this document, and our position within that distance away from the adjacent corners, making sure that the physical space we're creating is on the reserve, and again, with the support from the Veterans Park to place the additional sidewalks to access. One of our requested modifications during this process was to bring lighting which is unique to most of these memorials. This one will have lighting at the recommendation of our design council, and we've decided to match the lighting that is instrumental in the 2004 design of the water walk, across that area. And that will be part of the cost to the memorial. A blow-up of the plan will show the 6 plaques along the back. These are going to be utilized for historical information. You can go through those in much greater detail. And then the centerpiece will be a dedication plaque. The light pole, although not shown in this plan, is going to be at what would be the 6 o'clock position as you're entering around it, and it'll shine down more than out. So we won't be casting too significant of shadows. Again, more detail on the specific plaques. I must have double-clicked, but we've got an A, B, C, and D. I apologize, they're not showing up on this, but this jumps right into C, D. I will tell you A and B. Go back and look at the history of the uprising of Hitler and the power that he brought. Part of this is to think about how this could ever happen to begin with. That, for me anyway, that's kind of a personal interpretation. But again, Charlie has done a great job of looking at kind of from the end of World War I all the way forward. The void, I guess, that was filled and how this happened. But then again, ending with the Kansas Liberators, Eisenhower, my grandparents' generation in Wichita, even the women that would go and work on the plants. This is not addressed in this, but it's something that's important. I think Wichita and this memorial in Wichita has a special meaning because of our city's commitment. And then again, the center plaque to the 6 million, the Jews, but the 11 million in whole estimated Roma, disabled, homosexuals. Some of the materials, as we move into that space, rumbled stone, trying to, once again, kind of immerse an individual in that small area. And then the distressed concrete, board form concrete, which is very common to that area. And then the mirrored surface of the marble, or excuse me, granite, that, like many, will allow folks to reflect, and also very vivid inscription, so it's very legible from an accessibility standpoint. A lot of background on its location. I think this is a great location also. There are several stumps in the area that will be affected but not removed. We will not be removing any trees, which was one of the comments in one of our meetings. And there is a small bed off the edge of the Riverwalk that will be affected with some minor landscape. It's very matured. I think we're going to leave it much better than we found it, quite honestly. There's the backdrop facing north. And then just down from that, you can see the view exiting our space, looking across the river to Exploration. Again, utilizing accessible sidewalks. And that wraps that up. Are there any questions?
I don't see any questions, but I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kaplan, and I know he wanted to say a few words.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Bob Kaplan, 6130 East Central, Suite 117. Kind of reminded me when I go to Planning Commission, which I used to do a lot. They say you have 10 minutes for rebuttal. I said, 10 minutes? Take me 10 minutes to get to the podium. I'm not going to speak to the subject of this. unless I'm clearly asked to do so. I don't think it's really necessary to do so. I believe you know why. In addition, the atrocities of the Nazis during World War II were unbelievable. You wouldn't believe me if I told you what they did to human beings, and I can't do it anyway. Emotionally, I cannot get through it. It brings tears to my eyes. So I simply want to take a minute, and I want to thank your staff and your park staff, your interim staff, for their wonderful cooperation and their immediate response. They were just great to work with after Mr. Troutman was gone. I also want a special thank you to John Philbrick, Property Management. I called John the first day because I was looking for a site, and he's still with me on the project and still assisting, and it's been almost a year. My team itself consists of Rabbi Emmanuel Davis at the Temple Emmanuel, Michael Davis, excuse me, at the Temple Emmanuel, Matt, who you just heard, who designed the material and is supervising the construction and designed the monument. Charles Harris, he's here in the brown sport coat. He's a former law partner. He's an author, and he's a historian, and he's responsible for much of the inscription. I had outside people, Boffman Company, came in and helped with the site and staked it out, and they're going to be staking out the memorial itself. And everybody has simply been terrific about working with me and feels the need. And it's very, very simple. I was in Baltimore, Maryland. They have a big, big monument sponsored by the state of Maryland. It's by state legislation. And it's a huge stone, and it has one sentence on it. And it says, "Those who fail to remember are likely to repeat." And so I want this monument because we cannot forget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaplan, and all the volunteers who have put their time into making this Holocaust Memorial possible in Wichita. I did ask already staff this question, but just wanted to double check that this entire monument and the lighting for this monument is paid for by this community member and volunteers.
That is correct. They are actually covering the cost, and then when the design council wanted to implement the lights, they are covering that cost as well.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. We will open it up for public comment. I don't see anyone from the public who would like to speak, so we'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this brief, but I really do appreciate the effort for everybody up here in pushing this through. I think it is important not to forget, most importantly, but also having something like this that's sort of a catharsis to people that they can heal to some degree. I'd also like to say I appreciate the inclusion of all the groups that were targeted by the Nazis in this as well. So thank you guys for all your work on this. Thank you, sir.
Well, the word in those days were that Jews were not people. They were vermin that needed to be exterminated. And not just Jews, Roma, the gypsies, the handicapped, the mentally handicapped, the sexual deviants, everybody that Hitler thought was different. He wanted blonde, blue-eyed, that's all. It's crazy.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you all so very much for listening to me. Yeah, I'm tearing up right now.
Thank you, and I think you put into perspective things that matter, and and things that are universal as well. And it's good reminders that we have that, and I hope this will remind the public that as well. Something that both of you hit on too, and Councilman Hoheisel said, I'll keep my remarks brief as well, is not only the never forget, but making sure that we don't allow it to happen again. The most powerful moment of my life was when I visited Auschwitz-Birkenau, and that was moments after leaving the border of Poland and Ukraine at the start of the war, and seeing that the last time that there was an atrocity and dehumanization of individuals, this was the result. And seeing both of those things side by side reminded that America has a role in this, and that the way to do that is to educate our public. And it's memorials like this where individuals that may never be able to go overseas or maybe never able to go to DC, they can experience it in Wichita, and they can remember in Wichita, and they can have those same sentiments as well. So thank you for the work on this. It matters, and I know I speak for the whole community that we're very appreciative of this, and especially the financial contribution to make this possible as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief as well. I just want to thank you all for your efforts on this, financial support to this, and as well as our park staff for making this happen.
Councilmember Johnston.
I too would like to thank your contributions. I worked in an industry that was dominated by the Jewish community, have lots and lots of Jewish friends. We've had lots of discussions on this, and you're absolutely right. It must never be forgotten. Thank you for your work on it. Appreciate it.
With that, I will move to approve the agreement.
So,
Second.
Everyone wants a second. So I hear Vice Mayor Ballard. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you again, Mr. Kaplan. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Vendor selection for computer hardware.
Evening, Mayor, council members. Mike Maida from the IT department. City has purchased Dell computer hardware through local value-added reseller High Touch Technologies since 2014. So we've had our partnership with them for quite some time. The most recent contract with High Touch expired August 31st, 2024. So IT staff are always looking at ways to save money, as everybody is in today's environment. With costs escalating. Staff determined that perhaps using a direct purchase environment would be beneficial. So we looked into that, worked with purchasing staff to find a contractual vehicle that would get us there. They were able to find the NASPO agreement through the state of Kansas that would allow us to do Dell Direct. During the period between the expiration on August 31st and really about a month ago, we've still been utilizing that High Touch contract to purchase for those things that staff needed to continue to do business. As you can imagine, technology costs vary in terms of hardware. Usually about $1 million is what we spend annually. The expected savings from moving away from a value-added reseller will be about $70,000 annually. So while not a lot on 1 year, you get out to 10 years, that it adds up. A couple of things I want to make note of here is, one, we wanted to make sure that moving away from that and going direct wouldn't have impact on the services that we provide to every city department. We have found that that was the case, that we were able to actually expedite that process of getting hardware, so actually makes it a better process. The second thing is, I'm actually very good friends with the president of High Touch, so I've had a lot of communication with him beforehand, telling him we were looking at this. He understood, right, being prudent with taxpayer dollars. I gave him some time, though, to go back to High Touch,
look at what opportunities they had to maybe add value with that process. Over about a 2-month period, they really were not able to get there. So we met again. He said, look, we really can't be a value added, right, in this process. So he said he understood it made sense to move forward. Law Department has reviewed and approved the contract to form. City Code allows city participation in cooperative agreements like the NASPO agreement because it's been competitively bid. City Code also allows staff to purchase high technology subject to ratification by the City Council. So it's recommended that the City Council approve the city contract, authorize the necessary signatures, and ratify payments for technology purchases made prior to the implementation of the cooperative agreement. And I'm happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions for staff? I just had one highlight from this, and that is that this is a cost savings of $70,000 per year.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I see no questions for staff, so we'll open it up for public comment. We see one individual coming forward.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Vince Hancock from the Delano neighborhood. I have worked for 3 value-added resellers in this town. You've heard me say before, my background is information technology and mass communication. I've also worked for High Touch, although not their VAR division. Value-added resellers really do a great job when you're a small and medium-sized business because you've got one-stop shopping for, this part broke, hey, will you just fix it? This is not one of those situations. Our city can absolutely, we have the computing staff to do the types of work that a VAR does. They do add value for small, but in this case, we've got a great team to do this. So this is, I wholeheartedly support this. It's the right move, and it's a great way to shave a few pennies on a service that they are not really adding. Any questions? Thank you.
Any further comments? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Again, appreciate the efforts, Mike, on doing this as we look for ways to A, save money, but also see how it, if contracts don't create or add more value, how we can, again, bring that back in-house. And so again, thank you for looking for ways to save money for the city. So with that, I will move to approve the contract addendum.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Budget adjustments for Public Works and Utilities.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you, the first of 2 items I have is proposed budget adjustments for the balance of 2024 for the Public Works and Utilities Department. Hit on a couple of background items, and I'll talk about some specifics. The 2024 revised budget was approved by the City Council on August 20th, 2024. Nothing that we are speaking about this evening would put us anywhere beyond or staying within that existing budget. The budget was based on anticipated activity levels and costs and our projections at the time for specific activities. Staff continuously reviews financial activities and adjusts projections as conditions change, and I'll talk to you about some things that have changed since that time that impact how we go about doing business on a daily basis. Budget adjustments are needed to address those variations between estimates and actuals. So I just mentioned that budget adjustments are needed to address variations between estimates and actuals by category. So the categories that we're talking about are salaries and benefits, contractuals, commodities, capital outlay, and others. And so what we're talking about tonight is adjusting as needed between these categories to be able to move forward for the rest of 2024. Offsets are available for each category, and adjustments will not increase the overall budget. So the table to the right shows the divisions that we're talking about in the categories. The maximum projected amount that we need to adjust is shown on the right. And again, those offsets are included in what's shown in the agenda items. I'll hit on a couple of highlights, and then I'll talk about some specifics. Within our facilities group, adjustments are needed for increased maintenance activities. We're in the business of fixing things that break. Can't always predict what that's going to be from one day to the next. And I'll highlight a couple of big items that made a difference for us so far this year. Fleet, and within our fleet division, has increased contractual repair work due to continued vacancies, staff vacancies. Water production has been impacted by inflationary pressures that we've talked about in the past. Our water distribution group is the same as fleet. Contractual services are needed as a result of continued vacancies. And within our landfill group, we had some unexpected events that I'll talk about in just a moment. So some driving factors, there was a change in accounting practices in late 2023, and effectively what that did was, it used to be, I'll give you a quick example, if we would do something, replace a garage door, everything, the labor costs, the parts would all go into contractuals. That was changed to where the actual parts of that, the commodities was moved into commodities. So we just didn't quite catch up to that. We didn't have the data available. We should be fine going forward into 2025. That has accounted for some of the changes you see tonight. I mentioned increased maintenance and repair levels, outsourcing due to vacancies and inflationary pressures, but I hit on a couple of maybe highlighted items that can hit our budget a little bit more than we had expected. We had an underground fire service line break at Century 2. You can see from that, extent of repairs was pretty significant. Structural repairs needed at a fire station. I think we do a pretty good job of staying on top of all of the 500 facilities that we maintain on a daily basis across the community, but some of these things come out of nowhere. I mentioned the landfill. So earlier this year, the landfill experienced a lightning strike that damaged equipment, caused a below-grade fire to burn for several months. It took us some time to work through this and really realize what the costs were and how they were going to impact the budget. So additional activities and materials were needed to control the fire and repair the damages. So these are just some things that can add to it. It's part of what our discussion is tonight. So really that summarizes what we've got. I wanted to just get through this quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions, but with that, staff recommends that the City Council approve the budget adjustments and authorize staff to implement the City Council action. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? I have two of them. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your work, Gary. So when it says financial considerations, it says the recommended adjustments are necessary to close out accounts. It's part of the end of the year process. So is this how much more money are we putting into the budget to close this out than was originally allotted? Or is it just strictly?
We're not.
Okay.
We're still staying within the revised budget that was approved.
Okay, so it's just strictly.
2024, all we're doing is moving, shuffling funds around within the budget.
Okay, because it's just classified differently than what it used to be.
Correct.
Okay.
That's part of it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll start with slide number 111. I was unaware of this lightning strike, and I guess I wanted to know, do we now have, this was a natural occurrence, so it couldn't have prevented it, but were there any learnings from this landfill fire that burned for 7 months?
Well, it didn't burn for that long. It was still for several months, and sorry, maybe that's what you said. It just took us some time to kind of get on top of the cost. We did learn throughout the year what it took to make those repairs. I do think, and I don't have staff here to specifically answer that question, but from what I talked to them about, I do think when something like this happens within our landfill operations, we have a better idea of what to look for in the future. If something like this to happen, not knowing exactly what was going on below grade. So I do feel confident we learned from that. If we have a similar situation, it's probably not likely, but you never know.
And then my only other question is, because the financial consideration is really, the budget will remain the same, which was already adopted. Can you just go over, I asked this question previously, 2023, 2024, and 2025 budgets adopted? Has that been increasing gradually? If so, just by how much, so that people understand the budget for public works and utilities?
So, yeah, and I've got those numbers. Sorry, give me just a second. So, information, generally, there was an increase. So 2023, our overall Public Works and Utilities budget was just under $266 million. 2024 adopted budget was $282 million. 2025 adopted budget remains at $282 million. And so that's 11 funds across our department, including the utilities, general fund. There's a variety of other funds, including the landfill within that.
And again, this does not increase the budget, it just shifts some items within the budget.
Correct.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the budget adjustments and authorize staff to take appropriate actions to implement the city council action.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Overestimate bid for downtown restroom and hydration station improvements.
Mayor and council members, again, Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you this evening is a request for approval of an overestimate bid for downtown restrooms and hydration station improvements. So to provide some background on kind of an overall program that includes these facilities that I'll hit on more on the next slide. In September of 2023, the City Council approved installation of 2 new restrooms and multiple hydration stations in various locations. In October of 2023, the City Council approved a budget of just over $630,000 for that same plan. That overall plan included 4 hydration stations, one at Napsker Park that it was installed in 2023, one at Old Town Square that was installed in 2023, one at Old Town Plaza that is under design and projected to be installed in 2025, a hydration station at A. Price Woodard Park, which is part of the project we are discussing this evening, 2 single-user restrooms at A. Price Woodard Park and Napsker Park, also part of the project we are discussing this evening. For the restrooms in particular, we chose the Portland Loo as specified due to its durability, ease of maintenance, installation, and crime reduction features. And I want to talk about some of those specifically. Over the course of discussions that we've had with the council, we've hit on some of these items here and there, but I wanted to bring it all together and talk about the notable features of the Portland Loo and why other communities have chosen to use these. So the facilities are made of heavy gauge steel construction to withstand vandalism attempts and obviously any weather. Anti-graffiti stainless steel posts, panels, louvers, roof, and toilet. Everything that's a part of this is, again, that heavy gauge stainless steel that can be easily cleaned and replaced. Interior and exterior LED lighting with photo, eye, and motion sensor, meaning that the lights don't come on until you go in. So it's some energy efficiency savings there. And an occupancy counter so that we know how many people have used them. Baby changing table, cold weather toilet upgrade for usage year round. So, and that's basically the plumbing so that we could, if we chose to, use these year round. Right now, generally all of our restrooms within our parks are closed for the winter. They're not insulated, they're not heated. So we close them for the winter because they were never built to accommodate the cold weather as these would be. There's an indoor hand sanitizer. A couple other features I want to talk about is an outdoor recessed hand wash with hand dryer and soap dispenser. The reason we chose for that to be outside, less chances of vandalism, people can see what's going on there, but still have the ability to use the hand wash. These facilities use blue lights to prevent drug users from locating veins. This was kind of a new one for me. Thought it was a good feature. I know it's something that is used in some larger communities and school systems. It's been used for a long time for the same reason. What we believe, one of the reasons why we recommended the use of the Portland Loo is this next part is some of the best features of it. So the angled louvers provide occupancy, visibility, and privacy, meaning that you can tell someone's in there, but they still have the privacy they need to do what they need to do. The open and bottom top of the restroom allow sight lines and sounds to carry outside the restroom What that means is, and this is why this was designed this way, it allows enough privacy to use the facility, but not enough that makes people want to stay. There are 40 of these that have been installed in the Portland area, in the northwest part of the country. They have found that that's one of the most valuable resources for them with this facility, is that people will use them but not want to stay because it's private, but not that private. These facilities also can be relocated if there's ever a reason that we want to, if we choose to go forward, anybody that uses these, if you want to move them somewhere else, you still got to hook up water and sewer, but they are able to be relocated. The first Portland Loo was installed in 2008. Many communities are now doing so. I mentioned the Portland area, and looking at some information recently, Cleveland, San Antonio, Chicago, New York, there's a lot of communities that have chosen to go to this facility for a lot of the reasons we've talked about. So, there's been a question that's been brought to us about cost. I think everything that we just talked about on these last two slides is the reason why we see the costs that we do. So particular to the reason why we're here tonight for this particular project is the project for construction of the two restrooms, one each at Nassau Park and Woodard Park, as well as the installation of a hydration station at Woodard Park, was bid for construction on October 18th, with all bids exceeding the engineer's estimate. The lowest bid received exceeded the engineer's estimate by $28,000, 6% roughly of the estimate, for a total of just under $532,000. The bid includes the Portland Loo itself, relevant shipping, site clearing and restoration, sewer and water lines, installation, mobilization. I'm going to show you a slide next that breaks this down per each, just so we have a better understanding of what all costs go into these. The higher bid is a result of what we continue to see with inflationary impacts on material costs and labor. I think for this project in particular, there's probably some factors related to contractor schedules. It's a little bit of specialized work. There's a lot of commercial work going on in the community right now. So we start to see those impacts when we've got not as many contractors maybe to bid on a project. Accepting this bid will allow the project to proceed without requiring it to be rebid, thus eliminating a potential increase in the cost and delay in construction of the improvements. So just to look at a breakdown of each location. So at A. Price Woodard Park, the total is just under $259,000. You can see there's a variety of costs. The Portland Loo itself is just under $190,000. We've got water and sewer connections, and then everything else that goes into this, the foundation, the electrical, earthwork, site clearing, anything that we've got to do to create a concrete pad to put back what was there is just under $49,000. For NAFSCR, in particular, that last item is a little bit more, so the overall cost is more. We've got water and sewer connections also. Everything else below the line for that is just under $72,000. The estimated schedule, pending the council's action tonight, would be for the contractor to start work in December and complete the work in March, generally to have everything working and operational at that time. Through June, we would wrap things up. I wanted to show real quick what the specific locations look like. This is at NAFSCR Park, the red circle that you can see near the kind of dog park area. We chose for a couple of reasons. One of the things was mostly to minimize the cost for the public utilities, was the best place to connect there. Any location near Douglas was really going to impact the visibility of the park, including the sign. There is ample lighting nearby and good sight lines to all the retail and commercial buildings within the area. Woodard Park restroom and hydration station would be in the same area. You can see it's close to Waco, it's close to Douglas. It'd be access from the river. When there's community events here, it'd be a good location. It was cited for those reasons, and there's also ample lighting nearby, which we think is important. The existing budget of $630,310 was approved by the City Council on October 3rd, 2023, as I had mentioned. The adopted CIP includes $30,000 in general obligation bond funding for hydration stations in 2025. Staff recommends adding that to the currently approved budget for a total of $660,310. So, Mayor, there had been a question about there's some expenses to date out of that $630,000. Approximately $91,000 has been spent to date. That includes design and installation of the 2 hydration stations already in place at Nafsker Park and Old Town Square, the design of the hydration station at Old Town Plaza I talked about, the design for this project, and all of our project management and staff costs that go into it. While I'm on this slide, because this question was asked before, the last time we were in front of council, about the cost of cleaning. So our estimate for this facility is just around $5,000 a year per each. Right now, we've got 37 park restrooms under one contract. That's about $143,000 a year. We think that we can work these 2 into that same contract. As we've done in the past, when you've got that many facilities, which would make 39 now, then we can make some adjustments to schedules here and there. We think we can make that work. Nafsker Park, there is a CID in place for Nafsker Park that I think the last time we looked generates about $6,000 a year for maintenance of the park. Whatever part of that is available could possibly go to the cleaning of the restroom in Nafsker Park. With that, staff recommends the City Council approve the overestimate bid, adopt the amending resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm glad that we wrapped up on today. We still have 3 minutes left in World Toilet Day. Perfect item for this. One, I think I was the first Wichitan to step foot in a Portland Loo in Tampa. So it's a lot more spacious than the pictures provide. The blue light is pretty cool, and the changing table in there is great. One of the things you mentioned but didn't go into detail was about it could work in the winter. There's actually a heating element that keeps the pipes warm, so it can work into down negative 19 degrees. So that works here in Wichita. So if we do want to keep it open for fall events over at Nafsker Park, that would work out. So I think, again, it's a great investment. Seeing it in person, the gentleman who was explaining everything to me talked about the benefits of it, the ease of maintenance, just power washing it essentially to clean it out, and all of those benefits, ease of installation, and the hand washing station outside, just thinking about folks wanting to wash their hands, and again, providing this there. He also said that was one of the 2 that will be here in Wichita. So that was pretty cool to see, but I appreciate the presentation. Again, seeing it in person really sold me on it even more than I was before, just looking at it, and I think it'll be a great addition to downtown.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. So this will be ours once we buy it, right, Gary?
Correct.
So if we want to at a later time decide to turn around and sell it to somebody else, if there are issues with it, is that something that's possible?
I wouldn't see why that's not an option.
Okay, so it's not just throwing money away. It's something that we have physically tangible. Okay, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
The manufacturer, they hope that these facilities could last up to 100 years. So I think you're going to get a lot of life out of it. Whether that's true or not, I think we can tell by the way it's built, it's going to last. So there would be an opportunity for somebody to use it, I suppose.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I just have a few questions. I have plenty of comments later, but just a few questions. How many times a day will this be cleaned?
Right now, we would plan to clean it once a day, but it's like anything else. We're going to have to see what the use is. Our hope is, our estimate is based on our current custodial contracts and what we do in the park restrooms. We believe the things that we've seen and looked at, and even to lend to Councilmember Johnston's comment, that it probably is easier to clean than we even think, and so likely those costs could be less. Right now, we're planning on once a day.
So I've done a couple research on other communities that have this. Columbus faced a challenge regarding their city firefighters to get into stalls without breaking the doors. Has the manufacturer prevented that? I know Columbus had to special retrofit theirs. So is that something that's mentioned in any of the documents?
I'm not aware of that, and the testimonials that we looked at, I had not seen that. I mean, I believe that it's there. We hadn't seen that part, so I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And then I know that we have a porta potty vendor that is pulled out of how we're operating a lot of our porta potties in the community. Can you talk to that currently?
I can't, but I don't know if Reggie may have some information on that.
And why pulled
So we worked with purchasing and had an agreement in place for a porta potty provider. And once we put the bid out for the last time, there was only one respondent. And they've had concerns with vandalism and damage to the porta potty, so they've decided that they're not going to continue to provide the services for us besides special events only. So we wouldn't have them for normal use for park uses at our locations.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary, for your presentation and all the work on this. How many city-owned restrooms do we have currently downtown? I know we asked council had asked for this at one point.
The best I can tell you within our parks is there are 37 restrooms across our parks. Right now, downtown, there are 2 public restrooms. The one in Old Town we've talked about, which is nearly always closed and open for events. There is a public restroom at Water Walk within a garage area that is also closed and only open for special events. I think that probably encompasses most of our public restrooms.
So there are essentially no public park restrooms in downtown,
There are those 2.
but they're not open except for
But they're not
special-
open
Okay.
at any point in time except for special events.
And so the restrooms we've talked about at the Old Town Farm and Art Market, they're closed right now because we're worried about homeless going in there and vandalism. But then we also close them in the winter because they aren't insulated and they can't accommodate the cold weather. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then when we have, and I don't know, are the restrooms at the Old Town Farm and Art Market, are they ADA compliant?
That's a good, I think they probably are.
Okay. And
Because I suspect over time we brought them up to compliance.
sure. And then, but porta potties are not considered ADA compliant.
Correct.
But this is considered ADA compliant.
They do make porta potties that are considered ADA compliant. They're special ones. The Portland Loo is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary has mentioned that these will go down to 19 degrees. Is that upgrade included in our?
It is.
Our bid?
That is included. I didn't have that detail, but that is included. What I talked about when we included sorry, I'll get to it here in just a second. The part that talks about that cold weather toilet upgrade, that is what we were talking about, correct?
So would you, when it's forecast to be 18 degrees, will you go close them, or we just do it on schedule of December 1st, we're going to close them?
Right now, all of our park restrooms are, I think all of them are currently closed for the winter. I think that's something we'd have to evaluate. If it doesn't make sense to keep them open when it's that cold, whether they can withstand it or not, it might be that we want to close them. I think it's something we'd have to see kind of how it works once it's installed.
When do you reopen them?
So most of our current park restrooms open in March.
Beginning of March?
Yeah, more or less.
Still pretty cold in March.
Well, and we can be flexible then.
Okay.
But we have found over the course of time, because I've got our schedule here, that I think we can accommodate that. Sure, we get some days that are cold. We get days that are cold in the middle of summer in Kansas anymore. But we can, and we're flexible with that depending on what the weather's doing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Last question. It's late, but I was on my second sheet of paper. So I visited every water fountain around the city core today and public bathroom, now knowing that they're closed for winterization, at least the bathrooms are. However, I tried every single water fountain. Veterans Park did not work. Keeper Pavilion did not work. NASCAR did. NASCAR Dog Fountain did not. Old Town did not. Delano Dog Park did not. Riverside did not. Farmers Market Square did not. The Keeper South Side was working. And then there's one along McLean Boulevard that was also not working. And so out of those that I visited, only 2 of our 10 fountains are working, which means that they weren't shut down for weatherization yet because 2 of them are still working, including NASCAR and also the south side of the Keeper. I also know that because prior to Vice Mayor Ballard being elected, I messaged Council Member Claycomb about this because half of these water fountains did not work then either. And so do we have a deferred maintenance plan of what it would cost to get these operable, or why are these not operable right now if they're already in our system?
So I will tell you, and I can get to the details, I tried to get that and didn't quite get there. We did start winterizing fountains last week. And I know one of the hydration stations, the one that you mentioned, it was winterized by our staff. They've still got some to do. I don't know what their schedule is. I don't know where they went to, but some of our fountains have been winterized. I can get you the details on that. I do think probably from what I know and can think of, some of the fountains that you talked about has possibly been inoperable for some time. Some of the older style fountains had issues that we weren't able to overcome, but I would have to get you more details on all of that. But I do know we started to winterize, including one of the newer hydration stations. We did that last week.
Thank you.
My only question, you see there's, unless Vice Mayor Ballard, do you have any questions?
No, I would just comment that I too noticed before I got onto council that some of our water fountains in the core did not work. And I learned that through meeting people through the blessing box. So I took initiative to start getting our hydration stations updated or upgraded. And we've added a couple to the budget each year so far. So that is something that is really important to me, is having accessible water really everywhere, but especially along some of the paths and stuff. So I would just comment that was one of the main focuses that I started this initiative a couple years ago.
Gary, my only question maybe is either for you or for the city manager, as I am, again, very cognizant that we have a budget deficit of $22 million. In addition to that, during the very first agenda item, we talked about deferred maintenance of parking that has not yet been accounted for in the CIP. My question is, if this item does not pass, the remaining $540,000, where will that go back to?
Mayor, that would be available for reprogramming into the CIP.
Available for reprogramming into the CIP.
Yes.
So again, I just want to be cognizant that every decision we make is a trade-off. When we choose one thing, we forgo something else. And I'm just being mindful that, again, we have a budget deficit. We also added $18 million in deferred maintenance for parking structures that have yet to be accounted for in the CIP. So I am very cognizant that, again, that's going to be priority number one for me when I look at these things, how we're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole. So thank you very much, Gary, for the presentation. We will now open it up for public comment.
Good morning. Heather Schroeder, Executive Director of Downtown Wichita at 505 East Douglas Ave. Excuse me. I was so excited when I heard that you all were getting public restrooms, and I said, please let it be Portland Loo, please let it be Portland Loo. And then sure enough, it was. And the reason I'm familiar with these is because they're the industry standard for downtowns. So Downtown Wichita is part of the International Downtown Association. We share tricks of the trade with downtowns across North America primarily, and this is the go-to product. It's tried and true. It's tested. It's as sturdy as Gary's informative slide said. So I commend you for choosing a great product that is successfully implemented across the industry. I also just wanted to cite the need for this within our downtown core with two examples. So. My husband and I went to see the outdoor screening of The Wizard of Oz in Knapsker Park, and they had all the food trucks there. And we said, well, where would people go to the bathroom if they have to? Luckily, private industry stepped in. The workroom had open hours in the evening to make sure that they were offering their private restrooms to the public. But I did find it a little bit odd that the city does not have its own restrooms in a city-owned park. So it was, we were grateful for the for the contributions of our downtown businesses there. I do also want to mention the disruption to downtown businesses that the lack of public restrooms can cause. That same business reached out with security concerns because some folks had come in to use their restroom and refused to leave. It necessitated WPD response, and we were grateful for Wichita Police Department for the information that they were able to provide. But it certainly does place a burden on our private businesses by not providing that as a public amenity. So thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm John Axtell from Councilmember Johnston's district. I live at 3154 North Ridgeport Street in Wichita, and I am here to oppose this project. I understand that today's vote is just about the overestimate bid, and I understand that a technical question was asked, would this actually cancel or repeal the appropriation? I understand the answer was yes. Okay, which is good. I just wanted that clarification first before I started. But I do oppose this project, this plan to purchase what's essentially 2 glorified porta potties. And I understand they're good products, but they're going to be bought for over $250,000 each. We all know that you can buy a very comfortable 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house here in Wichita for that price. And to spend that price of $250,000 on a single restroom is wasteful. I see that property taxes just skyrocketed. That made me very angry, and I know it made a lot of people angry. And I think that, as the mayor has suggested, the council should be looking for ways to not spend money so that maybe we can restore some tax cuts and bring tax sanity back to this city. I disagree with what the previous person said about the service that these would provide to the businesses in the area. If I'm in the area of Nafsker Park, I'm going to be doing business with one of the restaurants or the arena or something like that. And I will choose not to use the Portland Loo, excuse me. I will choose not to use that because I know that I'll have a nice, clean, warm restroom provided to me by the restaurant owner or wherever I'm going, the arena or wherever. I'll have that for me when I go there. So it's going to be, in a sense, that restaurant or that business owner's service to me. That's something that makes them exceptional when I'm going in there. I want to be able to use a nice, warm, clean restroom that they would provide. And that's as a person who's actually using their services. So I do oppose this project. I consider it very wasteful. I guess we don't need to repeal the appropriation. Just voting no on this cancels the project, and that's what I'd like to see happen. Be glad to be here for any questions you might have, but I'm certainly not an expert on this or anything like that. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you to our 2 individuals who spoke during public comment. I don't see any other individuals, so we will bring it back to the bench, beginning with Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. As I was before, I am still supportive of going forward with this plan to acquire both Portland Loos and the hydration station. We've all received emails today, one from the actual business owner that is across from Nafsker Park, who talked about some of her concerns with allowing the public into her establishment and some of the folks who are causing her some challenges by doing so, and having a public restroom would be a benefit, not only to her, but other businesses that we've heard from over there, as well as over at Price Woodard. I think about the folks who've come before us that like to run on the river and they'd have a public restroom that they could use over there at A. Price Woodard. I think it's a benefit to downtown, the opportunities downtown, the events that are down there, and again, as a parent with at least one kid now who chooses to use the bathroom whenever she wants to, it'd be a place for her to be able to go as well. I think there's a lot of parents who could benefit from that, and when she was younger, having a place where I could go change diapers is a benefit as well. And not every bathroom and some of the private sector places has that. So being able to have an amenity like that in Napsker Park, I think is a real benefit. And we've got a lot of big things happening in 2025 down there that I think those restrooms could help us with. So I am supportive of that, and I think that we should continue down the path that we have. And then one correction, I know that all together with installation and everything else, it was said that the Portland Loo was $250,000, but the slide actually said it was $189,600, so a little short of $250,000.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to read some articles, and then I'll have a few comments. San Diego newspaper. Crew yanks out the ground early this week a Portland Loo public restroom that was a magnet for crime and one of the most notorious financial boondoggles in recent San Diego history. The Loo, which operated for 13 months, was moved to the city's storage yard, and city officials say they have no plans to reinstall it anywhere anytime soon. The Columbus Dispatch. The city's Portland Loos are equipped with a system that heats the plumbing fixtures to keep pipes from freezing and bursting during deep winter freezes. That hasn't kept the toilet bowls from icing up during extreme cold spells, despite the units being purchased with a winterization package. The Voice of San Diego. Operators charged with overseeing a prefabricated single-stall restroom that appeared in the East Village 2 weeks ago has already been struggling to keep it open. The Portland Loo has faced setbacks, including a broken lock that has affected water service. The Loo was locked when the Voice of San Diego visited on Monday afternoon. On Wednesday, the facility was unlocked, but the toilet was filled with soiled clothing that rendered it unusable, and graffiti covered 2 walls of the facility. On Wednesday night, it was found locked yet again by 7:20 p.m. Quote, I've not been able to access it 90% of the time, so it's basically worthless, Kearney said. If it can't be accessed 90% of the time, it's not very practical. He concluded the facility would need constant maintenance to remain open and stable. Brent, I can't pronounce his last name, manager and director of Park and Market Developer, since reopening on December 2nd, our maintenance team has been on site almost daily, troubleshooting a variety of issues. Quote, I think it takes an attendant to make sure the public restrooms don't become used for other purposes. I'll close with 2 additional ones and then provide a couple comments. Quote, San Diego yanks the Portland Loo. Crews yanked out the ground this week, or as a magnet for crime. Willamette Week says in 23 that their Parks and Rec department, quote, as such, restrooms in the downtown core are not meeting the standards of being open and clean. In fact, they have become a health and safety hazard, the request says. It goes on to say that they estimate $100 per toilet cleaning. So I appreciate that ours is $10,000 a year. With their estimate of $100 per toilet cleaning, the city of Wichita, this would be year-round, so cut it by quarter, would be spending $78,000 a year on maintenance. I already mentioned which fountains I came to this week, and that I know a lot are historically broken. I also broke down the average home prices in Wichita. So the average home price is $196,225. I know Councilman Johnston said that this is closer to about $189 per, but you have to look at the holistic cost, which comes out to actually more than $300,000 per one of these. And so I just pulled all of our zip codes up here. I also pulled 3 other zip codes in the community too. 67206 is the only exception to this rule where there's a home price more expensive than a Portland Loo at $412,000. 67208, $164,000. 67203, $152,000. 67212, $229,000. 67213, which is mine, is $113,000 and the lowest zip code out of this room. 67209, $247,000. 67218, $143,000. And then 3 zip codes that get a lot of attention as well. 67211, $114,000. 67214, $85,000. And 67203, $152,000. I'm not opposed to public bathrooms. We have public bathrooms that are closed. From Napsker, I walked this today and I timed myself. From Napsker Park to the Old Town restrooms, which are closed right now, is a 4-minute walk. It's 0.2 miles. or it's 1 minute to drive or bike if we would open our facilities. This conversation is why people don't trust government. Like, this is the opposite of fiscal responsibility in every single way. And this is why people have distrust of us, because there is nobody in the private sector that is spending this much for a porta potty. This is crazy. That's my final comments about this.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Glasscock beat me to the punch there. My house does not cost, just put it on Zillow, $255,000. And it has 3 bathrooms, a basement, bedrooms. I just don't understand it at all. If we can't keep the bathrooms open that we have now, what makes us think we're going to keep this one open? We're not. We're not. It's going to break. It's going to be a mess. To address, I actually got 2 emails from businesses in the area of NASCAR Park. Both of them related to the homeless problem, not to clients or visitors, anybody. It was the homeless problem. We have a plan for that. It's going to take us 2-3 years to implement it fully. We're going to solve that. So if we want restrooms for the homeless, let's spend $250,000 or $189,000, whatever it is. So, but I just don't get it. I have gotten more response on this than I have on the parking issue, which is phenomenal. People come up to you at the West Y, which is not high income Y at all, very low income Y, probably maybe the lowest one in the city. And they say, "Are you crazy? Why did you pass that?" And Councilman Glasscock's correct. This is why they don't trust government. They say, "Why would you do that?" Our tax dollars. So I get emails, but just the amount of people that have come up to me with this has just been phenomenally crazy. That's all I'm going to say.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I might ask Councilmember Glasscock, have you made that trek with a 5-year-old that needs to take a restroom break? It's a little longer than the 4-minute walk there. And the whole comparison to people's houses, to be honest, I'm not sure where that comes in. Police apparatus vehicles cost more than my house. It's for public safety. You know, if that's a comparison that we're going to be moving forward, it's just a kind of a weird comparison to make from my perspective. We've had a lot of talk tonight about what investments we want to make, solid decisions moving forward. This is a solid decision. This is something that the public expects, that we provide restrooms. I understand we have issues with that now. We're all familiar with that. We all have parks in our districts that do have to be closed. Lincoln Park in my district, the restrooms closed there. So we need to figure something out, because it's a public health issue. It's also a point of community pride. I'm proud of our city, and I want to continue to be proud of our city, and we deserve quality. We deserve quality items. So slapping the smelly porta potty places every now and then, it's not screaming Wichita pride like I would like to see. And this is also talking about providing basic services for our fellow human beings, our residents. We're talking water stations. We're talking a place to go use the restroom. Recently, the mayor and I attended Justice Together at one of the local churches. And after the meeting was over, I was sitting around talking with members of the congregation and also talking to some of the members of Justice Together. And they were talking about the restrooms, because it happened, I think, the day before, maybe 2 days before. And they were talking about how much they appreciated council's vote to actually go with one of these. I believe they were even looking at something similar themselves, but they couldn't afford it. And I can't make this up. This is a true story, and I can provide people who were there. In the middle of this conversation, an unhoused person came up to the church and asked to use the restroom. which they gratefully did. Great people there, they provided it, but you could also tell that, I mean, what happens if that restroom is, or the church is closed at that time? Where are they going to the restroom? Again, health issues, health standards. So I'm supportive of this. I think this is a solid investment. Again, if we go through this and it's not up to snuff, we can pull them up and sell them to somebody who it makes a little more sense for them to put something like this in. So I appreciate everybody's comments. I appreciate kind of the back and forth comparisons with this. But yes, I am supportive of this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. I would just add, if my 5-year-old has to use the bathroom, walking over 4 minutes is not one of those options without probably getting in the truck and going home because she's probably used the bathroom on herself. I mean, we really have to think about the distances being walked from Napster Park to Old Town to a bathroom. What if those businesses are not open and you don't have access to that? It's not just about unhoused people, while the email did reference that. If the business is not open, then there's nowhere to use the bathroom unless you're going around the corner or you're walking for 4 minutes, and that's if there's no traffic there at Douglas and you can get across that street quickly. Someone who is maybe physically disabled, it's going to take them a little bit longer to get there when they could just go to the restroom there. I think about what does it look like for a pregnant woman to walk that far? It's easier to go to the restroom right there at the park. I mean, there's so many things that this is a benefit for, and we continue to miss the point. And honestly, why is government purchasing anything if we're looking at those comparisons? A city bus is $1 million for an electric bus. Well, my house, it's definitely not $1 million. Actually, my house and probably all my family's houses here is not $1 million. So again, why are we doing anything if that's really the justification? These are public investments in quality of life that make our life easier. There's things that we need downtown. There's things that make our community better. Having a restroom there is one of those things that makes our park better, quality of life downtown better. And again, we continue to bring up cost, and that's a real thing. But whenever you build something, there's a labor cost, there's a supply cost. It's going to be up there. This restroom costs more than my truck. This restroom costs more than my house. Both me and my wife's vehicle and the house together don't cost as much as a city bus. So again, bringing up those costs, I think, is probably more for, I think, public stuff. But realistically, this is a really good public investment for us. This is a really good investment in quality of life. And one of our challenges in our city is investing in ourselves, and this is an opportunity to do so that makes our parks better. I brought up the event that's coming up here soon, the mayor's tree lighting event. Well, in the future years, we'd have a restroom there that people could use for that event. Right now, we got to hope that there's a business open that will allow folks to go in there and use it. So I'm supportive. Again, I think we continue to make these different comparisons that I don't really think make the point. And also, with Councilmember Glasscock, I heard San Diego 3 or 4 times in there. Is there a list that you have that's more than San Diego and maybe one other city? Because when you look at just the cities that talk about this one item and the challenge they have, and you brought up even, I think, defecation last time, as we continue to look for negatives, I think we can all go find negatives about anything that we build or that's out there, when the reality is this is an easy to maintain, easy to clean facility. It's going to work there in Napster Park and A. Price Woodard Park. And I think we're making really much ado about nothing. This is a good investment. It's something that I think should go forward.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to make maybe one clarifying statement too. We have a balanced budget for 2025. We are facing potentially a $3.6 million budget deficit in 2026, and then we'll look beyond into 2027. So there's been lots of numbers floating around tonight, and people have been asking me questions, so I just kind of wanted to make that clarifying comment. I took some time and spoke with businesses around specifically Napster Park. And I asked them, you know, are you having problems with people coming in to your restaurant or your attorney or, you know, your retail shop, whatever it may be? And they all said yes. We all, I think, got one email, but from making some phone calls and doing some visiting, they all said, you built a park and great, but now it's our burden, and people are coming into our facility, and it's homeless, but it's also, soccer moms who are there in the park with 2 little kiddos. And so I'm listening to our business community. We want our core to thrive. We want retail, we want restaurant. We heard from downtown Wichita. This is something that we're really excited about, how Wichita downtown core is growing with Heather's leadership. I'm sure it's going to get even better, but it's not their responsibility to bear the burden of an amenity that we're not offering in our property. I spoke with City of Wichita Park and Recreation staff. This is something that they feel is a model. I spent some time with my park board appointee and asked him questions, talked to him about, when they've seen this before, before the park board, and got his opinion. He's also supportive. One of the things that we talk a lot about is making sure that we're an inclusive community. And I like the fact that these are ADA compliant. As I mentioned, these are not just for the homeless. It's, for anyone who's enjoying the amenities in our park. We're programming Napster Park, but then we're not giving people what they need to be able to stay there. I agree with Councilmember Johnston. He said if this is a homeless problem issue, then let's do it. Well, it is a homeless problem issue. And you are exactly right, too. We're making great strides with the emergency winter shelter and the multi-agency center, but it's going to be 2 or 3 years. And so this could help fill that gap until those facilities are open. Again, we spent millions of dollars on Nasser Park. We've made it a state-of-the-art facility, but we missed one amenity, and people are asking for this. We all know the Biomed Center is coming downtown, 3,000 more humans. That means 3,000 more humans with potential basic needs. One of my last comments is the restrooms at Old Town have been talked about, and how long the walk is and whatnot, but those were built at a different time in our community when we didn't face the homelessness that we're facing now. And we didn't have the volume of people who were going downtown because of the intentional efforts we're making to get them there. And so, yes, they probably have some functionality, but they're not serving the complete purpose and the complete need, or we wouldn't be where we are today having this discussion. I do, again, think this is an expense, but I also think it's an investment. And just one more comment, when we won the award for best tasting water in the state a bit ago, the speaker said something that really resonated with me. He said, we can't change everything, but we have to keep trying new things. And also, he was referring to our infrastructure that is decades old, and we have to be keeping up with the times. And I see this as a way of keeping up with the times. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
John, I'd like to thank you for coming down. I don't know if I've ever met you or not. If I do, I don't remember. But Ms. Dorr, okay, there you go. Thank you. I hear that a lot. So thank you. Thank you for coming down at 12:30 something in the morning to do that. I do like your point. If you go to Napster Park, there's a darn good chance you're going to be going to a business in that park. And if not, if there's an event at that park, I have a question for Gary or Reggie. At what point of an event, the mayor's Christmas tree lighting, do they have to purchase additional bathrooms? What's the break? Is it 40 people? Is it 50 people? 100 people?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. My second question is, for 2 or 3 years, what would it cost us to put a porta potty, handicap accessible, serviced porta potty that would be cleaned by the company? What would it cost us for the, I guess it's about 8 months period? What would that cost us? Does anybody know that answer?
I don't know. I think we can get you that information, but I'll just tell you from our standpoint and the reason why the Old Town bathroom is closed, our concern is that it is an enclosed facility. You cannot see when someone's in there or what's going on. It's one of the primary reasons why the Old Town restrooms are closed and a lot of factors that go with it. So just for us, I can get you that cost, That would be our biggest concern and one of the values of the Portland Loo, because of the louvers, the open, again, the reason why people don't want to stay in there. With the porta potty, people can go in there and just do whatever they're going to do like they do in the Old Town bathrooms. That'd be our concern.
Okay. And my last comment is to Councilman Hoheisel. I think the market for used bathrooms is very, very small. I don't think anybody wants a used bathroom. So, thank you. Porta potty, yeah.
This is a point of clarification so that folks do know where to access that information. It was the August 20th, 2024 budget presentation. Slide number 54 says, forecast for 2025 to 2028 included deficits reaching $22 million in the general fund. Based on City Council direction, over $11 million in adjustments have been included in the proposed budget, improving the long-term outlook. With City Council direction, the 2025 budget is balanced. So the number is $22 million moving forward until we can figure out exactly what we're going to do with that. So I am referencing a number that Finance has provided to the community of $22 million budget deficit between 2025 and 2028. Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just going to clarify the having a porta potty out there. The mayor brought up at, I think it was the last time we talked about this, the incident where there was a fire in the porta potty. It's the safety concerns is that it's enclosed, like Gary said. The Portland Loo, it has the slats at the bottom. So in Tampa, when I saw that, if you're standing next to it, you can see that there's feet. There's somebody in there. There's also slats at the top. So something like that, it would be harder to do because you know something was going on in there and somebody can go in there and help out an individual that was having a problem. And the porta potty being enclosed like that, you wouldn't know until it was almost too late. And in the case of that incident, it was when we saw smoke coming through the cracks in the door.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the board, so I'm going to offer a motion. I move that the city.
Excuse me, I'd like to speak.
Oh, sorry, you're not on the board. I forgot.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Nope, that's okay. Thank you. Just a couple comments I wanted to make. It looks like there was, in 2022, there were 77 events with approximate attendance of 10,531. And in 2023, there were 61 events with an approximate attendance of 15,000. That's a lot of people to encourage to come to a park that we are not providing a restroom to. So I think that is an important amenity that I can't remember, I believe Councilmember Tuttle mentioned that was an amenity that was left out that is extremely important. And, you know, we have problems all over downtown with not providing a bathroom and people constantly having to clean up outside their businesses, outside their front door. I did ask staff to pull how many times a ticket had been reported, but, you know, there wasn't very many of them, but I know enough business owners that have said they're not going to go turn in a ticket to have the city come out when they're able to make time to clean up something on the sidewalk or whatever that might be. So I believe that many businesses just take it upon themselves to clean it up and be irritated for the rest of the day or whatever, because that's a problem. I will say this is not the sole solution, but this is an investment in our infrastructure that is not a Band-Aid, that actually provides a solution to one of the many things that are broken that we are trying to work on. And I know there's been in the multiple conversations and times that this has come to the bench, maintenance has been, you know, brought up. I think Gary did a good job addressing that. But also, this is not just for someone experiencing a mental health crisis. Like Councilmember Johnston mentioned and Councilmember Hoheisel, everybody has to go to the bathroom. You know, you go to the park, and you know, maybe you go to oh my gosh, what's it called? A homegrown you know, I took Pax in there. I feel like I have to buy a Pop-Tart so that I don't feel so bad trying to use their bathroom because there's nothing else, you know, available, or going into the workroom. And, you know, I appreciate that these businesses are willing to do that, but I don't think it's their responsibility to offer what I think should be a public amenity.
Thank you, Vice
I
Mayor.
also, one other little quick thing, really quick, is I believe I asked questions on the bathroom that had been closed over by A. Price Woodard Park. And I believe it has been closed since 2000 when the sewer connection was removed for the Hyatt construction. The estimated cost to renovate that space is $160,000, and the estimated cost to rebuild it is $250,000. So whether we utilize facilities that we already have or do something that's new, state-of-the-art, durable, public restroom, they both cost money. And it also costs money to do nothing. I know that there's recently been a contract on the Big Brothers Big Sisters building, and the day before closing, the buyer pulled out because of what they call poop alley and parking, which is really ironic that those are the two hot button issues on our agenda tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ballard. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion that the City Council deny the overestimate bid.
Second.
Motion and a second. There's discussion, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion that City Council takes staff's recommended action and approve the overestimate bid, adopt the amending resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
We have a substitute motion and a second, Councilmember Hoheisel and Councilmember Johnston. And there's discussion, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Oh, that was the substitute motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Councilmember Johnson, were you?
I think he did the second.
Okay, you did the second. I would like to make a substitute motion, but legal, may I make another substitute motion, or can I amend the motion?
You can amend the motion. There's only one substitute.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
I would like to, I'm just going to frame this up for a second. When we voted on this in September 12th of 2023, we had some of the similar questions, similar discussions, and I made a substitute motion then that we would pilot this in Napster Park and that we would wait for A. Price Woodard Park. The need, I think, in Napster Park is greater. It's where I'm hearing from businesses. I haven't had any chatter about A. Price Woodard Park. I've talked with Public Works, and it could be an option for us to consider this to be a pilot project. I would feel good about that because then we could see the efficacy of the program. We could explain to the business community that we are indeed hearing their need and that they are having issues. Sometimes WPD has to get involved types of issues because of the homeless and other people just wanting to use their restrooms. And so I would make an amended motion that at this time we fully fund the Portland Loo at Napster Park and then use it as a pilot program for the A. Price Woodard Park.
We have we have a motion for an amendment to the substitute motion by Councilmember Tuttle. Is there a second? I see none. So we're back to the substitute motion by Councilmember Hoheisel, seconded by Councilmember Johnston. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
It's okay.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Approval for the City Council member Mike Hoheisel to attend a special legislative committee on housing in Topeka, Kansas on November 20th, 2024 to provide testimony about housing condition issues and state housing tax credits. There will be no cost to the city for this travel.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say that they have reached out to a few of us to talk about some of the housing issues in our district, namely vacant housing, affordable housing, inspections and whatnot. I will be traveling not as a representative as a city, but just as somebody who understands these issues and sees them within the community every day. I also will be taking my own car and not seeking any restitution or anything for gas mileage or gas as a whole. So just wanted to put that out there and make sure it's crystal clear to everybody. Not a representative of the city up here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to highlight, I'll be joining Councilmember Hoheisel virtually. He's traveling up there in that same meeting. And also, since I have the floor, I move to approve the travel.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Approval for City Council Member J.B. Johnston to attend the roundtable discussion and museum tour at the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City, Missouri on November 25th, 2024. He was invited to participate in a roundtable discussion regarding economic trends shaping Kansas and Missouri. There will be no cost to the city for this travel.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeremy Hill invited me to this. I think it's a great opportunity to network with other business leaders and leaders from Missouri and Kansas. Good opportunity. I will be representing the city. And I would like to amend it from no cost. Staff says it's $266 for reimbursement. I would just like to propose that it's half of that, $133. I'll be driving my own car, so be reimbursed for $133.
For mileage reimbursement?
For mileage reimbursement, yeah. No food cost, no lodging cost, just mileage.
Amendment to that motion. Councilmember Glasscock.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council Member appointments and comments.
Are there any appointments?
I have one.
We'll begin with Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to appoint Joshua Siebenaller to Citizens Review Board.
We have one appointment and, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask the staff to please schedule a time to consider an ordinance regarding the operation of golf carts on city streets and sidewalks. I've gotten some input from all the council members and have taken into consideration, and I'd like to have a robust discussion about this. I see them everywhere, and they are illegal on all streets, all sidewalks. I just would like to get some framing around it so we can get some safety for golf carts and things, and have some regulation about it. You never thought of hear I say regulation, did you?
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have an appointment to the CSB. Or is this appointments now too? I don't even know where we are. Okay. Appointment to CSBG Public Sector, Patricia Johnson.
I motion to approve the two board appointments by Vice Mayor Ballard and Councilmember Glasscock.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Now we have comments by council members. Councilmember Johnston already gave his, which is some staff recommended action for a future council meeting. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, Councilmember Glasscock, we are in purgatory. That's where we are right now. Just let you know. I want to give a shout out to staff. You guys went through an awful lot tonight, past midnight. We really do appreciate all the hard work that you guys put in every day. You guys go without it being said all the time. And Dante looks like he's taking a nice 15-minute nap over there. Appreciate all you guys. And a special shout out to Reggie Davidson. He actually, he just skipped out and he has a good reason. Yesterday now, I guess, was his 25th anniversary with he and his wife. So I think maybe council owes them a dinner or something like that. So special thanks to Reggie. He stayed here, a good soldier doing his job. And then also Councilmember Ballard, good luck on your ride. You're doing it for a great cause. Not going to say I envy you for riding across the state of Kansas, but I do appreciate you doing it with a big heart. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just wanted to let council and mayor know that I was approved for travel at approximately $450 to attend the governor's Future of Water conference last week, but due to my district advisory board being moved because of Veterans Day and then being asked to represent the city at a few events, I opted not to go. The registration fee was already part of it, so that there was no cost. We were able to cancel my hotel. I obviously won't get mileage or per diem, so there was no cost to the city, and actually, now the city saved the $450. So just wanted to make you all aware that I did not attend, but there was no cost or burden to the city.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick, I had a really great conversation with Representative Joe Syward regarding some water concerns about drought and water usage from irrigation. And I told him I would let you all know, and whoever might be interested, let me know. I'll set up another meeting with him to talk through what he was looking at on the state, county, and potentially city levels. He wanted to have that conversation. So really good conversation, very informative.
Thank you, all council members, and thank you to the staff for staying this late, and to the audience that's still watching on YouTube. Thank you also, as well as our media partners who are covering this. We appreciate all of you for tuning in to see how, again, city government works, and really appreciate all the individuals who came and spoke before the council. We are here to listen, and that is our job. Our job then is to get that feedback and make informed decisions from this bench, and we will stand behind the votes that we make from this side, and appreciate again everyone who works hard for the city of Wichita. So with that, I will move to adjourn this meeting. Oh, who would like to second it?
Second.
Vice Mayor Ballard seconds it. No more discussion, sorry. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Okay.
Times 10.
Motion passes 5-2. We are adjourned at 12:54 a.m. Thank you.